Chapter 186. Three Marquises of Jundadong. A soft knocking sound slowly sounded. Zhuowen, who was in the room, frowned slightly. With a thought, the two golden lights floating in front of him entered between his eyebrows with a swoosh sound. Xiao Hei pursed her lips and followed the golden light into Zhuowen's glabella. "Who is it?" Zhuowen replied indifferently. "I am Lu Tao. I am here to inform young master that Master Karaki has invited you to the trading club. I heard that he has something important to discuss with you." A respectful voice slowly came from outside the door. Zhuowen was startled. He did not expect Grandmaster Karaki to invite him. Perhaps the matter was quite important. "In. I got it. Come in first. I still have some things to ask you." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen said calmly, "Yes." The person outside the door responded softly. Then, he quietly entered the training room. Lu Tao. His appearance was rather rough, and he had a tall figure. Both of his temples were slightly white. Zhuowen still remembered that this middle-aged man in front of him used to be an insignificant general manager of the Outer Academy. However, his ability to judge people was top-notch, and he had long since sought refuge with Zhuowen. As Zhuowen's position became higher and higher, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion had become a sacred place in the Zhuo family. Many people's faces were filled with reverence when they mentioned the pavilion master of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. It was because of this prestige that Zhuowen's position as the general manager of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was much higher than before. Now, many people in the inner court had to give him face. Lu Tao naturally knew that his current position was given to him by this young man in front of him. Therefore, in the past few years as the general manager of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, he had done his best. A lot of the information in Zhuowen's hands was collected by Lu Tao. "You should have completed the task I gave you, right?" Zhuowen glanced at Lu Tao and said calmly, "It's all done. All the information I've gathered is here." Lu Tao bowed and nodded, then carefully took out a large stack of paper from the Chinquin bag tied around his waist. The paper was filled with dense black characters. Zhuowen glanced at the universe bag on Lu Tao's waist with some astonishment. It seemed that Lu Tao's days were really quite good. He was only the steward of the pavilion, but he actually had a universe bag that even core disciples might not have. Lu Tao also noticed Zhuowen's gaze. His hands suddenly stiffened, and a trace of cold sweat suddenly flowed down from his forehead. He somewhat incoherently explained, "Young master, this Chinquin bag was bought by this lowly one with the money I saved up recently. Don't worry, I won't meddle in your affairs, as long as you can do what I have arranged for you." Zhuowen waved his hand slightly and said without minding. Even if Lu Tao did not need to explain, Zhuowen knew that the former Chinquin pouch was obtained through bribery. However, Zhuowen did not reject this kind of thing. After all, once a person's status reached a certain height, such a situation would inevitably occur. "Many thanks, young master." Lu Tao gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but every time he faced the young man in front of him, he always felt a pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. He knew that this was because the young man in front of him was too strong. After receiving the paper, Zhuowen began to read it seriously. The content written on the paper was basically information about the factions that came from the county capital to Vine Armor City. This time, since Zhuowen was determined to go to the ancient cave, he naturally had to understand the details of these factions. Otherwise, if there was a conflict when the time came, he would be in the dark. The content written on the paper was very detailed. The information about the factions in the county capital was very detailed. There was even information about the strength of the cultivators sent by the factions and some things to take note of. Zhuowen read it very carefully, as if he was weighing every word as he read. Lu Tao, on the other hand, stood at the side respectfully. There was not the slightest trace of impatience on his face. An hour later, Zhuowen quickly finished reading the content on the paper. Due to the news of the ancient cave mansion being spread, almost half of the factions in the province had sent out experts to probe. These factions were led by the three super factions of the province, the three Marquises. The three Marquises of the county capital were Muqin Marquis, Baichuan Marquis, and Yonsha Marquis. The three Marquises were the strongest factions in the entire Muqin County. Naturally, the three marquises were also the strongest people in Muqin County. In addition to the three marquises of the county capital, Zhuowen also noticed two other factions. They were the Imperial Sword Sect and the Jade Lady Star Court. These two factions were the strongest factions in the county capital other than the three marquises. The cultivators sent by these two factions were also quite difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the experts sent by the factions in the province this time were basically the younger generation. After Muqin Marquis used the Limitless World Secret technique to detect the location of the ancient cave dwelling, he also discovered that the ancient cave dwelling was an abandoned cave dwelling. Therefore, he had already forbidden the older generation experts from the factions in the province from joining the cave dwelling this time. This was Zhuo Wen's opportunity. If the ancient martial art practitioners sent by the prefecture were those old monsters, then Zhuo Wen would at most be a bystander in the ancient cave mansion. It was basically impossible for him to obtain any benefits. However, if they were merely young martial art practitioners, Zhuo Wen would not be so fearful. After reading the introduction on the paper, Zhuo Wen fell into deep thought. It seemed that if he wanted to reap enough benefits in the ancient cave, he had to plan well. Let's put this matter aside for a while. Let's go to the trade fair first. I don't know why Master Tsang Mu is looking for me. Gently putting the paper into his chinquin bag, Zhuo Wen thought to himself, Lu Tao, I am very satisfied with the information you have collected this time. As a reward, you can take these 2 void pills. Seeing that you have reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, these pills can greatly increase your chances of entering the Yin Void realm. Glancing at the respectful Lu Tao in front of him, Zhuo Wen took out 2 powerful pills from his chinquin bag and handed them to the stunned Lu Tao. Then he stepped out of the practice room. Lu Tao stared blankly at the gradually disappearing figure. His right hand trembled as he held the 2 pills in his palm. Finally, he knelt on the ground and deeply bowed to Zhuo Wen's back. Then he said excitedly, Thank you, young master, for your reward. In fact, he had been stuck in the Nirvana realm for a long time. No matter what method he used, he could not break through to the Yin Void realm. Moreover, he was already old. He knew that with his aging body, it was impossible for him to rely on himself to break through to the Yin Void realm. Therefore, he had long since given up on this idea. However, he did not expect that Zhuo Wen would be so generous as to reward him with the precious void pill. This kind of pill was well known in the Zhuo family. Since Zhuo Wen was able to refine this kind of pill, he had refined a large number of void pills and handed them to Zhuo Xiangding. As the family head, Zhuo Xiangding was responsible for distributing the pills. Because of the existence of the void pill, many core disciples in the family had successfully broken through to the Yin Void realm. Even some outer disciples had obtained the void pill through hard work. Thus, they had soared to the Yin Void realm. Therefore, the recent development of the Zhuo family was in full swing not only because of Zhuo Wen's great reputation, but also because of this extremely precious pill. Normally, even if Lu Tao's status was amazing, it would still be difficult for him to obtain a void pill. However, Zhuo Wen had rewarded him with 2 pills at once. For Lu Tao, this was undoubtedly great news. Walking out of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Zhuo Wen headed straight for the trade fair in Tongjia City. However, what made him speechless was that on the way out of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Wen could often feel many burning gazes converging on him. Whether it was the family's servants, guards, or the younger generation of the family disciples, they all stared at Zhuo Wen with feverish eyes. Their burning gazes seemed to want to melt Zhuo Wen. There were even some young girls who kept casting flirtatious glances at him with their watery eyes. Their intentions were very obvious. Facing these gazes, even if Zhuo Wen was quite thick-skinned, he still couldn't bear it. He unconsciously quickened his pace. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Zhuo Wen walked out of the Zhuo residence in a rather embarrassing manner. Under the respectful gazes of the 2 guards at the entrance, he directly rushed towards the location of the trade fair. However, when he passed by the Godstone Square, an uproar attracted Zhuo Wen's attention. Then, Zhuo Wen discovered that the spacious open space in the square was occupied by a huge dragon-headed ship. Zhuo Wen recognized this dragon-headed ship. Wasn't it the dragon boat of the house of Marquis Qin? Last time, the ninth commandery princess came to Tangjia City on this kind of spiritual treasure. Did the house of Marquis Qin send someone again? Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't help but slowly move closer to the Godstone Square. Among the crowd, he fixed his gaze on the Godstone Square. At this moment, there were already 3 figures waiting quietly on the square. Zhuan was no stranger to these 3 figures. They were the ninth commandery princess, Lingjiu, and Su Chong. Whoosh! A huge stone ladder was lowered from the deck. Then, a tall and straight man in a purple robe led a group of heavily armed guards down the stone ladder slowly. When the ninth commandery princess saw the man in the purple robe, her beautiful face revealed a trace of joy. A sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked exceptionally charming. Zhuan focused on the man in the purple robe. His heart slightly skipped a beat. He could feel a trace of powerful aura from the man in the purple robe. This aura was even stronger than that of Guyu Tian. In other words, the man in the purple robe, who was not even 20 years old, was actually stronger than the governor of Tangjia City, Guyu Tian. His strength was at least above the Earth King realm. Shifting his gaze slightly, Zhuan focused his gaze on the other young man beside the purple-robed man. This young man had his arms crossed in front of his chest. The muscles on his exposed arms were knotted, and there were strange patterns engraved on his arms. Moreover, the young man carried a 2-meter-long saber on his back. This saber, coupled with the young man's tall stature, faintly emitted a savage aura. The red-armed young man's aura was equally powerful. It was almost on par with that of the man in the purple robe. Chapter 187. Lu Yuanhua from the surrounding discussions. Zhuan also knew that the purple-robed man who came down from the deck was called Lu Yuanhua and was the 3rd son of Muqin Marquis. It was said that his strength had already reached the perfect Earth King stage and was only a step away from reaching the Heavenly King stage. This person's talent could be considered as an outstanding genius even in the house of Marquis Qin. Beside LV Yuanhua was a tall young man with a long saber on his back. His name was Su Mu. He was the eldest son of Marquis Baichuan and the eldest brother of Su Chong, who was always with the ninth commandery princess. As the eldest son of Marquis Baichuan, Su Mu had the qualifications to inherit Marquis Baichuan's position. At the same time, his talent was exceptionally terrifying. This person was 1 year younger than Lu Yuanhua, but his strength was comparable to the latter. He was highly regarded and doted on by Marquis Baichuan. Behind the 2 of them was a group of heavily armored guards. These guards were all full of energy. They held their heads high and their chests puffed out. Their strength was basically between the corporeal Yang realm. The leader of the guards was even at the human king realm. It had to be said that the guards sent by the house of Marquis Qin were existences that all warriors in Rattan Armor City looked up to. Truly imposing. Looks like the 3 marquises of the provincial capital are indeed extraordinary. This time around, I will have to be careful of these people after entering the ancient cave. Zhuan gazed deeply at Lu Yuanhua and Su Mu, who were standing on the plaza. After whispering a few words, he quietly left the crowd. In the Godstone Square, LV Yuanhua and Su Mu walked down the stone stairs slowly and came to the front of the ninth commandery princess and her 2 companions with arrogant looks on their faces. "Third brother, you're really slow. It's been a few days, but you're still late." A clear and lovely snort was suddenly heard as a beautiful figure rushed over. Before Lu Yuanhua could react, he felt his right hand being hugged by someone. Lowering his head to look at the porcelain doll-like face beside him, the arrogance on Lu Yuanhua's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of doting and helplessness. "Do you think your 3rd brother is a free man like you?" At that time, I still had a lot of heavy tasks to deal with. If it weren't for my father's order, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the time to do anything. Lu Yuanhua touched the ninth commandery princess' nose and said with a smile. The ninth commandery princess frowned. She smiled and said, "Since you're here, let's open the ancient cavern mansion now. In the past few days, Lingju had gone to the innate fiend Nether Eye to investigate and had already confirmed the exact location of the ancient cave mansion. I think there must be something fun inside. Oh, have you found the location? Lu Yuanhua saw Lingju nodding behind the ninth commandery princess and knew that she was right. He continued, "My father has already calculated that the restrictive spell outside the ancient cavern mansion will be the weakest after a month. Therefore, we can only open the ancient cavern mansion after a month. Moreover, the people from the Yongsheng Marquis mansion have not arrived yet. We are not in a hurry now." Is that so? The ninth commandery princess was a little listless after hearing this. At this moment, Su Chong had also come to the ninth commandery princess' side. He politely bowed to Lu Yuanhua and then went to Su Mu's side to talk with him softly. "Ninth sister, 3 days ago, I sensed that the purple gold door seemed to have been broken by someone. What happened at that time? And who was so bold to break my purple gold door?" Lu Yuanhua suddenly asked when he saw that the ninth commandery princess was a little listless. That purple gold door might have malfunctioned. Nothing has happened these days." The ninth commandery princess was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on when she heard this. She was a little secretive. Looking at the ninth commandery princess's behavior, Lu Yuanhua frowned slightly. From her expression, he could see that the ninth commandery princess obviously did not want to talk about this matter. "Show me the purple gold door." Lu Yuanhua stretched out his hand and said lightly. "Oh." The ninth commandery princess reluctantly took out a palm-sized purple gold door from her chinquin bag. However, the purple gold door surface was a little dim. Whoosh! LV Yuanhua hooked his finger, and the purple gold door flew into his palm. As he looked at the purple gold door in his palm, his expression became increasingly gloomy. "Oof. All 9 doors have been broken. If I want to repair them, it will take me at least 3 months. I didn't expect that there would be such a bold guy in Rattan Armor City who dared to break my purple gold door. Ninth sister, who exactly did this to the violet gold door?" LV Inhua's expression had already become rather ugly, and his eyes had also become extremely stern. The ninth commandery princess lowered her head and clasped her hands together as if she was a child who had done something wrong. Her watery eyes were now covered with thick mist. She looked so delicate and weak that no one had the heart to continue scolding her. Looking at the ninth commandery princess's appearance, Lu Yuanhua could not bear to continue scolding her. He sighed slightly and was about to say a few words to persuade her not to pursue the matter of the purple gold door when Su Chong, who had been standing beside Su Mu, suddenly spoke. "Third master, I know who broke the purple gold door." "Oh, you know? Tell me." Lu Yuanhua suddenly looked at Su Chong with great interest. "Su Chong, do you dare to tell others? Do you believe that I will ignore you in the future?" The ninth commandery princess suddenly tilted her head and stared at Su Chong fiercely. Hearing the ninth commandery princess's words, Su Chong was speechless. However, his eyes were filled with a trace of jealousy and anger. Thinking that the ninth commandery princess did not say anything because of Zhuowen, Su Chong felt very uncomfortable. It was the first time that he saw the ninth commandery princess being so protective of a man. This made his heart burn with jealousy. "Ninth sister, don't interrupt." Lu Yuanhua stared at the ninth commandery princess fiercely and then looked at Su Chong calmly. He said, "Continue." After calming down, Su Chong gritted his teeth and said, "It was done by a young man named Zhuowen. The purple gold door was broken by him." "Zhuowen? I have never heard of him," Lu Yuanhua said confusedly. In his opinion, the person who could break the purple gold door was at least a famous warrior. However, he had never heard of the name Zhuowen. Su Chong did not hide anything and began to tell the ninth commandery princess everything about Zhuowen, including the fight for the quota. Su Chong did not have a good impression of Zhuowen. When he told the story, he more or less smeared some of Zhuowen's deeds. This made the ninth commandery princess very angry. However, in the presence of Lu Yuanhua, she could not lose her temper. In the beginning, Lu Yuanhua did not pay much attention to the name Zhuowen. After all, he had never heard of this name. To him, Zhuowen was just a nobody. However, as Su Chong told the story, Lu Yuanhua became more and more surprised. Although Su Chong deliberately smeared Zhuan's name, Lu Yuanhua was the son of Marquis Muqin. He was not so easily fooled. With his intelligence, he could instantly determine which parts of Su Chang's story were correct and which were deliberately smeared. When Su Mu, who was originally uninterested, heard Su Chong say that Zhuan was only a 16-year-old boy, his face showed a trace of surprise. If what Su Chong said was true, then the person who broke the purple gold door was actually a 16-year-old boy. Interesting. I did not expect such a genius to appear in a small place like Rot-Tan Armor City. Also, from what you said, this boy is extremely arrogant. He actually rejected Ninth Sister's invitation several times. I like to see what this arrogant brat is capable of. LV Yunhua's lips curled into an arc as he chuckled coldly. Looking at Lu Yuanhua's cruel smile, the Ninth Commandery Princess's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Zhuan was going to be in big trouble. She quickly said, "Third brother, the purple gold door incident was caused by me. This incident has nothing to do with Zhuan." "Ninth sister, you don't have to say anything. I just want to see that arrogant boy. I won't do anything." LV Yuanhua chuckled. The cruel smile at the corner of his mouth had already indicated that his promise of not attacking was most likely unreliable. "Since we have nothing to do now, let's go to the Zhua family and see that boy," Lu Yuanhua said as he stomped on the ground and disappeared. Looking at the Lu Yuanhua who had disappeared, the Ninth Commandery Princess stomped her foot and glared at Su Chong. Then, she also dashed towards the Zhua family. "Interesting. Second brother, let's go and see what's going on." Su Mu's lips curled into a smile. He stomped on the ground and disappeared as well. Lingju looked at the people who had disappeared. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Zhuan is going to be in big trouble. Those who are targeted by Third Master do not have good endings." After saying that, Lingju disappeared from his spot. As for the conversation between Lu Yuanhua and the others, Zhuan, as the protagonist, naturally had no idea. If he knew, he would not have entered the trade fair so casually. In a spacious attic of the trade fair, Zhuan and Master Karaki sat opposite each other. Looking at the smiling Master Karaki in front of him, Zhuan asked in confusion, "Master Karaki, why did you call me over this time?" "Ha! Your talent is really terrifying. How old are you?" "You are already a Grade 2 Arcana Master. Originally, I wanted to wait until you became a Grade 1 Arcana Master before I taught you the technique of refining crystals. I did not expect you to become a Grade 2 Arcana Master in the blink of an eye. This is something I did not expect." Master Karaki stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "The technique of refining crystals?" Zhuan's eyes lit up when he heard Master Karaki's words. The greatest use of an Arcana Master was not only to attack with his mind power, but also to use his mind power to create crystals with strange powers. It was this technique that made Arcana Masters so respected. In fact, Zhuan had wanted to learn it for a long time, but for the sake of his reputation, it was not appropriate for him to ask. Now that Master Karaki took the initiative to ask, Zhuan was in high spirits. With the strength of your Grade 2 mind power, if you learn the technique of refining crystals, you can directly create Grade 2 crystals. When the time comes, I will take you to the Arcana Guild for a test. Then, you can officially become a Grade 2 Arcana Master. At that time, you'll be able to enjoy different treatment from before. Master Karaki laughed. Chapter 188. Trouble Comes Knocking. The Arcane Guild was a very mysterious and powerful organization. Its members were basically made up of arcanists, and its influence was spread across the entire Heavenly Armor continent. Even a ruler of the Eastern Land, the Blue Dragon Hall, could not compare to it. However, due to the scarcity of arcanists, even though the Arcane Guild could be found all over the continent, the number of individual arcanists was simply too small. They were somewhat powerless against a colossus like the Blue Dragon Hall. However, the advantage of Arcana Masters did not lie in this aspect. Instead, it lay in their terrifying network of connections. Whether it was high-grade origin crystals or extremely powerful origin arrays, both of these were weapons of war. No matter which faction it was, they would not be able to refuse. After all, Any high-level origin formation that an Arcana Master could casually set up was powerful enough to take on 1,000 enemies at a time. Thus, no organization would refuse a powerful weapon like an origin formation. In order to obtain the origin array, one naturally had to build a good relationship with the Arcane Guild. Therefore, although the Arcane Guild had very few members, its influence was probably much wider than the Blue Dragon Hall. Many powerful forces had received favors from the Arcane Guild. With such influence, even the Blue Dragon Hall did not dare to touch the Arcane Guild. The Qingxian Empire was vast, and there were many branches of the Arcane Guild. In Muqing County, there was a branch of the Arcane Guild in a super city not far from Rattan Armor City. Zhuowen, Broken Rock City, is the closest super city to Vine Armor City. There's a branch of the Arcane Guild there. To tell you the truth, the head of the branch there is my senior. Once you have mastered your knowledge of crystals, I will bring you there for a test. With your talent, you will definitely be valued by the guild. At this point, Master Karaki's face suddenly revealed a trace of pride. Even Zhuowen was moved. After listening to Master Karaki's introduction, Zhuowen once again discovered that the influence of Arcanists could reach such a level. This also made Zhuowen eager to refine origin crystals. This jade slip introduces the basic knowledge of origin crystals and origin arrays. You can go back and take a look first. From tomorrow onwards, you will come to me to learn how to refine origin crystals. In my opinion, with your aptitude, you should be able to master the secret of refining origin crystals in a short time. Master Karaki said as he took out a jade slip from his sleeve and casually tossed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen received the jade scroll. His expression was filled with unconcealable excitement. Zhuowen had long coveted the powerful might of the Yuan crystal and its rich profits. Now that he could officially learn the Yuan crystal method, even Zhuowen's heart could not remain calm. Creak! The tightly shut door was suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure hurriedly entered the room. The two people in the room were also startled awake by the sound of the door opening. However, when they saw the face of the person who had entered, they let out a sigh of relief. Master Karaki looked at the figure in front of him with slight displeasure and said, "Guyu, why didn't you knock? Why did you come in without a sound?" At this moment, Guyu was dripping with sweat. The moment she entered, she ran straight to Zhuowen. Without saying a word, she grabbed Zhuowen's hand and said, "Zhuowen, you really are here. Hurry up and leave with me. Right now, you have to leave Rattan Armor City immediately. The further the better." Zhuowen was confused by Guyu's words. He subconsciously asked, "What's wrong? Why should I run?" At this moment, Guyu had also caught her breath. She immediately said seriously, "Marquis Muqing's third son, Lu Yuanhua, is currently at the Zhuo family looking for you. It seems that you damaged his purple gold door, so he came to find trouble with you. Listen to me, Lu Yuanhua's personality is cruel and capricious. If he finds you, I'm afraid you'll be in danger." Zhuowen was stunned. He immediately grabbed Guyu's shoulders and shouted, "You're saying that Lu Yuanhua went to the Zhuo family? This is bad. If it's really as you say, and Lu Yuanhua is capricious, if he can't find me at the Zhuo family, I'm afraid our Zhuo family will be in danger. Right now, I have to hurry back." As he spoke, Zhuowen used his movement technique and rushed out. "Zhuowen, you'll be throwing your life away if you go back," Guyu shouted as she watched the departing figure. On the other hand, Grandmaster Karaki's brows were tightly knitted together. He did not expect such a thing to happen. If what Guyu said was true, then Zhuowen's return to the Zhuo family this time would not bode well for him. As Zhuowen's master, Grandmaster Karaki naturally couldn't sit idly by. He muttered to himself, "That Lu Yuanhua is arrogant and unruly. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to convince him with reason. It seems that I'll have to use my old friend's things. This old man won't let anything happen to Zhuowen." As he spoke, Grandmaster Kuraki released his mental energy. The powerful mental energy immediately lifted him into the air. Then, he turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the door, leaving behind a stunned Guyu. In the sky above the Zhuo family, the gigantic Chung Long floated silently. An extremely powerful aura suddenly pressed down. On the deck, Lu Yuanhua and the others stood quietly, arrogantly looking down at the Zhua family members below. At this time, the Zhua family's martial arts practice field was already filled with people. Almost all of the Zhua family members were gathered here, looking up at the gigantic dragon head ship in the sky with puzzled expressions. They recognized the dragon head ship as the House of Marquis Qin's Chenglong. However, they were puzzled. Why would the House of Marquis Qin target the tiny Zhua family? Very soon, a white-haired old man with a solemn expression walked out from the crowd of the Zhua family. Wherever he passed, the people of the Zhua family would make way for him. The old man was the patriarch of the Zhua family, Zhua Xiangding. Zhua Xiangding walked to the front of the crowd and looked up at the Chenglong. He cupped his hands and said in a clear voice, "This humble one is the current head of the Zhua family, Zhua Xiangding. May I know why the lords of the House of Marquis Qin have come to our Zhua family?" Looking at the gigantic Chenglong, as well as the arrogant faces of Lu Yuanhua and the others on the deck, Zhua Xiangding suddenly had a bad premonition. The colossal existence of the House of Marquis Qin was not something the Zhua family could compare to. To put it bluntly, the House of Marquis Qin only needed to move a finger to destroy Rotan Armor City, not to mention the tiny Zhua family. Below us is the Zhua family. How can such a motley crew be called a family? You're making me laugh my head off. Su Chang, the Zhuoan that broke through the violet gold door that you mentioned came from this family. Do you think a family like this can nurture a genius that can break through the violet gold door's 9 gates? You're not lying to me, are you? Lu Yuanhua looked at the Zhua family members below and sneered. Su Chang nervously wiped the sweat on his forehead and quickly smiled apologetically. "Third Master, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. That Zhuoan did indeed break through the violet gold door. Lord Lingzhu was also present at the time. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." "Oh, Lingzhu, is what Su Chang said true?" Lu Yuanhua tilted his head and looked at Lingzhu, who was silent behind him, and asked. "It is true." Lingzhu cupped his hands and answered. "That's strange. The head of the Zhua family is only at the initial stage of the human king realm. Is Zhuoan, who was nurtured by such a family, really that terrifyingly talented?" Lu Yuanhua chuckled. "Third brother, we don't have to deal with the Zhua family specifically. Zhuoan is indeed very talented. He will definitely become a supreme expert in the future. Even if the House of Marquis Qin can't recruit him, we can at least build a good relationship with him. When he grows up, the House of Marquis Qin will benefit from it." The 9th Commandery Princess gritted her teeth and said bitterly. Originally, she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. However, things were going against her wishes now. "Ninth sister, you don't have to say any more. You don't have to worry about this. The violet gold door is a spiritual treasure given to me by my father. I don't want it to be damaged for no reason. Moreover, I have to spend a lot of effort to repair it. I can't just let it go like this." Lu Yuanhua waved his hand and said coldly. After saying that, Lu Yuanhua looked down at Zhua Xiangding and said indifferently, "Is there a young man called Zhuoan in the Zhua family? Now call that brat out. I have some things that I want to consult him about." After Lu Yuanhua said that, the members of the Zhua family suddenly changed their expressions. They didn't expect the House of Marquis Qin to come here for Zhuoan. Zhua Xiangding was startled. Soon after, his brows knitted together tightly. He could sense that the tone of the person who had just spoken was somewhat unfriendly. He knew that the people from Muqin Marquis Mansion had come with ill intentions. "Father, what should we do? This person seems to be the 3rd son of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua. I wonder why he is looking for Zhuoan." Zhuoan's uncle, Zhua Baitian, suddenly came to Zhua Xiangding's side and said softly, "This person came here with bad intentions. I'm afraid he is looking for Zhuoan for no good reason. Fortunately, Zhuoan left early in the morning, so we can't tell anyone about Zhuoan's situation," Zhua Xiangding said in a low voice. "Why aren't you replying? To tell you the truth, your family's Zhuoan broke one of my favorite spiritual treasures, so I'm in a bad mood right now. Once I'm in a bad mood, even I can't predict what I will do. Therefore, you'd better hand over Zhuoan." At this point, Lu Yuanhua's tone suddenly became serious, If you don't hand him over, then your Zhua family will be buried with him." When Lu Yuanhua said this, it immediately caused the members of the Zhua family below to panic. Fear appeared on everyone's faces. There were many people on the Changlong, but they were all abnormally strong. Many members of the Zhua family found that there were several people on the Changlong who were much stronger than the family head, Zhua Xiangding. Moreover, the guards behind Lu Yuanhua were all at least in the corporeal yang stage. Chapter 189. Oppression. Looking at LV Yuanhua and the others glaring at him from the riding dragon, Zhua Xiangding could only brace himself and step forward, cupping his fists and saying, "Sir, Zhua Wan is indeed a disciple of our Zhua family. However, he is still young and his cultivation is not high. It should be impossible for him to have the ability to destroy Milord's spiritual treasure. Perhaps Milord is mistaken." Lu Yuanhua narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Old man, you don't need to quibble. The Zhuoan I'm talking about is a 16-year-old boy. I'll tell you clearly that the person I'm looking for is in your Zhua family. If you don't hand him over today, don't blame me for being merciless." Zhua Xiangding's face paled. His eyes flickered and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. Zhuoan was the most talented genius in the history of the Zhua family. Moreover, the Zhua family's prosperity was largely due to Zhuoan's contributions. Therefore, Zhua Xiangding would never hand over Zhuoan. "Father, what should we do?" Zhua Baitian and Zhua Dingtian both came to Zhua Xiangding's side, their faces filled with anxiety. It's impossible for this old man to hand over Zhuoan. It seems like this battle is unavoidable. Second brother, when you have the chance, sneak away and go to the trading center. Zhuoan is there. Take him and leave Rot-Tan Armor City quickly. Our Zhua family can't avoid this calamity. Zhua Xiangding whispered a few words to Zhua Dingtian, then straightened his back and looked at Lu Yuanhua fearlessly. LV Yuanhua's eyes narrowed as he looked down at Zhua Xiangding, who was staring at him fearlessly. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile as he chuckled and said, "Looks like you won't hand it over. I heard that you are Zhuoan's grandfather. I wonder if that Zhuoan will choose not to show himself if I kill you." As he spoke, Lu Yuanhua glanced at the group of guards behind him and said to the captain standing at the front, "Lu Sheng, kill this ignorant old man." Lu Sheng was about 30 years old. He had a resolute face and wore a huge heavy armor. He was in the perfection of a human king realm and was a direct subordinate of Lu Yuanhua. He was in command of all the guards on the deck. "Yes." Lu Sheng knelt down on one knee and pressed his right hand gently on his chest. Boom! The powerful impact created a huge crater in the ground. Lu Sheng slowly stepped out of the crater. He looked at Zhua Xiangding with an indifferent expression and said coldly, "Ignorant villain, how dare you disobey the orders of the third master? Kill without mercy." After he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Sheng's body. Then, a huge yin-yang wheel appeared behind him. The powerful aura even froze the air. Looking at the powerful aura in Lu Sheng's body, Zhua Xiangding's eyes narrowed, and he muttered to himself with an ugly expression, "Perfection of the human king realm? Second brother, remember my words. Eldest brother, come with me to face the enemy. The longer we delay them, the safer Zhuoan will be." Zhua Xiangding's face darkened, and he took out the gravity tower from his Chinquan bag. With a wave of his right hand, a powerful origin energy was injected into the gravity tower. The gravity tower suddenly expanded and turned into a huge tower that was dozens of feet tall. It's actually a middle-grade soul treasure. I never thought that the tiny Zhua family would actually possess such a soul treasure. This is truly shocking. On the deck, LV Yuanhua stared at the massive tower below as a look of astonishment flashed across his face. However, even if he has a middle-rank soul treasure, this Zhua Xiangding is still no match for Lu Sheng. Lu Yuanhua quickly regained his calm and said coldly. Below, Lu Sheng was also rather surprised as he stared at the enormous tower floating in front of him. Evidently, he did not expect that a small clan in Rot-Tan Armor City would actually possess a middle-grade soul treasure. However, this surprise only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Looks like I can't underestimate you. However, even if you have a middle-rank soul treasure, it's only a matter of one move for me. Because, as he spoke, Lu Sheng suddenly took a step forward and pulled out a long golden spear from his chinquin bag. With a flick of his fingers, the long spear began to revolve in a spiral shape, and a golden light suddenly flashed out. Because I also have a middle-rank soul treasure, you are destined to lose this round. The price for losing is death. Bang! Lu Sheng's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. With the long golden spear in his hand, his entire body was like a dragon. With continuous steps, he arrived above Zhuo Xiangding in an instant. His right hand tightly gripped the end of the spear, and his left hand loosened slightly. The long spear was like a whip as it was violently flung towards Zhuo Xiangding. Whoosh whoosh! The powerful force seemed to tear the air apart as it emitted a rapid explosion. The long golden spear turned into a golden whip and instantly arrived above Zhuo Xiangding. Looking at the spear shadow that was rapidly approaching, Zhuo Xiangding's expression changed drastically. Yuan power gathered in his hands, and he immediately closed them inwards. The gravity tower above him immediately flickered with a black light as a huge gravitational force appeared around his body. When the spear shadow was about 1 zhang away from his body, it was affected by this gravitational force, and its speed suddenly decreased. Zhuo Xiangding calmly dodged the spear shadow, and his right hand withdrew. The huge gravity tower was like a meteorite as it smashed towards Lu Sheng, who was not far away. It can actually control gravity. What a strange soul treasure. Lu Sheng looked at the spear shadow that had slowed down strangely. Immediately, he waved his right hand, and the long golden spear shot out a golden light, violently colliding with the gravity tower. Rumble! A violent sound exploded in the air, and the aftermath of the collision even smashed out huge craters on the ground below. Air waves spread out in all directions along with the dust, like a hurricane sweeping away the clouds. Clang! A slight crisp sound suddenly rang out. Immediately, the members of the Zhuo family found that the gravity tower and the long golden spear that were originally facing each other in the void above suddenly trembled, and the brilliance on its surface quickly dimmed. Pucci! Zhuo Xiangding suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly turned pale, and his whole body flew backwards like a withered leaf. Sure enough, there is a big gap between him and a perfect human king realm warrior. This person's strength is much stronger than Lu Qingshang's, but this old man will not admit defeat just like that. In midair, Zhuo Xiangding forcibly twisted his waist and endured the backlash of his internal injuries. He fiercely urged his Yuan power to control the gravity tower that was also flying backwards to stop Lu Sheng, who was getting closer and closer. However, when he used his mind to control the gravity tower, he was shocked to find that the gravity tower did not respond at all. What's going on? Why is the gravity tower not responding at all? Puzzled, Zhuo Xiangding suddenly tilted his head and looked in the direction of the gravity tower. He saw that Lu Yuanhua, who had been standing on the deck, had unknowingly appeared above the gravity tower. At this time, Lu Yuanhua was holding a bowl-shaped spirit treasure in his right hand. A strong suction force came from the bowl-shaped spirit treasure. Under this suction force, the gravity tower was unable to move for a while. Even if Zhuo Xiangding controlled it with his mind, it was not effective at all. Old Zhuo family, your spirit treasure is quite interesting. Since you're about to die anyway, I'll take this gravity pagoda. Lu Yuanhua coldly glanced at Zhuo Xiangding and immediately formed a seal with his right hand. The suction force of the bowl-shaped spirit treasure in his hand suddenly increased, and finally, under this suction force, the gravity tower was completely sucked into the bowl-shaped spirit treasure. Pooh! Seeing the gravity tower being taken away, Zhuo Xiangding's heart was filled with anger. His eyes turned red and his eyes cracked. He actually spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Yuanhua, give me back my spirit treasure. That is a keepsake passed down from our Zhuo family ancestors. At this time, Zhuo Xiangding seemed to have gone crazy. He ignored the injuries on his body and suddenly rushed in the direction of Lu Yuanhua. Although the gravity tower was only a mid-level spirit treasure, it was passed down from the Joie family ancestors. As the keepsake of the head of the Joie family, it had a special meaning to the Joie family. As the head of the Joie family, Joie Xiangding could not let the gravity tower fall into the hands of others. You overconfident, Aunt. Since I've taken your numinous treasure, that's because I think highly of you. Lu Yuanhua indifferently glanced at Joie Xiangding, then returned to the deck of the dragon with the bowl-shaped spirit treasure. When Joie Xiangding rushed out a dozen meters, a golden light blocked his path. Lu Sheng indifferently looked at the extremely miserable old man in front of him and coldly said, "Those who dare to offend the third master will be killed without mercy." As he spoke, Lu Sheng's right hand gripped the long spear tightly and fiercely swung it at Joie Xiangding's chest. Under the power of the long spear, Joie Xiangding was once again sent flying. After rubbing against the ground for more than 10 meters, he finally came to a stop. At this time, Joie Xiangding was extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, his face was covered in blood, and his eyes were dim. "Father!" Joie Xiangding's face suddenly changed. He came to Joie Xiangding's side and helped him up. Head of the family, head of the family. When the members of the Joie clan saw Joie Xiangding being beaten into such a miserable state, a trace of fear appeared on their faces. However, none of them retreated. Instead, a group of people surrounded Joie Xiangding as they stared at Lu Sheng with enmity in their eyes. What a bunch of ignorant people. This is what you get for refusing to tell me about Zhuo Wen's whereabouts. However, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Sheng's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he looked at the group of Zhuo family clansmen blocking Joie Xiangding's path. Golden Dragon Spear Art. As he spoke, Lu Sheng threw the long spear in his hand and pushed the end of the spear with his right hand. With the support of his Yuan power, the golden long spear transformed into a giant spear shadow that was dozens of meters long. The blazing golden light covered the spear like a golden dragon. It cut through the void and swept towards the Zhuo family members. What a bunch of stubborn people. However, stubborn people don't live long. The Zhuo family is the best example. Lu Yuanhua's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile as he spoke lightly. Beside him, the ninth commandery princess's pretty face revealed a trace of pity. She did not expect that her third brother would want to destroy the Zhuo family just because of a spiritual treasure that could be repaired. The Zhuo family is finished, Su Chong said meaningfully. Whoosh. Chapter 190. Wrath of Zorwin Rumble. The five-colored energy ball silently flew over and finally collided with the golden long spear, following which a violent explosion resounded. Colorful lights exploded in the sky like fireworks. Kacha! Amidst such an intense explosion, the golden spear that cut across the sky with an imposing manner began to crumble. The golden glow on the spear's body also dimmed. It fell from the sky and finally pierced into the ground beside Lu Sheng's feet. It was as dull as ordinary metal. Looking at the dim spear at his feet, the smile on Lu Sheng's face instantly froze. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. The golden dragon spear art has been broken. Lu Sheng muttered to himself as he looked at the spear beside his feet in disbelief. On the deck, Lu Yuanhua and the others were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. They didn't think that Lu Sheng's golden dragon spear art would be broken by someone. Who is it? LV Yuanhua's expression darkened as he turned his head to look, only to see a black figure rapidly flying towards them from afar. The ninth commandery princess heaved a sigh of relief. She seemed to have guessed something. She turned her head and stared at the figure who was rushing towards them. She was worried. She gritted her teeth and murmured, "Could it be that guy? This place is so dangerous, and he still dares to come back." The one rushing over was Zhuowen. When he was 100 meters away, Zhuowen had already noticed that Lu Sheng's spear was heading straight for the Zhuo family. It was obvious that Lu Sheng wanted to kill them. Therefore, Zhuowen had already condensed an ice-fire spell and intercepted Lu Sheng's golden dragon spear art in the air. Whoosh! A figure suddenly tore through the void and quickly stopped on the martial arts practice field, revealing the delicate and pretty face of a young man. Is it really him? Why'd he come back now? The ninth commandery princess clenched her fists and stared at the young man below. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Su Chong, who had been paying attention to the ninth commandery princess, became even more jealous when he saw her reaction. He sneered and said to Lu Yuanhua, "Third master, the guy down there is Zhuowen." Oh, that inexplicable explosive attack just now should have been released by this brat. I didn't think that this brat could actually block Lu Sheng's golden dragon spear art. However, the strange thing is that his aura is only at the 7th stage of the corporeal yang realm. Lu Yuanhua frowned slightly and said in surprise, "Stage 7 of corporeal yang?" I remember that he had just reached the 5th stage of the corporeal yang realm a few days ago. I didn't see him for a few days, and he actually rose 2 levels. Lingju, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said in surprise. After Lingju said this, Lu Yuanhua, Su Mu, the ninth commandery princess, and Su Chong were all shocked. Especially Su Chong and the ninth commandery princess. They couldn't help but look at the young man below. When they felt that Zhuowen's aura was at the 7th stage of the corporeal yang realm, the surprise on their faces became even more intense. Elderling, this brat was really at the 5th stage of the corporeal yang realm a few days ago. Now he has risen 2 levels in just a few days. Lu Yuanhua frowned slightly and said, if it was said that he didn't care about Zhuowen at the beginning, now that he heard Lingju's words, he had to take it seriously. Even he couldn't achieve such a speed of rising 2 levels in a few days. Actually, this brat was only half a step into the corporeal yang realm a few days ago. However, he entered the profound understanding realm at that time, and his cultivation soared to the 5th stage of the corporeal yang realm. I'm afraid that the reason he could rise 2 levels in a few days must have something to do with the profound understanding realm. Lingju pondered for a while before speaking again. Profound understanding realm? This brat entered the profound understanding realm? Lu Yuanhua's pupils shrank. His right hand trembled as he stared at Lingju and asked. Regarding the mystic comprehending realm, LV Yuanhua was very clear about it. That realm was an existence that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. As long as one could enter this realm, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits to the warrior. In the house of Marquis Qin, among the younger generation, only his big brother and second brother had entered the profound understanding realm. Lu Yuanhua had never entered that realm. Now that he suddenly heard from Lingju that the ordinary youth had entered the profound understanding realm that even he had never entered, Lu Yuanhua naturally couldn't remain calm. Lu Yuanhua wasn't the only one who couldn't remain calm. Su Mu behind him also couldn't remain calm. In other words, Su Mu's expression was even more interesting than Lu Yuanhua's. Seeing the 2 young talents so shocked, Lingju sighed slightly and spoke again. Moreover, this brat stayed in the profound understanding realm for a full 4 hours. This means that this isn't the first time he has entered the profound understanding realm. Buzz, Lu Yuanhua and Su Mu's minds seemed to have been struck by lightning. They looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that this wasn't the first time Zhuowen had entered the profound understanding realm. If this was really the case, then Zhuowen's talent was too terrifying. Third Master, Zhuowen's talent is something that even this old man has never seen before. As long as this brat is given enough time, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a top expert. Therefore, it's best if Third Master doesn't go too far. Otherwise, if you offend such a genius with extremely high potential, I'm afraid the gains won't make up for the losses. Looking at Lu Yuanhua, who was somewhat moved, Lingju spoke up for Zhuowen. Let's wait and see first. If it's really as you say, this brat's talent is extremely high, then I can make an exception and let him join the house of Marquis Qin. However, if this brat still doesn't agree, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Sometimes just having talent alone is not enough. After all, there are many geniuses who die prematurely. One more won't make a difference. Lu Yuanhua's eyes flickered as he coldly snorted. On the training field, Zhuowen looked at Zhuo Xiangding, who was being supported by others, and cut an extremely sorry figure. Especially when he looked at the bloodstains on Zhuo Xiangding's face. A nameless fire burned fiercely in Zhuowen's chest. This was the first time he had seen his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding, in such a sorry state. Furthermore, he was certain that if he had not arrived in time, Zhuo Xiangding and the rest of the Zhuo family members would not have survived. This was the first time Zhuowen had felt such anger since his rebirth. Although he had not stayed in the Zhuo family for long, he had already unknowingly treated the Zhuo family as his home. Furthermore, he had long since decided to protect this home. However, just a moment ago, the home that he wanted to protect was almost destroyed. The feeling of watching something precious being destroyed was something that Zhuowen did not want to experience a second time. Lu Yuanhua, are you still a man? Since you're looking for me, why do you have to involve my clansmen? Could it be that everyone in the Marquis estate is so despicable? Zhuowen fiercely raised his head and stared fearlessly at the purple-robed man on the Chung Long as he shouted loudly. Once these words were spoken, the entire area immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. They did not expect that this little brat from a lowly city would dare to insult Lu Yuanhua, a descendant of the house of Marquis Qin. Could it be that Zhuowen had gone crazy? This little brat has guts. He actually dares to insult a descendant of the Marquis estate so bluntly. Sumu crossed his arms in front of his chest and could not help but laugh. Lu Yuanhua fiercely glared at Sumu, following which his expression turned cold as he looked at the youth below and coldly said, "Little brat, I will now give you two choices. First, kneel down and apologize to me and immediately submit to me. If you do, I may spare your life. Second, you'll naturally die." Zhuowen chuckled coldly and said, "Lu Yuanhua, your intelligence is even lower than a dog's. Since I dared to insult you to your face, do you think that I will submit to you?" Good. Lu Yuanhua's face instantly turned a ghastly green as he said several good words. "Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. Lu Sheng, slaughter this little brat for me." Below, Lu Sheng slightly bowed and shot an unfriendly glance at Zhuowen. He chuckled and said, "Little brat, those who offend the third master never have a good ending. You and your clan will soon disappear from this world. Therefore, you should enjoy the few remaining days that you have left. You are merely a dog of the Marquis' mansion. What right do you have to lecture me? You are the one who almost killed the members of the Zhuo family. Therefore, you can forget about seeing the sun tomorrow." Zhuowen stood up and coldly stared at Lu Sheng. "Arrogant brat, you are still so arrogant even when you are about to die." Lu Sheng's face instantly darkened. Soon after, he lifted the long spear by his feet and fiercely stomped on the ground. In an instant, countless spear shadows danced and countless forces flew toward Zhuowen. "I have said that you will pay the price." Traces of killing intent rose in Zhuowen's eyes, following which he stomped on the ground, and a thick black flame instantly wrapped around his body. Finally, a sinister-looking black armor condensed on the surface of his body. Bang, bang, bang. With a light step, Zhuowen's body was like an agile monkey as he dodged Lu Sheng's spear shadows. Soon after, the powerful mental energy in his Naiwen palace instantly transformed into a needle shape and fiercely shot towards Lu Sheng. During the process of studying the 1,000-yen scripture, Zhuowen's mental energy had also reached the level of perfect second grade. He was only one step away from reaching the level of perfect third grade. It could be said that Zhuowen's mental energy was already extremely powerful. Lu Sheng clearly did not expect that Zhuowen had mental energy. Caught off guard, the long needle formed by mental energy drilled between his eyebrows, causing him to be momentarily stunned. Good chance. Zhuowen also did not expect that Lu Sheng would fall for his attack so easily. Evidently, Lu Sheng did not take Zhuowen seriously. Therefore, he did not have the slightest bit of defense against Zhuowen's mental energy attack and was directly hit. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Sheng was in a daze, Zhuo Wen's foot suddenly stomped on the ground. After leaving behind a blazing black flame on the ground, he turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Lu Shang. The black armor on Zhuo Wen's body was covered with sinister-looking bone spikes. At first glance, he looked like a killing machine. If he was touched by these bone spikes, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Zhuo Wen approached Lu Shang. His elbow easily smashed into the former's chest. The bone spikes on his elbow pierced through Lu Shang's chest and came out from his back. At the same time, Zhuo Wen's knee slammed upwards, causing Lu Shang's body to curl up. Following which, Zhuo Wen's right leg turned and viciously smashed into Lu Shang's arched back. Rumble. The huge force instantly sent Lu Shang crashing into the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. Chapter 191. Attention Li Yuanhua and the others on the deck were stunned when they saw Lu Shang being smashed into the deep pit by Zhuo Wen. They did not expect Lu Shang, who was already at the perfect human king stage, to be reduced to such a miserable state in an instant. On the other hand, the members of the Zhuo family on the training field fell into a strange silence. They had seen for themselves just how strong Lu Shang was. After all, even Zhuo Xiangding, who possessed a middle-grade soul treasure, was no match for him. But now, Lu Shang, who was incomparably valiant just a moment ago, was actually beaten down by the youth in front of them with a single move. This result immediately caused many of the clan members to feel that it was unreal. However, even more of them stared at the tall and straight figure standing in the distance with eyes filled with fanaticism. It seems that this old man has underestimated Zhuo Wen. With Zhuo Beitian's support, Zhuo Xiangding also witnessed the shocking scene from before. Looking at Zhuo Wen's back, a trace of pride suddenly appeared on his face because the young man before him was his, Zhuo Xiangding's, grandson. Damn brat, I want you dead. A roar suddenly surged out from the huge pit. Lu Shang struggled to get out of the huge pit. However, Zhuo Wen wouldn't give Lu Shang any chance. He knew very well that he was able to succeed by luck just now because Lu Shang didn't put him in his eyes, so he didn't guard against Zhuo Wen's sudden spiritual attack. If Lu Shang had been prepared, it would have been very difficult for Zhuo Wen to succeed. Then, Zhuo Wen wouldn't have been able to launch that series of attacks. Boom! Lu Shang punched the ground and stared at the young man in front of him with a ferocious expression. He let out a beast-like roar and stomped his foot. His entire body shot towards Zhuo Wen like an arrow leaving the bow. Just as Lu Shang was about to approach Zhuo Wen, he was shocked to discover that the latter's mouth had revealed a strange smile. Soon after, Lu Shang clearly heard Zhuo Wen's voice ring in his ear. My spiritual attacks are different from other arcanists. That's because I have 2 portions of spiritual power. That's why there's still a portion of spiritual power between your eyebrows that hasn't been activated yet. Lu Shang's eyes suddenly bulged, and his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of needles. Soon after, he suddenly realized that a sharp tinnitus had unknowingly started to ring in his ears. At this moment, he felt as if his head was about to split open. He actually stopped once again when he was about a meter away from Zhuo Wen, and his gaze instantly became lifeless. This time, you lost because of your carelessness. If you were on guard against me, you wouldn't have been taken advantage of by my spiritual power. But now you're dead meat. Zhuo Wen murmured softly. His gaze suddenly became fierce. Immediately after, Zhuo Wen skillfully activated the holy symbol of icy fire and quickly fused it into an icy fire bomb overflowing with energy. The moment Lu Shang woke up, Zhuo Wen unceremoniously threw the icy firebomb in his hand at Lu Shang's body. Boom! A huge explosion rang out violently. Then, the space burst into countless splendors as if countless fireworks had been set off. The huge fluctuations even set off violent gales in the martial arts practice field. It was as if countless blades were tearing apart everything in the area. Bang! When the splendor gradually faded, a figure flew out like a butterfly with broken wings. Finally, he suddenly fell 100 meters away and smashed a huge pit in the thick ground. Pucci, lying in the huge pit, Lu Sheng's entire body was dripping with blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. The thick armor on his body had been torn apart, revealing the wounds inside. Ding! 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 Zhuowen walked slowly to the huge pit and looked down at Lu Sheng, who was lying on his back in the pit. His face was full of indifference. I said that you won't see the sun tomorrow. Now, I'm keeping my word. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and unceremoniously grabbed Lu Sheng's neck. He lifted Lu Sheng off the ground and then said coldly to Lu Yuanhua, who was on the Chunglong. Lu Sheng's face was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. At this moment, he was coughing up blood continuously. His eyes were dim. Obviously, his injuries were quite serious. At this moment, he was lifted in the air by Zhuowen with one hand. His pale cheeks were flushed red, and his eyes revealed a trace of humiliation. He was a dignified warrior in the complete human king realm, and also the guard captain of the house of Marquis Qin. At this moment, he was defeated by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Undoubtedly, his arrogant dignity was severely challenged. Seeing Lu Sheng being lifted by Zhuowen with one hand and being unable to resist, the scene fell silent again. Whether it was the members of the Zhuo family in the martial art practice field, or the lofty Lu Yuanhua and the others on the Chunglong, they all looked at Zhuowen. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely strange. Zhuowen, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Lu Sheng's eyes were scarlet red. He was like a crazy demon. Being lifted by a brat who was still wet behind the ears with one hand was a serious insult to his dignity. Therefore, Lu Sheng had lost his mind and roared crazily. Is that so? Since you want to kill me so much, I won't let a tiger go back to the mountain. Therefore, I can only kill you first. Zhuowen's eyes suddenly turned cold. He exerted a little force with his right hand and immediately caused Lu Sheng to cough. Stop! Zhuowen, Lu Sheng is the captain of the guards under my command. If you dare to kill him, you and the Zhuo family will not be spared. Lu Yuanhua's face was full of shock. He also noticed the trace of viciousness in Zhuowen's eyes. He was afraid that Zhuowen wanted to kill Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was one of his few trusted subordinates, and also his right-hand man. He did not want to lose such an important person because of this. Zhuowen, stop. There is no need to make a big deal out of this. Otherwise, it will be really unnecessary if we fight to the death. The ninth commandery princess suddenly spoke at this moment. She stared at the young man below, and her beautiful eyes were full of complex emotions. Even she did not expect things to turn out this way. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly came from Lu Sheng's neck. Lu Sheng's head suddenly drooped strangely. Everyone was shocked and looked at Zhuowen, who had broken Lu Sheng's neck. They could not believe their eyes. Everyone was so silent that they could hear a pin drop. In front of everyone, Zhuowen's face was indifferent. He swung his hand and threw Lu Sheng's body away. Patter! Lu Sheng's body fell exactly 3 meters away from Lu Yuanhua. His head was strangely twisted and his eyes were wide open. He died with grievances. Zhuowen coldly glanced at the ninth commandery princess, who was still in a daze. He said indifferently, Your Highness, you are right. When Lu Yuanhua wanted to kill the Zhuo family, it was already a situation where we would fight to the death. When Lu Sheng made his move, did the princess say anything to stop him? Now that you saw your own people's lives being threatened, you said something to stop him. Aren't you being too partial? Hearing this, the ninth commandery princess's cheeks suddenly turned red. She clenched her fists tightly, and her watery eyes became misty. Surprisingly, she did not refute. She knew that she was ultimately responsible for the current situation. If she hadn't taken out the violet gold door to make a bet with Zhuowen, there wouldn't have been such a situation where one of them had to die. Zhuowen, you have successfully angered me. How dare you kill my guard captain in front of me? If I don't kill you today, my surname is not Lu. Lu Yuanhua's eyes were filled with anger and coldness. He stared at Zhuowen and said word by word. When Lu Yuanhua spat out the last word, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body. This aura was far more powerful than Lu Sheng's. It was like a 1,000-foot mountain that suddenly suppressed Zhuowen. As the pressure approached, Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. With a muffled groan, he took a dozen steps back. Looking at LV Yuanhua, who had an ice-cold expression on the Chonglong, Zhuowen said in shock, "Perfect Earth King stage." The moment Zhuowen exclaimed, the faces of the Zhuo family members in the martial arts practice field changed drastically. They stared in horror at the tall figure on the Cheng dragon and the suffocating aura that was released by this figure. Creak! Under the pressure of such a powerful aura, Zhuo Wen's knees suddenly bent. Soon after, his eyes turned scarlet red as he forcefully resisted the pressure. The bones in his entire body continuously emitted creaking sounds as if they were under heavy pressure. What a stubborn person! Seeing that Zhuowen did not kneel under the pressure of his aura, the coldness in Lu Yuanhua's eyes became even more intense. The pressure of the aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the ground that Zhuowen was standing on exploded from the pressure. The yuan power in Zhuowen's body frantically revolved as he stubbornly resisted the pressure of the aura that made him unable to move. It was only now that he completely understood how big the gap between the human king stage and the earth king stage was. The current Zhuowen, even with the ice-fire sacred symbol as his trump card, was only comparable to an ordinary human king stage practitioner. The reason why Lu Sheng was so easily dealt with by him was due to his mental energy. In addition, Lu Sheng had underestimated him and was not on guard against him. As a result, Zhuowen suffered a great loss. This was the first time Zhuowen had witnessed the strength of an Earth King realm martial artist. Even Zhuowen was secretly shocked by the oppressive and suffocating aura. "Kid, do you need this Dragon Lord's help?" With the help of the Spirit Restoration Flower, this Dragon Lord's soul origin has recovered quite a bit. "Naturally, I can lend you some strength now." Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Don't make a move first. I want to see how big the gap is between me and an Earth King stage practitioner. If it really comes to a point of life and death, I can only rely on you. But now is not the time," Zhuowen said with a firm gaze as beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. He knew that there would be many young experts like Lu Yuanhua in the Vitality Tower battle 2 years later. Therefore, Zhuowen wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Lu Yuanhua. What a stubborn kid. However, it's up to you. It may not be a bad thing for you to experience more of this kind of situation. Xiao Hei's helpless voice sounded in his mind. "Are you still not going to kneel? In that case, go to hell." Lu Yuanhua's eyes flickered as he grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Chapter 192. True ice fire. Looking at the approaching golden palm, Zhuowen showed no fear on his face. Instead, he was terrifyingly calm. In fact, under this calm, there was even a trace of fanaticism. Although it seems like I'm overestimating myself, I really want to see if I can withstand the full force attack of a cultivator at the Perfection Earth King stage with my current strength. The crazed look in Zhuowen's eyes grew even more intense as a surging battle intent rose from within his body. If he wanted to measure the gap between him and Lu Yuanhua, he could only do so by fighting with all his might. Whoosh! With a sudden clench of his left hand, one could see the black-colored armor on the surface of Zhuowen's body slowly disappear. It gathered on his left hand and transformed into a strange, skull-shaped black flame. It was the Nirvana demon flame. At the same time, Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the holy rune of ice on the back of his hand flashed out again. Endless, icy, blue-cold air suddenly surged out and turned into a miniature blue eyeball in his palm. This was the cold air of the Heaven Fiend Nethereye. Is this kid planning to use the real ice fire? I wonder if the real ice fire will be able to withstand Lu Yuanhua's all-out attack. Xiao Hei muttered to himself in the depths of his sea of consciousness as he looked at the situation outside. When the skull covered in black flames and the cold blue eyeball appeared on Zhuowen's hands at the same time, an extremely strange energy fluctuation immediately spread out. This fluctuation had both a blazing high temperature and a cold low chill, as if the entire space was in a world of ice and fire at the same time. This is that move. The 9th Commandery Princess and Lingzhu looked at each other. They suddenly recalled the time when Zhuowen used ice fire to completely defeat Ying Hualan during the competition for places. The scene now was so similar to that time. Lingzhu frowned and said, "It seems that the power of this guy's move is many times stronger than the last time. Moreover, the two energies of ice and fire in his hands don't seem ordinary either." The ninth commandery princess bit her cherry lips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she looked down at the young man who was holding the Nirvana demon flame in his left hand and the heaven fiend cold air in his right hand. She sighed and said, "Why is this guy so stubborn? Even if his current move is powerful, the gap between him and third brother is too big. If they fight, he has no chance of winning. One overconfident fellow. He actually chose to fight head-on with third master. I'm afraid that even his corpse will be blasted into smithereens later." Su Chang's eyes were filled with schadenfreude as he laughed coldly. Originally, with his status and arrogant character, he would not care about Zhuowen, who was from the Zhuo family in a low-level city. To the Baichuan Marquis Mansion, the Zhuo family, and even the Rattan Armor City were like ants. Therefore, he always felt superior when facing Zhuowen. However, the ninth commandery princess' unique attitude towards Zhuowen and the great talent and strength that Zhuowen had displayed caused Su Chang, who was not very broad-minded, to involuntarily become jealous. As this jealousy grew stronger, it became a killing intent. What a pity! This guy has character and talent. If it was not for offending brother Yuan Hua, I'm afraid that even I would want to recruit him into the Baichuan Marquis Mansion. However, it seems that this guy is going to die. Su Mu crossed his arms and shook his head regretfully. Is this the last struggle before death? However, I can clearly tell you that this is all in vain. Today, not only will you die, but your family will also be buried with you. Suppress him. The high and mighty Lu Yuanhua also saw the ice and fire energy in Zhuowen's hands. A trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. He snorted coldly and pressed his right hand down again. The golden palm above the void swelled a little more, and a ferocious aura immediately leaked out. The people could even clearly see the crisscrossing lines on the golden palm. Seeing that the golden palm was about to fall on Zhuowen, all the members of the Zhuo family in the martial arts practice field showed a look of despair. Even Zhuo Xiangding's face turned gloomy. They clearly knew the huge gap between the earthly king realm and the human king realm. The gap was as huge as a moat. Even though Zhuowen had killed Lu Sheng, Lu Yuanhua and Lu Sheng were not at the same level. The former was simply too strong. Whoosh. A strange sound suddenly erupted from Zhuowen's hands. Then, his hands turned into afterimages in the air and quickly came together. The moment they came together, endless five-colored sparks exploded. As the sparks flew in all directions, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly rose from the young man's palm. This aura was like a giant beast that was gradually falling into a deep slumber. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire space. At the same time, a five-color ball floated above Zhuowen's right palm. The moment the ice-fire explosion was completed, the golden palm above the void was already less than 100 meters away from Zhuowen. Holding the ice-fire explosion in his hand, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with madness. Then he suddenly swung his right hand. The ice-fire explosion was suffused with a five-colored luster. It cut through the void and fiercely collided with the golden palm. In an instant, the ice fireball and the golden palm collided fiercely in the air. The ice fireball shrank and suddenly expanded. Following that, countless sparks burst out from the sphere like a meteor shower. An uncontrollable explosion instantly exploded in the void. Boom! Destructive energy spread out from the empty space, causing ripples to form in the empty space. The huge Chenglong ship, which was the closest to it, began to tremble violently as the ripples spread out. Everyone on the deck was unable to stand steadily due to this tremor. Crack! A clear and ear-piercing sound suddenly reverberated throughout the entire empty space. Everyone's gazes shot towards the source of the sound. Soon after, these gazes were shocked to see traces of cracks appearing on the surface of the enormous golden palm in the empty space. As the ice fire continued to explode, these cracks were also spreading at a terrifying speed. Boom! After the final explosion, the huge golden palm in the void began to crumble inch by inch. Finally, it scattered a golden glow and disappeared into the void. Silence began to slowly spread and finally filled the entire space. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared blankly at the golden palm that had already turned into a golden glow drip. The sound of water dripping to the ground rang out. LV Yuanhua stiffly lowered his head and discovered that a wound had appeared on his palm. Cherry-red blood slowly dripped from the wound, gathering into a small pool of blood on the deck. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone on the deck was also attracted by the sound of water droplets. Their gazes simultaneously gathered on LV Yuanhua's palm. When they discovered that the sound of water droplets was actually blood dripping from the wound on the former's palm, the deck once again became silent. The third master is actually injured. Su Chang's hands trembled slightly as he uttered these words. The pupils of the ninth commandery princess and Lingju suddenly shrank. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They did not expect that Lu Yuanhua would actually be injured in the confrontation just now. Although it looked like a superficial wound, Lu Yuanhua's opponent was a young man who had not even reached the human king realm. Su Mu's expression finally became serious. Looking at the wound on Lu Yuanhua's hand, Su Mu's eyes flickered. Then he squinted his eyes and sized up the young man below. No one knew what he was thinking. Below, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he staggered back more than 10 meters. After drawing a deep dent in the ground, he completely stopped. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands were badly mutilated due to the huge recoil of the ice flame. The backlash of the true ice fire technique is still very strong. Right now, I only have less than a tenth of my yuan qi left. But now that I've unleashed my full strength, its might has exceeded my expectations. It can actually shatter the full strength attack of a perfect earthly king stage martial artist. At this moment, Zhuowen completely ignored the injuries on his body. Instead, he was muttering to himself with a fanatical expression. Right now, your condition is much better than the last time you used the ice flame. Obviously, the recoil of the ice flame will become weaker as your strength increases. According to my estimation, once you reach the human king realm, it will not be so strenuous for you to use the real ice flame. Xiaohei's voice sounded in his mind again. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head and looked at the Chunglong in the sky. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the deck. You are actually able to injure me. No wonder Lu Sheng was defeated by you. It seems like his defeat was not unjust. However, the stronger you are, the stronger my desire to kill you will be. Today you must die. At this point, Lu Yuanhua's eyes emitted a chilling light. At this moment, he no longer underestimated the young man in front of him. Being able to injure him with the cultivation of the corporeal yang stage already showed how terrifying the talent of the young man in front of him was. However, since he had already formed a grudge with Zhuowen, he had to completely strangle this genius, who could possibly become an expert in the future in the cradle. Therefore, the killing intent in LV Yuanhua's heart had already reached its peak. Zhuowen did not reply. Instead, he covered his chest and secretly guarded against Lu Yuanhua's actions. He knew that in his current condition, if Lu Yuanhua launched another attack, he would not be able to withstand it. Xiaohei, it seems like I will have to rely on you later. Zhuowen whispered to Xiaohei. Hee, don't worry. If that brat Lu Yuanhua dares to attack you, with my current spirit origin, I will be able to protect your life. I can even help you kill him. Xiaohei's unique and lascivious laughter sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Chapter 193. Arcane Guild Whoosh. A figure swept over like a meteor and finally stopped above the training ground. He looked up at Lu Yuanhua and said, Young Master Lu, please show mercy. Zhuowen is a member of our Arcane Guild. For the sake of our Arcane Guild, I hope young Master Lu will let Zhuowen go. This figure was tall, with white hair and a long white beard fluttering in the wind. It was Master Karaki who had followed Zhuan here. At this time, Master Karaki was wearing a black and white robe. There were 3 golden stripes on the chest of the robe, emitting a dazzling light. Zhuan narrowed his eyes. The robe that Master Karaki was wearing was the uniform of an arcanist. Only arcanists who passed the Arcana test could receive this special robe from the Arcana Guild. This kind of robe was not ordinary clothing, but a special kind of spirit treasure. Its defensive power was almost no weaker than a warrior's own armor, and its effects were even richer. The stripes on the chest of the robe represented the arcanist's rank. Master Karaki's robe had 3 stripes, which meant that he was a rank 3 arcanist. A rank 3 Arcana Master? Lu Yuanhua's eyes narrowed slightly. He had also noticed the stripes on Grandmaster Tsang Mu's long robes. His eyebrows furrowed as he continued. Although this person has quite strong mental energy, if you want to claim that he is a member of the Arcane Guild, you will need to provide the corresponding proof. After all, words alone are not enough. When Zhuowen saw Grandmaster Kuraki floating in the air, he knew that Grandmaster Kuraki had come to help him out of this predicament. However, Zhuowen was a little confused because Grandmaster Kuraki was only a 3rd rank Arcana Master. It would be very difficult for LV Yuanhua to give him face. If it was a 4th rank Arcana Master, LV Yuanhua might give him face, but a 3rd rank Arcana Master wasn't enough. However, when Zhuowen heard Grandmaster Kuraki mention the Arcane Guild, he understood the former's plan. The House of Marquis Qin was the most powerful force in Muqin County. Neither the Zhua family nor Rattan Armor City could afford to offend such a behemoth. The only thing that could make the House of Marquis Qin afraid was the most mysterious Arcane Guild. If Zhuowen remembered correctly, Master Karaki seemed to be a member of the Arcane Guild. However, what puzzled Zhuowen was that he had never seen the Arcane Guild before, nor had he passed the Arcane test. The current Zhuowen should not be considered a member of the Arcane Guild yet. However, Zhuowen since Master Karaki, Zhuowen was the Arcana Studio Guild, Lu. After young Master Karaki, Lu Elen's Master Lich Qin. Qin Master Karaki. Lich was lame to Elen's Lu Studio. Master Lu Nen Luro Studio Elen Nung Elen Lich Nen Lu Nen. Lu Master Lu Lich. Elen? This is Lich Master Nen is none. Master Lane. Elen is Master. You're just a little 3rd level Arcanist. How can you have such a Jade token? Lu Yuanhua's pupil shrank. He seemed to have recognized the Jade token in Grandmaster Karaki's hand and could not help but ask in horror. Young Master Lu, you don't have to care about where this Jade token came from. Since this Jade token is in my hands, then I represent the Vice President of the Arcane Guild in Broken Rock City. Since I'm the Vice President, I still have the power to appoint an Arcanist as a member of the Guild. Speaking of this, Grandmaster Kuraki suddenly stopped. He looked straight at Lu Yuanhua with a sharp gaze and said indifferently, "Or is it that young Master Lu would rather be the enemy of our Arcane Guild and kill Zhuowen on the spot? As the descendant of the House of Marquis Qin, young Master Lu should be very clear about the consequences if you kill an official Arcanist for no reason, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanhua's face froze and suddenly became quite ugly. He knew that once this matter involved the Arcane Guild, even if he was the direct descendant of Marquis Qin, he was afraid that it would become complicated and difficult to deal with. Zhuowen, you're really lucky. You're actually related to the Arcane Guild. I'll let you go for today, but I heard that you're going to participate in the Battle of the Tower of Vitality in 2 years. Let's meet again in 2 years. At that time, perhaps no one can protect you. Glancing again at the Jade token in Grandmaster Kuraki's hand, Lu Yuanhua knew that it was impossible to kill Zhuowen today. He could only snort coldly and leave the Zhua family with the 9th Commandery Princess and the others. The 9th Commandery Princess glanced at him again before she left. Her eyes were full of complex emotions and a trace of guilt. Looking at Lu Yuanhua and the others who chose to leave in the end, Zhuowen and the Zhua family sighed softly. Zhuowen knew that although he could still borrow the power of Xiao He, even if he relied on Xiao He's power to kill Lu Yuanhua, it would only make him offend the entire house of Marquis Qin. With his current strength and foundation, he was just like an ant to the house of Marquis Qin. If the house of Marquis Qin wanted to kill him and his family, it would be as easy as killing an ant. My strength is still too weak. This time, if Grandmaster Karaki didn't use the Arcane Guild to help me out, I'm afraid I would have to fight Lu Yuanhua. Whether I win or lose this battle, I will completely offend the house of Marquis Qin. At that time, the Zhua family may be exterminated because of this. Clenching his fists, Zhuan's mouth showed a trace of a bitter smile. He knew that the reason why he was in such a situation today was that he was too weak and his foundation was too weak. Boy, don't be too discouraged. The Battle of the Tower of Vitality in 2 years is your chance to soar. According to what this Dragon Lord knows, as long as you can enter the top 100 in the Yuan Energy Tower battle, you will gain the attention of Muqin Marquis. At that time, even if LV Yuanhua hates you, I'm afraid that Muqin Marquis will not allow it. After all, losing a genius is a huge loss for Muqin County. Moreover, your goal is to enter Jia Shen Academy. If you can successfully enter Jia Shen Academy, not to mention the small house of Marquis Qin, even the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, Emperor Qing, will not dare to offend you. Therefore, the stronger you are, the safer your family will be. In his mind, Xiaohei also knew that Zhuan was a little depressed at this time and comforted him. Zhuan nodded slightly. A trace of determination suddenly burst out from his eyes. Xiaohei was right. As long as he was strong, the safety of the Zhua family would be guaranteed. Zhuan, are you okay? Grandmaster Karaki slowly descended from the sky and came to Zhuan's side in a step, looking quite nervous. At the same time, Zhua Xiangding, Zhua Baitian, and the other members of the Zhua family also gathered around, their eyes full of concern. Shaking his head slightly, Zhuan smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just a little injury." Grandmaster Karaki was quite nervous as he checked Zhuan's injuries. After confirming that the latter's injuries were not too serious, he sighed softly and then frowned. "How did you offend the people of the house of Marquis Qin? This kind of huge monster is not something that your Zhua family can afford to offend." The corners of Zhua Wen's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he briefly explained the entire situation. After Grandmaster Karaki finished listening, he softly sighed and said, "It seems like this matter is not your fault. Fortunately, this old man has this jade token. Otherwise, even if this old man intervened, it would be impossible for LV Yuanhua to retreat." Looking at the jade token in Grandmaster Karaki's hand, Zhuan asked curiously, "Grandmaster Karaki, are you really the vice president of the Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild? Do you think that a mere third-grade arcanist like me can become the vice president of the Arcane Guild's branch? To tell you the truth, this jade token was left behind by a close friend of this old man." At this point, Grandmaster Karaki's eyelids drooped slightly, revealing a trace of despondency. It was obvious that he had recalled some sad past. Seeing Grandmaster Karaki like this, Zhuan did not say anything more. He knew that there was probably some unbearable past on this jade token. "Since you're fine, this old man will not stay any longer. However, you still have to be careful of Lu Yuanhua. Although this old man used the Arcane Guild to suppress him this time, with this person's character, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for him to let this matter go. Also, from tomorrow onwards, you can come to this old man's trade fair. This old man will teach you the technique of making crystals." After gently patting Zhuan's shoulder, Grandmaster Kuraki waved his long sleeves, and a powerful mental energy lifted him up. With a whoosh, he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. As soon as Grandmaster Kuraki left, Zhua Xiangding, who had been waiting by the side, approached Zhuan. With the help of Zhua Xiangding arrived in front of Zhuan. His old face was somewhat ashamed as he said, "Zhuan, it's all grandfather's fault for being useless. Every time there's a family problem, I have to rely on you to solve it." Looking at the haggard old man in front of him, Zhuan's heart softened. He said gently, "Grandfather, what are you saying? I'm also a member of the Joie family. Should I not step forward when the Joie family is in trouble? Good, good. As expected of my good grandson. Grandfather was going to pass on the position of patriarch to you in a few days, but your grandfather was incompetent. The gravity tower was taken away by someone else. At this point, Zhuo Xiangbing let out a long sigh. His face was full of shame and helplessness. Gravity tower? Don't worry, grandfather. Grandson will definitely take back the gravity tower. Moreover, the humiliation that our Zhuo family suffered today will be returned to Lu Yuanhua. At this point, Zhuowen tilted his head and looked at the Chenglong that was gradually disappearing into the distance. His eyes were full of determination and unyielding. Late at night, the pitch-black curtain of night covered the entire sky like dark clouds that covered the sun. In a spacious loft in the city lord's mansion, Lu Yuanhua violently smashed the teacup in his hand and said coldly, "Who would have thought that the vice president of Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild would pop up in the end? If it weren't for the Arcane Guild, I would have personally crippled that arrogant kid Zhuowen." Chapter 194. Sit off. Ever since Lu Yuanhua found out that Zhuowen was a member of the Arcane Guild, he had given up on finding trouble with Zhuowen. Instead, he had been staying in the city lord's mansion, silently preparing to unseal the primordial cavern a month later. As the rumors of the ancient cave mansion spread, Tengjia City became more and more lively. Many factions knew that the ancient cave mansion would open in a month's time, so they were all rubbing their hands as they waited for the opening of the ancient cave mansion. The ancient cave abode was a temptation to anyone. After all, everyone knew that in the ancient era, the martial Dao was much more prosperous than it was now. There were countless experts, and experts who could open up cave dwellings were all big shots. Therefore, the cave dwellings of such experts would naturally contain countless treasures. For these factions, as long as they could obtain a little benefit from it, it would be extremely precious to them. Compared to the bustling outside, Zhuowen's life had indeed become exceptionally quiet. For the past month, Zhuowen had been going to the trading center almost every day to learn the method of refining crystals from Master Karaki. With Zhuowen's current level 2 mental strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to refine crystals. After all, the trick to refining crystals was to precisely control one's mental strength, then mix dozens of medicinal herbs and use a fierce fire to refine the medicinal liquid. Finally, use one's mental strength to melt the refined medicinal liquid into the origin nucleus. The elemental beast's elemental core was the main material of the elemental crystal, while the herbs were supplementary materials. As long as one followed the method in the secret recipe given by Master Karaki, the possibility of failure was very small. In just 5 days, Zhuowen was able to rely on his own ability to refine grade 1 origin crystals, such as blood-chi crystals, with spiritual crystals and other basic grade 1 auxiliary origin crystals. This speed really surprised Grandmaster Karaki. Thus, his teaching of Zhuowen became even more meticulous, almost to the point of teaching by word and example. In the past month, apart from learning how to make crystals from Grandmaster Karaki, Zhuowen had also been practicing the 10,000 evolution scripture. With his first experience of dividing his mental strength, the following practice was not too difficult for Zhuowen. His mental strength had also been divided into 8 parts. However, the deeper Zhuowen cultivated, the more he felt that the 10,000 amplification scripture was not ordinary. As his mental strength continued to divide, Zhuowen felt that the mental strength in his Naiwan Palace was increasing at a terrifying speed. Originally, Zhuowen's spiritual strength had just reached the complete level 2 not long ago. Now, after a month of continuous cultivation of the myriad evolution scripture, his spiritual strength actually had an opportunity to make a breakthrough. According to Zhuowen's estimation, in another month, his spiritual strength would very likely smoothly enter level 3. Of course, if he had some spiritual medicine that could increase his spiritual strength, Zhuowen could immediately break through to level 3. In addition to the improvement of his spiritual strength, Zhuowen's martial cultivation was also slowly increasing. Although the progress was not great, he still managed to advance another level in the past month, reaching corporeal yang stage 8. At the same time, Zhuowen did not hide his intention to enter the ancient cave mansion from Grandmaster Kuraki and Zhuoxiangding. Although the two of them were not at ease with Zhuowen entering the ancient cave mansion, they had no choice but to agree under Zhuowen's unyielding attitude. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the past few days, Rot-Tan Armor City had become quite quiet in the past month. Obviously, this was only the calm before the storm. Time quietly flew by amidst this tranquility. After a month had passed, the quiet Vine Armor City once again bustled with activity when the morning light of the second day scattered across the land. Quite a number of factions had also become aware of the location of the ancient cave. All of them impatiently hurried towards the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. On this day, Lu Yuanhua and the others, who had been staying in the City Lord's mansion for the past month, led the men of the House of Marquis Qin towards the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Following the men of the House of Marquis Qin were the men of the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion led by Su Mu, as well as the men of Marquis Yongsheng who had arrived in Rot-Tan Armor City in the past month. Marquis Yongsheng had sent a 25-year-old man with an indifferent expression. His strength was around the Earth King stage. It was said that he was the son of a general in Marquis Yongsheng's estate and could be considered a genius with some fame in the province. While all the forces were rushing towards the depths of the Annihilation Forest, in the front yard of the Zhuo family's residence, Zhuowen was also surrounded by the men of the Zhuo family. He was ready to set off. "Zhuowen, be careful. Your life is the most important." Zhuo Xiangding patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said worriedly, "Don't worry, grandfather." Zhuowen smiled and greeted the other clan members one by one. Without the slightest hesitation, he once again waved to everyone and turned around to leave. Looking at Zhuowen's back, Zhuo Xiangding and the rest were worried, but there was still a proud smile on their faces. They knew that with Zhuowen's potential, if he continued to stay in the family and cultivate, it would become a kind of restraint. Only by going through hardships could Zhuowen become a true expert. The ancient cave mansion this time was obviously the best opportunity for him to hone his skills. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with the Annihilation Forest, or rather, he was very familiar with it. After all, Zhuowen was chased by the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance through the entire Annihilation Forest. In the end, he had no choice but to jump into the Heaven Fiend Netherworld Eye. Rot-Tan Armor City was a day's journey from the Annihilation Forest. Therefore, when Zhuowen reached the edge of the Annihilation Forest, the sky had already darkened, and he could vaguely see the bonfire in the distance. The bonfire was like a sky full of stars, and one could not see the end of it. It was obvious that the number of people who had entered the Annihilation Forest had reached a terrifying level. It seems that the attraction of this ancient cave mansion is indeed very enticing. It actually attracted so many warriors. After muttering to himself, Zhuowen's expression became increasingly vigilant. He knew that the people who had entered the ancient cave mansion this time were basically groups formed by warriors from some factions. These groups had a large number of people, and a small number of people had 3 to 4 people. Groups like these were very common along the way. However, there were almost no lone wolves like Zhuowen. Therefore, along the way, Zhuowen naturally attracted the strange gazes of many groups. Especially when they saw that Zhuowen was only a teenager, the strange gazes in their eyes became even more surprised. Of course, among these strange gazes, there was no lack of people with bad intentions. Zhuowen knew that a lone wolf like him was the easiest target. After all, there were many different factions entering the Annihilation Forest this time. Occasionally, there would be a few factions who wanted to enter the ancient cave mansion. However, if they could rob some weaker factions along the way, it would naturally be the icing on the cake. Zhuowen naturally had to be on guard against these black sheep mixed in with the numerous cultivators. After all, he appeared to be alone and weak right now, making him the easiest target for others. In order to avoid trouble, while Zhuowen was secretly on guard, he also tried his best to make his figure appear undetectable in the night. After passing through a thicket, Zhuowen came to a dirt road. Looking at the dirt road, Zhuowen's face revealed a relaxed expression. If his memory was correct, if he followed this dirt road, he would be able to reach the Heaven Fiendark Eye after passing through 2 thickets. Zhuowen knew that many factions must have gathered at the Heaven Fiendark Eye. Powerful factions like the 3 marquises of the province were probably already waiting there. "Kid, you seem to have been targeted." Just as Zhuowen was about to take a step forward, Xiao Hei's gloating voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Are we being targeted?" Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, he heard the rustling of leaves behind him. Then, 6 figures slowly appeared in Zhuowen's line of sight. Yo, his luck was really quite good. He was actually able to meet a guy who was alone here. "Kid, you look like you're only 15 or 16 years old. You actually dared to enter the Annihilation Forest. Don't tell me you are also here for the ancient cave mansion?" The tall figure in the lead slowly walked in and stopped at a spot not far from Zhuowen. He stared at Zhuowen and chuckled. The moment this person spoke, the other 5 figures behind him immediately burst into laughter. Clearly, when they saw that Zhuowen was a young man, they knew that the kid in front of them, whom they saw as prey, would not be a threat to them. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. After staring at the 6 people for a while, an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on his face. This was because he realized that the 6 people in front of him, who saw him as prey, were pitifully weak. The tall figure in the lead was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He was the strongest among the 6, but his strength was only at the 7th stage of the corporeal yang stage. The other 5 people's strength was even worse. Most of them were at the initial stage of the corporeal yang stage. With Zhuowen's current strength, he only needed 1 move to defeat the 6 of them. Just as the 6 of them were about to say something ruthless, Zhuowen spoke first. "Are you guys here to rob?" The 6 people were stunned. They did not expect the young man in front of them to steal their lines. For a moment, the 6 of them stared at each other and did not say a word. In the end, it was still the scar-faced man who spoke first. He cleared his throat and struck a pose that he thought was arrogant. He said sternly, "At least you know what's good for you. Since you're frightened by my handsomeness, then quickly hand over your Chinkoan pouch." Looking at the scar man's question, Zhuowen sneered. The 6 people in front of him were not a threat to him, so he did not plan to waste time on them. Chapter 195. To be rescued. Bang, bang, bang. The red silhouette flashed past, and 6 powerful energies burst out in the air, fiercely shooting towards the scar-faced man and the other 5 people. "Who is it?" The scarred man was the first to react. His face was gloomy as he growled. However, the only response he received was 6 sharp forces. Gently waving his right hand, the knife-scarred man took a step forward and retrieved a heavy sword from his Chinkoan bag. Holding it tightly with both hands, he suddenly waved it and accurately struck the force. Whoosh! Some sparks were emitted from between the heavy sword and the force. Immediately, the eyes of the knife-scarred man shrunk. Under the collision of the force, he let out a muffled groan and continuously retreated. Only after he rubbed against the ground and formed 2 scratch marks that were over 10 meters long did he finally come to a stop. His face revealed a shocked expression as he stared at the red-colored figure that had suddenly appeared. As the leader of the 6, the scarred man was undoubtedly the strongest. But even so, he was still at a disadvantage under the attack of this force, let alone his 5 subordinates. Not long later, 5 rather orderly, miserable cries sounded out. The knife-scarred man saw his 5 subordinates spit out fresh blood under the attack of the force. Their bodies were like withered leaves as they suddenly flew backwards. Finally, they collided with a large tree not far away before coming to a stop. Whoosh! After the scarred man and the other 5 were simultaneously pushed back by the force, the red figure that had suddenly appeared gently landed and coincidentally stopped not far from Zhuowen's side. The one who appeared in front of Zhuowen was a young girl. She was about the same age as Zhuowen. She wore a red dress, and under her white jade neck, half of her fragrant shoulder was exposed. She was like a snowflake in the midst of a myriad of flowers, and her creamy skin was even more captivating. Although this woman's appearance was not as stunning as the 9th Commandery Princess, she naturally had an elegant and cold temperament, which was quite attractive. However, There was a trace of indifference and coldness on her delicate face, which made it difficult for others to approach her. However, what surprised Zhuowen was not the woman's appearance, but the strength that she displayed. She had reached the half-step Zhao King realm. She was only one step away from the human king realm. This woman was about the same age as Zhuowen, but her plane was even stronger than Gu Xian, the #1 young cultivator in Rotan Armor City. This meant that this woman's talent was terrifying. Perhaps only the forces in the capital could cultivate such a young genius. The young lady's gaze was icy cold. After indifferently glancing at Zhuowen, who was not far away, she directly ignored the latter. Instead, she stared at the somewhat unnatural scarred man in front of her and coldly said, "This young lady hates people like you who bully the weak and fear the strong because of your numbers. People like you are simply not worthy of being a warrior." The knife scar man also felt the terrifying aura emitted by this young girl who had appeared out of nowhere. This aura had already far surpassed his, and he knew that if they were to really fight, he would most likely suffer a great loss. Quietly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he dryly laughed and said, "It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Since this young lady is this little brother's friend, then I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." "You want to leave?" "It's not that easy." The young lady's eyebrows were filled with killing intent. Her slender, jade-like legs stepped lightly, and her entire body was like a graceful butterfly. Suddenly, she flew straight towards a knife-scarred man. A pair of jade-like palms were condensed with dense yuan power. Seeing that the young lady was not going to let him go, a trace of anger appeared on the knife-scarred man's face. He knew that she was determined to make him stay, and now he could not leave even if he wanted to. "You forced me to do this." With an angry roar, the knife-scarred man suddenly took a step forward. His hands tightly gripped the heavy sword, and the surging yuan power in his body fiercely poured into the heavy sword. Immediately, the surface of the heavy sword emitted a blazing red color. At the same time, the surrounding temperature slowly rose because of this. Explosive flame, sword technique. A low and deep roar slowly came out from the knife-scar man's mouth. Soon after, the heavy sword in his hand was immediately surrounded by blazing flames. Moreover, waves of muffled explosions continuously sounded out from the heavy sword, as if countless bombs were hidden within the heavy sword. Bang, bang, bang. Slowly raising the heavy sword above his head, he suddenly swung it downwards. A sword shadow that was dozens of feet long suddenly slashed towards the young lady. Moreover, the surface of this sword shadow was condensed with the power of countless flames. At the same time, it was accompanied by a series of muffled explosions. On the young lady's elegant face, there was not the slightest trace of fear. She was still as cold as ice. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a small curved blade flew out from the delicate chinquan bag on her waist. Catching the curved blade, the young man slightly slashed forward. Rip! Wherever the blade passed, a strange sound of cloth tearing sounded out, following which a blade aura that was dozens of feet long rose out of thin air and shot towards the sword shadow. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the blade aura and the sword shadow collided. However, what caused the knife-scar man to be shocked was that his sword shadow only lasted for a moment before it was brutally torn apart by the blade aura. The remaining power of the blade aura did not decrease in speed, but instead increased as it shot towards the knife-scarred man. Hiss! As the blade aura flashed past, the knife-scarred man blankly stood on the spot. Soon after, his clothes were torn apart and a bloody mist shot out from his body. With a bang, he directly fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Looking at the young lady who had cleanly killed the knife-scarred man, Zhuowen's eyes could not help but tremble slightly. Looks like this young lady who had just appeared was not someone to be trifled with. She was actually able to kill without batting an eyelid. Evidently, this was not the first time she had done something like this. Moreover, what caused Zhuowen to be rather fearful was that the curved blade in the young lady's hand was definitely his soul treasure. Moreover, it was a middle-rank soul treasure. Otherwise, the blade aura that was gently slashed out would not be so powerful. Thank you for saving me, young lady. Zhuowen somewhat helplessly glanced at the frosty young lady standing by the side and could only cup his hands in gratitude. Although these 6 people were nothing in Zhuowen's eyes, and he could easily deal with them, since she had kindly helped him, Zhuowen naturally had to put on a grateful expression. Glancing at Zhuowen, the young lady slightly frowned and said, "Your strength has not even reached the corporeal yang realm. Barging into the Annihilation Forest is simply courting death. Now that the Annihilation Forest is filled with danger, with your current condition, only death awaits you if you enter. I advise you to leave as soon as possible." In order to conceal his whereabouts, Zhuowen's aura had been concealed by Xiao He. Therefore, on the surface, his aura was only that of the Yin Void Realm, which naturally fell into the young lady's eyes. Zhuowen was startled, but the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Although the young lady's suggestion was very wise, if Zhuowen was really a Yin Void Realm warrior, he would naturally be deeply grateful. However, Zhuowen was not. In his opinion, the young lady's help was equivalent to nothing. However, just as Zhuowen was about to speak, the surrounding trees rustled again, causing Zhuowen to be secretly vigilant. Just as he was about to speak, he swallowed back the words that he was about to say. "Second sister, you were so powerful just now, you actually killed that annoying Scarface man with one slash." A clear and delicate laughter suddenly sounded, and soon after, 4 figures walked out from the trees. The 4 figures were 2 men and 2 women. One of the 2 women was actually younger than Zhuowen, about 14 years old. The other woman was slightly older, about 19 years old. Her pretty face was quite mature. The one who spoke just now was the younger girl. Zhuowen looked over and found that the 2 women who suddenly appeared looked somewhat similar to the young lady in the red dress. Obviously, the 3 of them were related by blood. Shifting his gaze slightly, Zhuowen placed his attention on the other 2 men. The 2 men were an old man and a young man. In particular, the aura faintly emitted from the old man's body was quite vast and boundless like a vast ocean. Exceptional human king realm. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen could feel that the old man's aura was quite similar to Lu Sheng's. Obviously, he was also a warrior in the exceptional human king realm. The remaining young man was ordinary. He always had a faint smile on his face, and his cultivation was only around the 9th stage of the corporeal yang realm. He was somewhat ordinary in this team. Looking at the 4 people who suddenly appeared, the young lady in the red dress put the scimitar in her chinquin bag and said apologetically to the old man, "Third uncle, I'm really sorry. Your journey was delayed because of me." A kind smile appeared on the old man's face. He waved his hand and said, "Second young lady, what are you saying? We also know that second young lady abhors evil as if it were her personal enemy. What you hate the most is scum who act recklessly just because they have more people. Moreover, we didn't waste too much time." Speaking of this, the old man turned to look at Zhuowen and said, "Little brother, this old man is a little curious. You are so young and your cultivation is so low. Why did you enter the Annihilation Forest alone? You should know that this place is very dangerous." Zhuowen scratched his head and smiled shyly. "Originally, I only came in to pick herbs. Unfortunately, I met a meta beast in this forest and was chased deep into the forest. Therefore, I didn't mean to enter this place. I don't know if you can let me join your team. After all, this place is very dangerous. In my current situation, it is difficult to escape death in this forest alone." Originally, Zhuowen planned to leave. However, when he thought of what had just happened, he knew that if he was still alone, he would probably be robbed today. The only way to avoid this kind of trouble now was to join a strong team. This team in front of him was exactly what Zhuowen wanted. "No, brat, don't push your luck. My second sister just saved your life, and you want to join our team to seek protection. Dream on. With your current strength, which is even weaker than mine, you will only be a burden to us." Chapter 196. Puzzlement. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he stared at the unruly young lady whose face was filled with disdain and ridicule. However, he did not pay much attention to her. Instead, He turned his gaze towards the elder and said, "Elder, although I am not very powerful, I am quite familiar with some of the places in the Annihilation Forest. Looking at the direction that everyone is heading in, you should be heading towards the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Furthermore, everyone seems to be in a hurry to get there. I know of a shortcut. Within a day, we can pass through this forest and reach the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye." Zhuowen cupped his hands together and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Oh, you actually know of a shortcut?" The elder looked at Zhuowen in astonishment and said, "I naturally do not dare to deceive, elder." Zhuowen nodded and said. After deliberating for a moment, the elder nodded and said, "Little brother, you are quite perceptive to be able to tell that we are in a hurry to reach the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. If you really know of a shortcut, I can bring you along." The rest of the group did not have much of a reaction when they heard the elder's agreement. Only the youngest young lady objected once again and said with a sneer, "Third uncle, with this fellow's weak strength, how could he possibly enter the depths of the Annihilation Forest? I think that the shortcut that he mentioned is very likely false. His goal is to let us protect him for free." The elder and the rest were stunned when they heard the young lady's words. Soon after, they looked at Zhuowen with unfriendly gazes. Clearly, the young lady's words were not without reason. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, the unruly young lady revealed a gloating smile on her pretty face. She curled her lips and stared at Zhuowen mockingly. Clearly, she wanted to see how Zhuowen would embarrass himself. Zhuowen's expression did not change. Instead, he took out a map from his chest. This map was given to him by Black Rose, and it recorded the approximate location and area of the Annihilation Forest. "Senior, you should know that there's a town called Luchuan Town in the Annihilation Forest. I'm a doctor in this town. There are many mercenaries gathered in Luchuan Town. These mercenaries rely on the elemental cores in the Annihilation Forest to survive. As the mercenaries explore, the map of the Annihilation Forest is naturally drawn. So if you want to know the location of the Annihilation Forest, you don't have to explore it yourself," Zhuowen said as he waved the map in his hand. After receiving the map from Zhuowen, the old man roughly skimmed through it. After confirming that the area depicted on the map was indeed the Annihilation Forest, his expression became much more relaxed. He nodded and said, "Little brother is right. I have wronged you. Since you have contributed the map, you should be protected by us." "Thank you, senior." Zhuowen cupped his hands and said with a smile. Seeing that the old man was about to take Zhuowen in, the unruly young lady was a little anxious. Just as she was about to object again, the old man glared at her, and she did not dare to speak. She could only glare fiercely at Zhuowen, stomp her feet, and walk to the side. "Let's set up camp here and rest for the night. We'll leave tomorrow." The old man looked at the pitch-black night sky and waved his hand as he said. With regards to this, the few of them did not have any objections. They began to pack their bags and set up camp. Zhuowen was not afraid of strangers at all. He leisurely packed his bags and set up his tent. Then, he sat in front of the bonfire as if nothing had happened and silently warmed his hands and feet. After packing up the tent, the rest of the people gathered around the bonfire and warmed themselves. The night in the Annihilation Forest was extremely cold. Even though everyone present was a cultivator with a strong cultivation, it was still difficult for them to withstand the bitter cold of the Annihilation Forest. After all, this bitter cold was not an ordinary cold air. It was a powerful cold current that came from the depths of the Annihilation Forest from the Heaven Fiend Underworld Eye. This cold current was not easy for ordinary cultivators to withstand. "Little brother, you dare to enter the Annihilation Forest at such a young age. It shows that you have guts. Come, have a cup." The old man laughed and patted Zhuowen's shoulder. He then took out a jar of wine and poured a cup for Zhuowen. "What do you mean by guts? Entering the Annihilation Forest with such a weak cultivation is extremely stupid. It's fine if you're stupid, but now you're implicating us." The unruly young lady, sitting on the other side of the bonfire, rolled her eyes at Zhuowen and coldly snorted. "Xiaoyu, little brother is now a member of our team. Can you stop being so stubborn?" The old man frowned and said in a low voice, All right, I won't say anything. Really, He is clearly a piece of trash. Why are you being so polite to him?" The unruly young lady muttered a few times and turned her head away without saying anything else. The old man looked at the young lady helplessly and said to Joan with a sigh, "Little brother, don't take it to heart. Xiaoyu is still young, and it is inevitable that she will speak rashly. I hope you don't mind." Joan smiled and shook his head. He naturally would not argue with the unruly young lady. As time passed, Joan and the old man chatted happily. Occasionally, the young man with a faint smile on his face and the oldest lady would chime in a few words. For a moment, the atmosphere was rather warm. As for the unruly young lady, because she was angry, she did not say a word throughout the entire conversation. Instead, she glared fiercely at Joan as if she wanted to eat Joan alive. The other person who hadn't spoken was the girl in the red dress who had saved Joan. Perhaps it was her personality, but the girl in the red dress appeared cold and distant. She gave off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. After this conversation, Joan also learned about the origin of this team. It turned out that these 5 people were from the Lin family of the prefecture capital. The distribution of power in the prefecture capital was intricate and complicated. Among them, the 3 marquises of the prefecture capital were the 3 most powerful forces. Under these 3 forces were the Imperial Sword School and the Jade Lady Galaxy. In addition to these 5 forces, the rest were the forces of the 5 great families of the prefecture capital. Although the 5 great families were not as powerful as the 3 marquises of the prefecture capital, the Imperial Sword School and the Jade Lady Galaxy, they were much more powerful than the other forces. They were recognized as the most powerful force in addition to the 5 great families. The Lin family was one of the 5 great families of the prefecture capital. It was also a powerful force. The 3 young ladies in the team, who looked quite similar, were the experts of the younger generation of the Lin family. At the same time, they were also sisters. The oldest woman was called Lin Meiyu. She was the eldest sister of the 3 sisters. She had a steady personality and was very organized. Moreover, her strength was not bad. Her cultivation had reached the initial human king realm. The frosty girl was called Lin Chayu. She was Zhuo Wen's second sister. She was a person of few words. She looked cold and indifferent on the surface, but in her heart, she abhorred evil. What she hated the most was the bullying of men and women in front of her. This was also the reason why she suddenly appeared and saved Zhuo when he was robbed. The unruly young girl was undoubtedly the youngest of the 3 sisters. She had a lively personality, but her words were harsh. At the same time, she was a little unruly. From her performance just now, one could see the characteristics of her personality. Her cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the corporeal yang realm, and she was at the bottom of the 5. The old man was called Lin Xuanzhong. He was the bodyguard sent by the Lin family to protect them. At the same time, he was also the senior of the 3 sisters. The young man with a faint smile on his face seemed to be a cousin of the 3 sisters. His name was Lin Zichong. He had taken the initiative to follow the 4 to the ancient cavern mansion. However, Zhuan felt that there was something strange about Lin Zichong, who always had a faint smile on his face. Although he didn't know why Lin Zichong gave him such a feeling, Zhuan still paid more attention to him. The Lin family members knew that the real benefits in this fight for the ancient cavern mansion should belong to the 5 forces. The 3 marquises of the prefecture capital, the Imperial Sword School, and the Jade Lady Star Court. The Lin family could only follow behind and drink the soup. However, they also knew that even if it was just the treasures left behind by the 5 forces, it was still a considerable gain for them. After a series of conversations, Zhuan could be considered to have integrated into the team. Although the others were still somewhat wary of Zhuo, there was no longer a sense of estrangement like in the beginning. As night fell, the few of them went into their respective tents to rest. When the morning sun shone on the 2nd day, the Annihilation Forest finally became lively again. Many of the teams woke up early, packed their bags, and headed straight for the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. When Zhuan opened the tent, he saw Lin Xuanzhong and the other 4 packing their bags. Naturally, Zhuan did not continue to laze around in bed. He also got up to pack his bags. When we enter the depths later, don't drag us down, okay? Otherwise, I will not save you if you are in danger. Lin Xiaoyu slowly walked over. She glared fiercely at Zhuo Wen and snorted in a delicate manner. Don't worry. If I am in danger, I won't trouble you. Zhuo Wen replied indifferently. He continued to pack his bags and ignored the young lady who was gritting her teeth. Oomph. I hope you will. Lin Xiaoyu snorted coldly and turned to leave. After packing his bags, Lin Xuanzhong glanced at Zhuo Wen and led the team to the shortcut marked on the map. According to the normal route, they would need at least 3 days to reach the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. If they followed the shortcut marked on the map, it was likely that they would be able to successfully reach the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye before sunset. This would undoubtedly save everyone a lot of time. After entering the shortcut, Zhuo Wen and the rest encountered fewer teams. Obviously, there were not many teams who knew about this shortcut. Along the way, Zhuo Wen purposely stayed at the back and secretly used his mental strength to observe the surroundings. Although this team had Lin Xuanzhong, who was at the perfect human king realm, and the chances of them encountering a strong opponent were low, Zhuo Wen did not let his guard down. Zhuo Wen's actions did not raise any suspicions. They only thought that Zhuo Wen was too weak, to the point that he was unable to keep up with them. Of course, Zhuo Wen's backward behavior naturally caused Lin Xiaoyu, who had always been dissatisfied with him, to grumble. Naturally, the words that came out of her mouth were not good. Chapter 197. Block the way, brat. This Lin Zichang is a little strange. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly appeared in his mind, and her voice was filled with a trace of bewilderment. Yes, when I released my mental energy to observe Lin Zichang earlier, I discovered that there was a faint mental energy membrane surrounding his body. If one did not observe carefully, it would be impossible to discover it. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly informed Xiao Hei. If he wanted to form a mental membrane, he would need at least a 3rd-grade mental strength. In other words, this ordinary-looking Lin Zichang might very well be a genuine 3rd-tier Arcana Master, Xiao Hei said after a moment of silence. A rank 3 Arcana Master? Since this person has such strength, why is he using a mental energy membrane to hide his aura? Looking at Lin Zichang in front of him, Zhuo Wen's expression became even more vigilant. Judging from Lin Xuanzhong and the other three's reactions, they knew nothing about Lin Zichang's grade 3 mental energy. In other words, Lin Zichang had purposely concealed this from them. I have to be wary of this person. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention to him. After muttering to himself for a while, Zhuo Wen naturally shifted his gaze away and silently followed behind the group. Lin Zichang, who had been sitting in front, seemed to have noticed something. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the youth behind him. When he saw that the youth was following behind him as if nothing had happened, he frowned slightly and turned his head back. After traveling for about half a day, a rather spacious muddy road appeared in front of everyone. At the end of the muddy road, there were over a dozen figures standing there. They were like stone sculptures that did not move at all. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the group at the end of the muddy road. Zhuo Wen could sense quite a number of powerful auras in this group. In fact, Zhuo Wen even sensed an aura that was not weaker than Lin Xuanzhong's. Clearly, there was also a perfect human king in the group at the front, just like Lin Xuanzhong. Zhuo Wen could only sigh in his heart when he saw this aura. The temptation of the ancient cave mansion was not ordinary. Not long after entering the Annihilation Forest, they had already met 2 perfect human king warriors, including Lin Xuanzhong. It was likely that there would be quite a number of such experts entering the ancient cave mansion this time. When Zhuo Wen's group walked onto the muddy road, the dozen figures standing at the end of the muddy road immediately tightened their grip on their weapons and stared with unfriendly gazes. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Zhuo Wen's gaze swept across this group of people, after which it paused on a robust, middle-aged man who stood at the front of the group. The man had a sturdy build, with a stocky back and a bare waist. Both of his arms were bare. Numerous hideous scars covered both of his arms, causing him to appear to be filled with a savage aura. Perfect human king stage. Zhuo Wen's eyes swept across this person and narrowed slightly. It seemed like this person was the leader of this group. His strength was not weak at all. There is also an initial human king stage warrior. Zhuan glanced at the man, and then paused on a young man behind him. He could not help but feel surprised. It seemed that the strength of the team that had appeared was not any weaker than the team that Zhuan was in. Let's go. Lin Xuanzhong's eyes swept across this group of people calmly. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and led the way. When they saw that Lin Xuanzhong's group did not avoid them, a ferocious glint flashed across the eyes of this group of people. They tightened their grip on their weapons. The two groups slowly approached each other. When they were only a few feet away from each other, the atmosphere became tense. Under Lin Xuanzhong's leadership, just as the group was about to pass by that group of people, a strong arm that was covered with hideous scars suddenly stretched out and blocked Lin Xuanzhong's path. Old Master Lin Xuanzhong, don't you intend to greet us when you see us? Are you going to just walk past us? The bare-armed man blocked Lin Xuanzhong's path with his right hand. He grinned and revealed a row of white teeth as he spoke indifferently. Huangzong, what do you think there's to talk about between our Lin family and your Huang family? Although our two families have always had a grudge against each other, I believe that our target this time is the ancient cave mansion. Now that the ancient cave mansion has yet to open, are you prepared to fight to the death with our Lin family? When he spoke until this point, Lin Xuanzhong fearlessly stared at the middle-aged man called Huangzong and said indifferently, although your Huang family has sent a lot of people this time around, the strength of your group may not be stronger than ours. If we fight now, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get a share of the treasures in the ancient cave mansion. After Lin Xuanzhong spoke, he coldly stared at Huangzong in front of him. In an instant, the atmosphere of the scene became rather strange. The few members of the Lin family's group cautiously stared at the group in front of them. They secretly activated the Yuan power in their bodies to prepare for any sudden incidents. Yes, Old Master Lin's words are reasonable. However, our family head has given the order that obtaining the treasures in the ancient cave mansion is secondary. Our main goal is to destroy the group sent by the Lin family this time around. Therefore, although Old Master Lin's suggestion is very reasonable, we still have our lives on our hands. The smile on Huangzong's lips slowly disappeared and was replaced by a sinister arc as he spoke coldly. When Lin Xuanzhong and the rest heard this, their expressions changed and they frowned slightly. Lin Xuanzhong's expression was rather ugly as he said, "It seems like your Huang family wants to destroy our Lin family's group even if you give up the opportunity to enter the ancient cave mansion. Your family head is indeed daring." After Lin Xuanzhong uttered these words, a powerful aura that was as vast as the ocean immediately erupted from within his body. Zhuo and the rest behind him swiftly retreated the instant Lin Xuanzhong released his aura. Their expressions were cautious as they stared at Huangzong's group from a distance of over 10 meters away. Old Master Lin, after so many years, your cultivation is still at the perfect human king stage. It seems like with your body that is about to rot, it will be difficult for you to advance any further. However, I am different from you. Back then, I was just a small corporeal yang stage warrior. At that time, your existence was worthy of my admiration. After so many years, you have not made any progress. On the other hand, I have risen steadily until I have reached the same level as you. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder how you'll feel when I kill you with my own hands. Huangzong licked his chapped lips and suddenly took a step forward. An aura that was not weaker than Lin Xuanzhong's immediately poured out from his body. Everyone from the Huang family, listen up. Kill everyone from the Lin family. As long as you kill these people, the family head will reward you handsomely when we return. Huangzong suddenly shouted in a low voice. His feet stomped on the ground, and he was like an ancient giant beast as he charged towards Lin Xuanzhong. May you lead the group in retreat. Lin Xuanzhong also shouted loudly. He clenched his fists and shook his waist as he engaged in a fierce battle with Huangzong. Bang! 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 Immediately, the sound of metal clashing rang out in the quiet forest. Colorful and dazzling yuan power spilled out in all directions between Huang Zhong and Lin Xuanzhong, just like a rainbow that had spilled out. Although the overflowing energy was pleasing to the eye, everyone knew that the energy ripples were not to be trifled with. Even a corporeal Yang stage warrior would be seriously injured if he touched it. Lin Meiyu, who had the most stable character, nodded slightly. She knew that with Lin Xuanzhong and Huang Zhong's strength, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The Lin family's goal this time was the ancient cave mansion. If they fought with the Huang family and both sides suffered heavy losses, it would not be worth it. Therefore, as long as the few of them successfully retreated, it would not be difficult for Lin Xuanzhong to escape alone. Therefore, this was the most feasible method at the moment. Second sister, third sister, and the two of you follow me. Don't fight with the Huang family. There is no need for us to fight to the death with them. Lin Meiyu turned her head and glanced at the few people behind her as she said calmly. The few of them nodded. Immediately, they used their movement techniques and rushed into the depths of the dense forest. Among the Huang family's team, the young man at initial Human King realm did not show any anxiety when he saw Zhuowen and the rest turn around to escape. Instead, a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said indifferently, "Can you really escape? Hee, that guy should be about to make a move soon." After the young man finished speaking, he led the people behind him and chased after Zhuowen and the rest. Swoosh! In the quiet, dense forest, a few black figures suddenly flew past. It was Zhuowen and the rest. I wonder if third uncle will be all right? Lin Xiu, who was a little unruly, suddenly asked worriedly. Her pretty face was still a little pale. Apparently, what had just happened had a great impact on her. Don't worry. With third uncle's strength, even if he can't defeat Huang Zhong, it won't be difficult for him to escape, Lin Meiyu said calmly. Now, we must shake off the Huang family's people. Everyone agreed with Lin Meiyu's words. Immediately, the speed of the group increased significantly. In an instant, they had shaken off the Huang family's people behind them, and they could no longer see them. This kind of escape only lasted for 2 hours. Zhuowen and the rest saw a cave in a remote place deep in the dense forest. When they saw the cave, they were naturally overjoyed. After confirming that they had shaken off the Huang family's people, the few of them quickly entered the cave. The cave was quite spacious. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a huge open space. Numerous sharp stone pillars were placed above the cave. There was a gap at the top of the stone pillar. The light from outside shone in through this gap. Therefore, the cave was quite bright. After covering the entrance of the cave, the few of them heaved a sigh of relief and sat in a circle in the open space of the cave. How did the Huang family know that we would pass through this shortcut? According to the map, very few people should know about this shortcut. However, the Huang family just had to wait there. After settling down, Lin Meiyu also felt that something was a little off. Immediately, her pretty eyes contained a trace of doubt as she looked at Zhuowen, who appeared to be silent not far away. Lin Xiaoyu saw that Lin Meiyu was hinting at something. She immediately stood up and pointed her jade-like hand at Zhuowen. She shouted, "It must be you. Big sister's right. Very few people know about this shortcut. Moreover, you are the one who told us about it. Now, the Huang family's people have been waiting for us. Obviously, you are a spy sent by the Huang family." Chapter 198. Turtle in a Jarjuan frowned as he looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who had her hands on her hips. Her face was filled with hatred and disgust. He replied, "I don't even know the Huang clan. Even before this, I didn't know the Lin clan. How can I be the spy that you mentioned? Moreover, if I were a spy of the Huang family, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been with you at that time." At this point, Zhuan glanced at Lin Xiaoyu indifferently and said coldly, "Or do you think that there will be any benefits for me to follow you now?" Lin Xiaoyu's face froze when she heard Zhuan's words. She looked at the young man's calm expression, and for some reason, she felt very uncomfortable. "If I say you are a spy, then you are a spy. How dare you, a little warrior of the Yin Void realm, be so arrogant in front of me? See if I don't tear your mouth apart." With a soft snort, Lin Xiaoyu stomped on the ground and dashed towards Zhuowen without any explanation. She actually wanted to attack him. Zhuowen's face immediately turned gloomy. Initially, Lin Xiaoyu had targeted him for no reason, and he did not take it seriously. At most, he treated her as a circus monkey. However, her actions had worsened, and she had pushed the blame to him. Even though Zhuowen had a good temper, he could not help but feel angry. Whoosh! Lin Xiaoyu's figure flashed past like an elegant butterfly and flew toward Zhuowen. Her hands were filled with surging origin power, and she did not hold back at all. Bang! Just as Zhuowen was about to attack, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhuowen. The beautiful figure gently pushed her palm forward and easily received Lin Xiaoyu's attack. Second sister, you. Why are you so protective of this brat? Yesterday, you saved this brat when he was robbed. Now, this person is very likely to be a spy of the Huang family. You still want to stop me? Are you interested in this brat? Lin Xiaoyu stared at the young lady who appeared in front of Zhuowen. She stomped her foot and said in exasperation. When she spoke, she glared fiercely at Zhuowen. Lin Xiaoyu's pretty face reddened slightly when she heard Lin Xiaoyu's unrestrained words. However, she quickly recovered her previous iciness as she faintly said, "Now is not the time for us to have internal strife. Instead, we should think of a way to escape from the Huang clan's pursuit." Third younger sister, words are no proof. Without any evidence, it's best that we don't accuse innocent people. Moreover, Brother Zhuowen's words are not without reason. If he was really a spy of the Huang clan, he would have immediately changed sides when the Huang clan's team arrived instead of fleeing with us. The steady Lin Meiyu also opened her mouth. Lin Xiaoyu coldly snorted when she saw that her eldest sister and second sister had spoken up. She fiercely glared at Zhuowen and said, "I hope you are not a spy of the Huang clan. If you are, I will not let you off easily." After she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoyu elegantly turned around and sat in a corner of the cave to sulk. Zhuowen glanced at Lin Xiaoyu in amusement. With his current strength, he was not even afraid of Lin Xuanzhong, who was the strongest in their team. How could he be afraid of Lin Xiaoyu, who was merely a fifth-stage corporeal Yang realm practitioner? "Thank you for saving me again, Miss Lin Xiaoyu." Although Lin Xiaoyu did not help them much, Zhuowen naturally would not forget the basic etiquette. Lin Xiaoyu clearly did not like to talk. She coldly glanced at Zhuowen and slightly nodded her head. Then, she walked back to her original position without looking back. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu's back, Zhuowen curled his lips and shrugged his shoulders. He also found a seat and silently sat down. As soon as he sat down, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind. "Kid, you are surrounded. The Huang clan's team has already surrounded the entrance of the cave." "What? Surrounded? How is that possible? We have clearly left the Huang clan's team far behind. Moreover, this cave is very remote. It should be impossible for them to discover us." Zhuowen was shocked when he heard this and said with some surprise, "Theoretically speaking, what you said is not wrong. However, I'm certain that there is definitely a traitor in your team. According to my senses, the Huang clan's team did not search this area at all. They came directly to the cave. Obviously, they knew that you were hiding in this cave from the beginning." Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind again. "So there really is a traitor?" After whispering softly, Zhuowen locked his gaze on Lin Zichang, who had been silent since he entered the cave. Boom! The cave suddenly shook. Then, the entire cave began to shake as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Many stones rolled down from the ceiling. "What's going on?" Lin Meiyu was the first to stand up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with uncertainty. Lin Xiaoyu also stood up with Lin Meiyu. Their eyes were also filled with confusion. "What's going on?" Of course, the Huang clan's team has attacked." Just when everyone was at a loss, a rather cold voice suddenly sounded. There was a trace of sharpness in the voice. Following the voice, they immediately saw that Lin Zichang had unknowingly stood up. His gaze was filled with ridicule as he stared at the three Lin sisters. As for Zhuowen, who was by the side, he was directly ignored. Obviously, the strength of the Yin Void realm that Zhuowen showed did not attract his attention at all. "Lin Zichang, How did you know that the Huang clan's team is attacking us? Moreover, this cave is so secretive. How could the Huang clan find us so quickly? Did you leak our information? Lin Meiyu's beautiful eyes were slightly cold. She looked at Lin Zichang, whose attitude had suddenly changed. You are indeed the eldest sister of the Lin family. Your insight and reaction are quite good. Now that things have come to this, I don't need to beat around the bush. You guessed right. I leaked your whereabouts and information. Lin Xiaoyu guessed that there was a traitor in the team. She was right, but she suspected the wrong person. Speaking of this, Lin Zichang glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away, with some contempt. He sneered and said, "Do you think it's possible for a trash of the Yin Void Realm to leak the information without anyone noticing? It's you? Lin Zichang, the Lin family has treated you well. Why did you betray us?" At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu also jumped out. First, she glanced at Zhuowen coldly. Then, she directly ignored the latter. Obviously, she did not feel guilty about the misunderstanding just now. Then, she pointed at Lin Zichang angrily. "Treated me well? Hee hee. Now that I've made it clear, I won't hide anymore." Lin Zichang's face revealed a strange smile. Then, a flash of brilliance suddenly flashed across his face. His originally young face rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, wrinkles appeared on the young face, and finally, an unfamiliar old man with a head full of silver hair appeared. "You're not Lin Zichang? Who the hell are you? And where is Lin Zichang?" Seeing Lin Zichang's sudden change of expression, Lin Meiyu and the other two all changed their expressions. Among them, Lin Meiyu shouted, "My name is He Xian. I'm an Arcana visiting elder of the Huang family. I'm here to destroy your team." As he spoke, Elder He Xian suddenly took a step forward. A solidified spiritual power suddenly poured out and covered the whole cave. Under the effect of this spiritual power, the whole cave shook violently for a few times. A level 3 Arcana Master? Feeling the sudden pressure of the spiritual power, Lin Meiyu and the other two suddenly narrowed their eyes. Then, they covered their mouths and could not help exclaiming. In the corner, Zhuowen, who had been ignored, also narrowed his eyes. He frowned a little as he stared at old man He Xian, who was emitting a powerful mental energy from his body. Although he knew from the start that old man He Xian was not simple, he did not expect the old man's mental energy to have reached the 3rd grade. This had exceeded his expectations. It's only the initial success of the 3rd grade mental energy. Kid, your current mental energy has been refined by the myriad expansion scripture, and it has been divided into 8 parts. The strength of these 8 parts has reached the level of perfect 2nd grade. In other words, your spiritual power is equivalent to the attack of 8 level 2 Arcana Masters at the same time. So, in terms of spiritual power, your spiritual power is much more powerful than this old man's. If the two of you fight, it's hard to say who will win. Xiao He said with disdain. Zhuowen nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. After cultivating the 10,000 amplification scripture, Zhuowen increasingly felt how heaven-defying this secret spirit skill was. Not only could this secret spirit skill infinitely divide the spiritual power in the Mud Pill Palace, but with the help of this secret spirit skill, Zhuowen could cultivate every part of the spiritual power to the same level of strength. In other words, the power of Zhuowen's attack was equivalent to the joint attack of several Arcana Masters at the same level. On the other hand, Zhuowen's spiritual force had already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level and was on the verge of breaking through. Thus, with 8 portions of pinnacle 2nd level spiritual force, Zhuowen's true spiritual force was no weaker than an ordinary pinnacle 3rd level Arcana Master. Boom! With a loud bang, the cave entrance was suddenly blasted open by a huge force. Immediately, many figures rushed in from the opening of the cave. The one leading them was the young man at the initial Human King realm. "You're really here. It seems that the information provided by Elder He Xian is accurate." As soon as the young man entered, he saw Lin Meiyu and the others in the cave and sneered. "Big sister, what should we do now?" Looking at the mighty Huang family and Elder He Xian, who was glaring at them, Lin Xiaoyu's pretty face suddenly turned pale. She came to Lin Meiyu's side and asked in a panic. Although Lin Chaiyu's face was still cold, her hands were clenching her weapon. It showed that she was not calm at the moment. Lin Meiyu was really panicking at this time. If it was only the Huang family, she could deal with them with her initial human king realm strength. However, there was also Elder He Xian, a level 3 Arcana Master. Their current lineup had become somewhat unfavorable. He Xian and the young man clearly saw the fear on the faces of Lin Meiyu and the other two. The two of them looked at each other, and their faces were filled with an expression of victory. Clearly, in their opinion, Lin Meiyu and the other two were already turtles in a jar. Everyone, this one has nothing to do with your grievances. Can you put this one down and leave first, then deal with the matter between you two later? Suddenly, a rather clear and bright voice rang out. Chapter 199. Reveal. At this moment, the cave fell silent. Swish, swish. Everyone's gazes converged on the corner of the cave, where a rather ordinary-looking young man stood. At this moment, the young man also noticed everyone's gazes, but there was not a trace of nervousness on his face. Instead, he spread out his hands and calmly said, "Actually, I only met with the Lin family along the way. Speaking of which, I have no relationship with the Lin family. Therefore, I will leave now. Everyone shouldn't mind, right?" At this moment, Zhuowen felt a little helpless in his heart. Originally, he wanted to borrow the Lin family's team to avoid some unnecessary trouble along the way. However, who knew that he would be in big trouble now? "Zhuowen, you ungrateful bastard. Our Lin family kindly took you in and protected you along the way. Is this how you repay us?" Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhuowen, who was standing nearby with an innocent face. She immediately stomped her foot and said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Zhuowen sneered. To be honest, Zhuowen did not have a good impression of Lin Xiaoyu. After all, she had been picking on him along the way. "With my meager strength, do you think I can save you from so many experts? Also, the one who took me in wasn't you, Lin Xiaoyu, but old Master Lin Xuanzhong. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. And I still remember that you just said that I'm the traitor, so wouldn't a traitor like me have no reason to save you?" Zhuowen pursed his lips and ignored the angry Lin Xiaoyu. Instead, he looked at Elder He Xian. He knew that Elder He Xian was the one who had the most right to speak. Although Zhuowen didn't want to take action, he didn't want to get involved in the trouble of these two families. However, if Elder He Xian didn't let Zhuowen leave, Zhuowen would have to take action. "You?" Lin Xiaoyu was furious when she saw that Zhuowen did not show any mercy. She was about to scold him when she was stopped by Lin Meiyu. "Third sister, you should also speak less." Lin Meiyu glared at Lin Xiaoyu and then looked at Zhuowen meaningfully. She then said to Elder He Xian, "What he said is true. You have been following us all the way, and you should know that this young man has nothing to do with our Lin family. So let him go. There's no need to involve outsiders in the matters between our families." Big Sister Lin is indeed bold. Although this brat's strength is mediocre and indeed has nothing to do with your Lin family, he's still a genius. However, this old man will not let him go. If this brat leaks the news, I'm afraid your Lin family will start a war with my Huang family. Even if the Lin family knows that it was our Huang family who did it, they won't act rashly. Elder He Xian glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he was not planning to let Zhuowen go. "Hee, Zhuowen, even if you don't have anything to do with our Lin family, you can't escape. You're going to die." Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhuowen gloatingly. "That is to say, you won't let me go?" After hearing Elder He Xian's reply, Zhuowen did not look nervous or frightened as everyone expected. Instead, he was terrifyingly calm. Looking at Zhuowen's abnormal behavior, Elder He Xian frowned slightly. In his opinion, Zhuowen was only in the Yin Void realm, and each of them could crush him like an ant. However, the one, who was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, did not show any fear when facing them at all. Deliberately mystifying? "Huang Lin, send someone to kill this brat. We'll capture the 3 girls as soon as possible. There's no time to waste. Otherwise, the old guy Lin Xuanzhong may come back." The young man in the initial Human King realm was Huang Lin. Huang Lin nodded slightly and selected a warrior in the 9th level of the corporeal yang realm. He pointed at Zhuowen and said, "You go and bring me this arrogant brat's head." The warrior who was named nodded slightly. Then, he revealed a sinister smile at Zhuowen. He stomped his foot on the ground and shot toward Zhuo when like an arrow leaving the bow. "This brat will definitely die. Let's capture the 3 sisters first. These 3 women are all of the best quality. If I capture them alive and train them into bitches, I wonder what kind of expression the head of the Lin family will have." He Xian stared at Lin Meiyu and the other 2 women. His eyes revealed a trace of obscenity as he chuckled. Now, with a loud shout, old man He Xian and Huang Lin were like 2 shooting stars as they suddenly rushed towards Lin Meiyu and the other 2. Along the way, countless yuan power shot out, faintly emitting intense air explosions. "Second sister, you protect third sister. I'll hold off these 2 for you. If there's a chance, you should escape first. Once you find third uncle, we'll be saved," Lin Meiyu instructed. She rushed toward Elder He Xian and Huang Lin Xuanzhong without looking back. She waved her hand, and a blazing yuan force burst out. Boom! A dazzling light burst out in the cave. Lin Meiyu, Elder He Xian, and Huang Lin collided fiercely in the open space of the cave. Bang! 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 Colorful yuan power, accompanied by countless forces, immediately swept across the entire open ground. The energy ripples that were emitted from the collision also blasted quite a number of deep pits in the open ground. "Third sister, big sister is right. We can only be saved if we rush out and find third uncle," Lin Xiaoyu instructed Lin Xiaoyu. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a small and exquisite curved blade appeared in her palm. Her jade-like feet gently stepped off the ground. Like a butterfly, Lin Xiaoyu ferociously charged towards the remaining Huang family troops. Lin Xiaoyu knew that they had to fight. She gritted her teeth and took out her weapon. She followed behind Lin Xiaoyu and fought with the Huang family members. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing and the sound of fierce fighting. The originally quiet cave became chaotic and noisy in an instant. "Lin Meiyu, do you think that with your mere initial Human King realm cultivation base, you are a match for the 2 of us if we join forces? If you don't want to suffer, I advise you to surrender obediently." In the middle of the cave, the battle between Lin Meiyu, Elder He Xian, and Huang Lin became even more intense. However, Lin Meiyu was naturally at an absolute disadvantage under the combined efforts of Elder He Xian and Huang Lin. Lin Meiyu frowned, and her face became extremely pale. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her cherry-red lips. Apparently, she had suffered serious internal injuries. Lin Meiyu did not reply. She continued to circulate the yuan power in her body. She used her weak and delicate body to block the continuous attacks of the 2 experts. Under the continuous attacks, Lin Meiyu's aura became weaker and weaker, and the injuries on her delicate body became more and more serious. "It seems like you want to do this the hard way. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Elder He Xian's eyes darkened. A large amount of mental strength gushed out from his Naiwan palace. The mental strength condensed into a golden longsword in midair. Secret skill, Golden Light Sword. With a low growl, Elder He Xian waved his right hand gently. The golden longsword that was condensed in midair immediately pierced through the void and shot directly toward Lin Meiyu. Boom! Lin Meiyu also felt the surging aura of the Golden Light Sword. Her expression changed, and she took out a small bronze shield from her Chinquan bag. The small bronze shield was obviously a soul treasure. Judging from its aura, it should be a middle-rank soul treasure. Once the small bronze shield was taken out, it turned into a huge bronze shield that stood in front of Lin Meiyu. Bang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as the golden light sword violently collided with the bronze shield. Dazzling sparks appeared at the point where the 2 collided. Crack! This stalemate lasted for a while before a clear, cracking sound rang out, following which traces of cracks actually appeared on the surface of the small bronze shield after the collision with the Golden Light Sword. These cracks were like a spider web as they spread out in all directions. Finally, it completely shattered into pieces. Puff! A trace of horror flashed across Lin Meiyu's beautiful eyes. Under the effect of the huge force, her delicate body was like a falling leaf as it flew backwards. Finally, she collided with the rock wall. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and slowly fell to the ground. Big sister, big sister. Two horrified voices suddenly rang out. Lin Yu and Lin Shiyu, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, saw Lin Meiyu's body flying backward and the cherry-red blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, your fate is the same as your big sister's. Come here. Elder He Xian's ear-piercing laughter suddenly rang out. Then a huge mental energy, as powerful as the ocean, suddenly acted on Lin Yu and Lin Xiaoyu. Under the effect of this powerful mental energy, the two of them were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They could not move at all. Seeing that their bodies could not move at all and Lin Meiyu's aura had become very weak, Lin Yu and Lin Xiaoyu's faces were filled with despair. They knew that they were doomed this time. The three sisters of the Lin family are finally captured. This mission can be said to have been completed perfectly. This time, the head of the Lin family will probably reward us with something good. Looking at the three sisters of the Lin family who could not move, Huang Lin suddenly let out a hearty laugh. There was a hint of obscurity in his eyes as he stared at the three women. Swoosh! However, just as Huang Lin was laughing complacently, a black shadow suddenly shot towards him like an arrow leaving the bow. Huang Lin's expression changed. He pulled his right hand slightly and caught the black shadow that suddenly appeared in his hand. However, when he saw the true face of the black shadow, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. This was because the black shadow was not a stranger. It was actually the subordinate that he had sent to kill Zhuowen. The head of this subordinate was strangely bent. There was a look of horror on his face. His eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he had died with a grievance. Swoosh! When Huang Lin saw the corpse, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He tilted his head slightly and immediately looked at the corner where Zhuowen had been. Have you discovered it? But that's fine too. You could die now. A clear voice suddenly came from behind Huang Lin. Huang Lin suddenly turned his head and was shocked to find that Zhuowen had unknowingly appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was covered in a strange black flame armor. Countless bone spikes covered the armor. At a glance, it looked quite ferocious and gloomy. Zhuowen, who was in mid-air, suddenly twisted his body. In a strange posture, he completed the movement of turning in the air. The whip leg that had been ready for a long time suddenly hit Huang Lin's back with a loud bang. Boom! Under the huge impact of the whip leg, Huang Lin's entire body fell straight down like a falling meteor. Finally, he smashed into the ground and created a huge, deep pit. Chapter 200. Beheading. After a long period of silence, an unbelievable uproar suddenly broke out in the cave. Everyone stared blankly at the huge pit in the middle of the open space. Through the misty dust, they could even vaguely see a figure lying in the pit and struggling in pain. Hiss! When everyone confirmed that the person in the deep pit was indeed Huang Lin, who was at initial human king realm, they could not help but gasp in shock. Huang Lin had actually been knocked down by an unknown youth in one move. Such an outcome was too shocking to the eyes. Aren't you a warrior of the Void realm? Who are you? At this moment, the smile on Elder He Xian's face suddenly froze. His pupils constricted as he looked at the young man in front of him. The three sisters of the Lin family, whose faces were originally filled with despair, revealed an expression of disbelief when they saw the young man, whom they had neglected all this while, defeat the extremely powerful Huang Lin in an instant. Among them, the one whose expression was the most interesting was none other than Lin Xiaoyu. Am I hallucinating? Zhuowen's aura is only at the Void realm. How could he defeat Huang Lin, a warrior of the human king realm, with one move? Lin Xiaoyu was in a daze. Her facial muscles seemed to have stiffened. She was stunned on the spot, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Meiyu looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. They had never expected that Zhuo, who had been ignored by them in the group, was actually hiding such a powerful strength. I'm just a nobody. Actually, if you had let me go earlier, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business. However, your decision left me with no choice but to take action, Zhuo said indifferently. Umph. I didn't think that there would be an expert like you in the Lin clan's team. It seems that I have underestimated this mission. However, our Huang family cannot afford to fail this mission. Even if your strength is not bad, you will still die here. As soon as Elder He Xian said this, an even more surging mental energy gushed out and headed straight for Zhuo. At the same time, Huang Lin, who had been smashed into the deep pit by Zhuo's sneak attack, suddenly shot out. Like an arrow that had been released from a bow, he shot towards Zhuo. Rich golden light gathered in his thick palm. It was unknown when the two of them actually used their strongest moves, joining hands to deal with Zhuo. I really didn't think that I would be ambushed by a young, corporeal realm warrior. Brat, you must die today. Huang Lin's eyes were crimson red. His speed was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. His right hand condensed an endless amount of yuan power, and he instantly arrived above Zhuo. He growled, "Diffraction hammer!" At this moment, the concealed aura on Zhuo's body had also dissipated, so Zhuo's true yang 8-stage cultivation was fully displayed in front of everyone. Boom! A dazzling golden light, like the sun, suddenly filled the entire cave. Then, Huang Lin's hands formed the shape of a hammer and fiercely hammered downwards. A giant golden hammer, dozens of feet in size, suddenly condensed in the void. It carried an endless amount of energy and fiercely fell towards Zhuo's position, setting off countless gusts of wind in the process. Although the two of us joined hands to deal with you, it seems that you are not simple since you can hide your aura without anyone noticing. Therefore, you should die a worthy death. Elder He Xian's eyes were full of ruthlessness. He waved his right hand lightly, and the surging mental energy immediately condensed into a giant golden sword under his control. It was his secret spiritual skill, Golden Light Sword. I didn't expect Elder He Xian and Huang Lin to use their strongest trump cards together. Is this young man really that strong in their eyes? Looking at Elder He Xian and Huang Lin using their strongest trump cards, Lin Meiyu's beautiful eyes finally revealed a look of horror. Elder sister, can Zhuo take the joint attack of Elder He Xian and Huang Lin? Lin Chaiyu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. It's very difficult. After Elder He Xian and Huang Lin joined hands, their strength is comparable to that of a warrior in the profound human king realm. Although Zhuo's surprise attack just now injured Huang Lin, he is only in the corporeal yang realm. It is impossible for him to take the attack of those two people. Lin Meiyu frowned slightly and said somewhat helplessly. She knew that Zhuo was their only chance to escape, but Lin Meiyu was very clear that even if Zhuo had an extraordinary trump card, the gap between the corporeal yang realm and the human king realm was too big. Therefore, she did not think that Zhuo could take the joint attack of Elder He Xian and Huang Lin by himself. Is that so? Lin Chaiyu gritted her teeth and said somewhat disappointedly. At this moment, in the open space of the cave, Elder He Xian and Huang Lin's attacks came one after another, landing directly on Zhuo's body. Just as the two attacks were about to reach Zhuo's body, an unusually strong mental energy suddenly poured out from the former's body. As soon as this mental energy appeared, the entire cave was filled with an extremely strong mental energy pressure. Many of the weaker warriors in the Huang family trembled under this mental energy pressure and almost knelt down. What a strong mental energy. How can this kid have such a strong mental energy? The moment the mental energy appeared, Elder He Xian and Huang Lin's faces changed dramatically. The two of them looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The moment this mental energy appeared, a series of muffled sounds poured out from Zhuo's body. Then, 7 mental energy of the same strength appeared around Zhuo's body. 8 streams of suffocating mental energy descended into the cave. In an instant, the mental energy pressure increased by 8 times. Some of the Huang family practitioners who were struggling to hold on fell to their knees with a plop under this pressure. Their faces had already turned deathly pale. Complete grade 2 mental energy? And there are 8 of them in a row. How'd this kid do it? Elder Xian's face suddenly showed a trace of horror. His pupils shrank as he looked at the boy in front of him and said in disbelief, "Boom!" The 8 mental energy around Zhuowen's body suddenly turned into 8 layers of thick golden round shields. They wrapped around Zhuowen's body like a tortoise shell. Elder Xian's golden light sword and Huang Lin's diffraction hammer hit the golden round shields. Rumble. The entire cave began to tremble in an instant, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. The countless sharp stone pillars at the top of the cave began to fall like a rain of swords under this violent tremor. Hurry up and leave. The cave is about to collapse. Elder Xian looked deeply at the center of the cave, at the young figure who was in the middle of the 2 violent attacks. He waved his hand and broke the rocks that fell beside him as he shouted loudly. After he spoke, Old Man Xian waved his hand. His powerful mental energy transformed into a large palm that was dozens of feet in size. It suddenly lifted the 3 Lin sisters, who were not far away, who did not have any strength to resist, after which it rushed out of the cave. After Old Man Xian and the others escaped from the cave, they felt the ground shake again. Then, the huge cave was covered by countless broken rocks. Looks like there's no need for us to make a move. That kid, Zhuo is dead for sure. With that kid's strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Huang Lin patted his chest as he gazed at the cave that had already been covered and spoke with some schadenfreude. However, what surprised me is that this kid actually has such powerful mental energy at such a young age. Moreover, he is able to release 8 mental energy at the same time. From this, it seems that his background is not simple. Elder Xian recalled the scene of Zhuo when releasing 8 streams of mental energy, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. It's really a pity for this kid to be buried in this cave. Since this kid was able to cultivate out 8 strands of mental energy, he obviously has an unusual secret spirit skill. If this old man were to obtain it, my strength would probably rise by another level. Elder Xian's face revealed a trace of regret as he spoke until this point. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an ear-piercing rumble suddenly sounded. Rumble. A huge hole was suddenly smashed open in the cave that was just covered by rocks. At the same time, a 5-colored ice powder energy cluster was like a meteor that cut through the void and headed straight for the Huang family. How is this possible? This kid is actually not dead? Seeing that the 5-colored energy cluster was getting closer and closer, Huang Lin's eyes widened. He let out a loud roar and suddenly leaped. His hands once again emitted a blazing golden glow. A huge golden hammer was condensed in his hands. Then, he violently smashed it toward the ice fire that was heading straight for him. Rumble. At this moment, countless sparks immediately dissipated. What followed was a continuous explosion. The powerful energy directly exploded the huge golden hammer in the void. The huge energy aftershock was like ripples in the water, violently bombarding Huang Lin's chest. Pucci. Under this attack, Huang Lin's chest directly caved in. A stream of blood spurted out from his mouth and drew a sharp parabola in the air. Bang! Huang Lin's body was like a butterfly with its wings broken. Like a willow catkin in the wind, he fell straight down. With a loud rumble, he smashed a huge deep hole in the ground. Endless smoke and dust also swept up. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous gazes gathered in the hole. At this moment, Huang Lin was lying on his back in the hole. The clothes on his body had been torn into pieces by a powerful force. Huang Lin's entire chest had caved in. Blood had already dyed his entire body scarlet. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Huang Lin, who was on the verge of death in the crater. Elder Xian also saw Huang Lin's current miserable state. His sharp pupils suddenly shrank. With his eyesight, he could see that Huang Lin's injuries were so serious that they were incurable. Therefore, Huang Lin was definitely going to die. Ding! 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 Chapter 201. Run away. At this moment, the young man's entire body was covered in golden light. A tortoise-shell-like golden round shield enveloped the young man's body, making him look like a golden armored god of war. He looked quite mighty. However, the number of golden round shields had been reduced from 8 layers to 1 layer. It was obvious that the power of the first 7 layers had been used up when the cave collapsed. Elder He Xian's face twitched when he saw that there was still a layer of golden round shield on the surface of the young man's body. His face darkened. He had not expected the ordinary-looking young man to have such amazing combat strength. Even Huang Lin, who was at initial human king realm, had been defeated by him. He knew very well that his strength was on par with Huang Lin. Since the young man in front of him could severely injure Huang Lin, it would not be difficult for the young man to defeat him. Thinking of this, cold sweat appeared on Elder He Xian's forehead. He finally knew how troublesome the person he had offended was. At this moment, his heart was full of regret. If he had let Zhuan go just now, there would be no trouble now. He had never thought that a warrior of the Yin Void Realm, who had been ignored by them from the beginning, was actually an expert who hid his cultivation and killed Huang Lin in front of them. This person cannot be defeated by force. Elder He Xian knew that since his secret spiritual skill, Golden Light Sword, couldn't penetrate Zhuan's golden shield, then he had no chance of winning against Zhuan. Thinking of this, Elder He Xian suddenly cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Little brother, this old man has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I actually didn't see that you actually have such powerful strength. I hope little brother won't forgive me for offending you just now. Little brother, didn't you say that you don't want to meddle in other people's business? What happened just now was my fault. So, for the sake of our Huang family, I hope that little brother will not meddle in our affairs. Naturally, we will not stop you." As soon as old man He Xian said this, Lin Meiyu and her sisters turned pale with fright. Among them, Lin Meiyu, who had a steady personality, couldn't help but curse old man He Xian for being shameless. Lin Meiyu also did not expect that Zhuan actually possessed such powerful strength. Even Huang Lin had suffered a great loss at his hands. Her originally dim and despairing eyes once again glowed with a strange light. She knew that with Zhuan's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to rescue them. He could even wipe out the entire Huang family. Lin Chaiyu's face was cold, but her beautiful eyes were staring at the young man at the entrance of the cave. The coldness in her eyes was now filled with shock and complexity. She thought back to a few days ago when she had saved the youth. Although the youth had thanked her out of courtesy, there wasn't much gratitude in his eyes. Now, she finally understood the meaning in the youth's eyes. It turned out that his strength was so strong. Her help back then was obviously unnecessary. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoyu revealed a self-deprecating smile. Lin Xiaoyu, who had previously disliked Zhuan, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. She stared at the deep pit not far away, where Huang Lin was gradually losing his breath. She finally realized that what she was seeing now was not an illusion, but reality. The youth in front of her, whom she had always looked down upon, suddenly displayed strength that made people's expressions change. Even Huang Lin, who was at the initial human king realm, was no match for this youth. "Zhuan, can you help us? If you can help us defeat the Huang family's troops, you will gain the friendship of our Lin family. Our Lin family will even reward you handsomely." Lin Meiyu suddenly opened her mouth and said in an urgent tone. When old man He Xian heard this, his expression changed slightly. The mental strength in his body spread out like a wave and immediately sealed Lin Meiyu's mouth. Then, he looked at Zhuan with fear and said, "I believe that you are a wise man. I don't think that you will offend our Huang family for the sake of these people from the Lin family. You should know that our Huang family is the head of the 5 great families in the province, while the Lin family is ranked last." Old man He Xian suddenly paused. Although he was quite afraid of Zhuan's strength, He had the Huang family behind him. Therefore, he thought that the youth in front of him would not foolishly choose to go against the Huang family after hearing that they were from the Huang family. However, Old Man Haitian was obviously wrong. Zhuowen disliked being threatened the most. Moreover, Old Man Haitian's attitude towards him was not good. Therefore, bang! The golden light on the surface of Zhuowen's body suddenly became brighter, and the golden round shield suddenly became thicker. Then he stomped his feet on the ground and shot towards Old Man Haitian like an arrow. I'm sorry, I dislike being threatened the most. Therefore, it is not wise for you to threaten me. Old Man Haitian's pupils shrank when he saw Zhuowen rushing towards him. He cursed and immediately turned around to flee. His speed was like a shooting star, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Old Man Haitian's decisive action of fleeing stunned everyone. They did not expect Old Man Haitian to not even have the courage to fight. It was obvious that he was frightened by Huang Lin, who was easily defeated by Zhuowen. Moreover, Old Man Haitian's strength was almost the same as Huang Lin's. Humph! Do you think you can escape? Zhuowen snorted coldly. He first released the mental imprisonment on the three sisters of the Lin family. Then he stomped his feet and rushed towards Old Man Haitian. Lin Meiyu and the other two sisters immediately used their movement techniques and followed closely behind Zhuowen when they felt the mental imprisonment on their bodies disappear. After Old Man Haitian fled, the Huang clan seemed to have lost their backbone. They immediately scattered like monkeys when the tree falls. Swoosh! In the dense thicket, there were two figures, one chasing and the other fleeing. Wherever they passed, many birds would fly away. Behind these two figures, there were three other beautiful figures following closely. Damn it, I can't let this person go. Otherwise, if I let him return to the provincial capital, he will definitely find out my identity. At that time, the Zhou family will be in trouble. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the fleeing figure in front of him. He knew that Haitian's status as a Grade 3 Arcana Master was definitely not low in the Huang family. Since he had already formed an enmity with this person, the best way to deal with him was to eliminate him completely. Otherwise, if Haitian returned, he might really think of ways to deal with the Zhou family. After all, Zhuowen's identity could be easily found out. Haitian's face was filled with malevolence when he saw the young man chasing after him. He shouted angrily, Zhuowen, I will remember you. I will repay today's hatred 100-fold in the future. I have said that you will not live past today. Therefore, you must die today. Zhuowen's face was filled with ruthlessness. His speed increased, and he quickly closed the distance between the two of them. Seeing that Zhuowen was getting closer and closer, Haitian was so frightened that he did not dare to look back. Instead, he focused on escaping in front. Just as the few of them were chasing and escaping, a tall, middle-aged man with bare arms was walking slowly in the forest less than 100 miles away. His slightly raised eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Lin Xuanzhong, that old fart. To think that he still has something up his sleeves. He actually took out a spiritual treasure that could move him at the critical moment. Otherwise, I would have sent that old fart to his grave earlier. The middle-aged man cursed as he walked. It was Huang Zong. Originally, after Huang Lin led the Huang family to chase after Lin Meiyu and the others, the battle between Huang Zong and Lin Xuanzhong became even more intense. In the end, it reached its climax. Although both of them were at the perfect human king stage, Lin Xuanzhong was too old. His physical strength was not as good as Huang Zong's. In the end, Huang Zong found a flaw in Lin Xuanzhong's defense and took a full blow from Huang Zong. Lin Xuanzhong was ultimately defeated by Huang Zong. If it was not for the spiritual treasure that could move him for a short period of time, Lin Xuanzhong might have been killed by Huang Zong. There's the smell of blood. Looks like that old bastard is not far away. If I catch that old bastard this time, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. How dare he waste my time? However, Huang Lin and Elder Haitian should have caught the three Lin sisters by now. If we can kill Lin Xuanzhong this time, this mission will be perfect. As Huang Zong spoke, he followed the faint smell of blood in the air and used his movement technique to rush forward. After going around a few bushes, he arrived at an open space. At this moment, the smell of blood was at its thickest. He knew that Lin Xuanzhong was here. Sure enough, Lin Xuanzhong was leaning against a tree trunk in an inconspicuous corner of the open space. He panted as he looked to Huang Zhong, who was slowly walking toward him. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, "It looks like I will not be able to escape death today. Old Master Lin Xuanzhong, I've said that your glory is long gone. Therefore, dying in my hands will not be a disgrace to your former glory." Huang Zhong slowly walked toward Lin Xuanzhong. There was no urgency on his face as he spoke, as if he was talking to a friend. "What a pity. If I take another step forward, I will be able to advance to the Earth King stage. At that time, my lifespan will be increased by 10 years. At that time, how can I allow a grasshopper like you to jump around in front of me?" Lin Xuanzhong replied helplessly, "What's the use of feeling pity? Now that you're going to die, remember my name. The person who is going to kill you is Huang Zhong." At this point, Huang Zhong stomped his foot and charged towards Lin Xian, who was leaning against the tree trunk. Endless yuan power gathered in his hands. "Huang Zhong, hurry up and save me." Just as Huang Zhong was about to kill Lin Xuanzhong, a familiar and panicked voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Huang Zhong tilted his head and saw Elder He Xian running toward him in a panic. Elder He Xian kept looking behind him as he ran, like a cat with its tail between its legs. Huang Zhong was even more confused when he saw Elder He Xian, who was running like a stray dog. He knew Elder He Xian's strength very well. He was a grade 3 Arcana Master. With Elder He Xian's strength, other than Lin Xuanzhong, no one in the Lin clan's team could threaten him. Moreover, the Huang clan's team had Huang Lin, who was at the initial Human King stage. In Huang Zhong's opinion, capturing the rest of the Lin clan would be a piece of cake. However, Huang Zhong had an ominous feeling when he saw Elder He Xian running away in a panic. Huang Zhong shifted his gaze and looked behind Old Man He Xian. He wanted to see who exactly was the person who could turn Old Man He Xian into such a state. Chapter 202. Huang Zhong not far behind Old Man He Xian. There was also a black figure swiftly rushing over. When Huang Zhong's eyes shifted to the face of the black figure, a stunned expression immediately surfaced on his face. Because the person who chased after Elder He Xian was a 16-year-old boy. What was even more incredible was that he also knew this boy. He was actually an ordinary warrior of the Yin Void Realm in the Lin family's team. What's going on? Why is He Xian being chased so miserably by a junior? Huang Zhong frowned slightly and muttered softly. Lin Xuanzhong, who was leaning against the tree trunk, naturally heard Old Man He Xian's cry for help. He tilted his head and looked over in surprise. When he saw Old Man He Xian, he had a bad feeling. "So, it's Elder He Xian. No wonder you're so confident. You're willing to take the risk of falling out with the Lin family to exterminate us. To think that even a grade 3 Arcana Master would be invited over." Lin Xian coughed heavily and spoke in a rather gloomy manner. He knew that if Old Man He Xian joined them, the Lin family's team would be in a dire situation. However, he soon realized that something was wrong because he found that Elder He Xian's face was full of panic, and he looked back from time. Following Elder He Xian's line of sight, Zhuowen finally saw the young man who was constantly chasing behind him. This young man was none other than Zhuowen. Zhuowen? He had chased Elder He Xian into such a sorry state. Wasn't his strength only in the Yin Void Realm? How'd he do it? Lin Xuanzhong's mouth was slightly agape. His hands were trembling as he asked in disbelief. Whoosh! A whooshing sound appeared. Elder He Xian instantly arrived beside Huang Zhong. His face was terrifyingly pale. Elder He Xian, what is going on? Didn't you cooperate with Huang Lin to encircle and annihilate those people from the Lin family? How did he end up in such a sorry state? And the young man behind you is the warrior in the Yin Void Realm in the Lin family's team? Looking at the flustered Elder He Xian, Huang Zhong's sense of foreboding became even more intense. Our Huang family's team is finished. Even Huang Lin is dead. Elder He Xian said with a trembling voice. Huang Lin is dead? How is this possible? He is a martial artist of the initial Human King realm. How can he die with such strength? Even the strongest member of the Chun clan, Lin Meiyu, should not have the strength to kill Huang Lin. Huang Zhong's round eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed. Huang Lin Xuanzhong's team killed Huang Lin Xuanzhong's team. Was killed Huang Lin Xian. He Xian's He Xian. He Xian was Xian was still realm was Huang Lin Xian's. Huang Xian Studio Xian He Xian's S Huang Xian's elder. He Huang He Xian's. Hearing elder He Xian's words, Huang Zong and Lin Xuanzhong couldn't help but gasp. Their pupils constricted as they looked at the rapidly approaching black figure. Lin Xuanzhong was stunned. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so powerful. He knew that Zhuowen's void realm strength was just a disguise. It turns out that Zhuowen was hiding such a powerful strength. It seems that I misjudged him, Lin Xuanzhong said with a wry smile. However, his eyes were filled with a glint when he looked at Zhuowen. He knew that since Zhuowen was able to chase Elder He Xian until he was in such a miserable state, he was definitely not from the Huang clan. Whoosh! Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast. He arrived at the open space in an instant. He stood tall and straight, 10 meters away from Huang Zong and Lin Xuanzhong. He didn't expect to meet Huang Zong, the strongest member of the Huang family, here. I met Huang Zong. At this point, Zhuo Wenwei glanced at Lin Xuanzhong, who was leaning against a tree trunk. It seems like old Master Lin Xuanzhong has been defeated. Zhuowen didn't expect that Huang Zong and Lin Xuanzhong, both of whom were in the exceptional Human King realm, will be seriously injured by Lin Xuanzhong. It seemed that Huang Zong was not simple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shortly after Zhuowen landed, 3 wind-breaking sounds were heard. Then, 3 beautiful figures appeared on the open space. They were Lin Meiyu and her sisters. When they saw that Lin Xuanzhong was severely injured, the 3 ladies were shocked. They quickly went to Lin Xuanzhong's side. Lin Meiyu frowned and asked, "Third uncle, how did you get injured?" Huang Zong is stronger than me. He has reached the half-step to Earth King realm. So, I am not his match, Lin Xuanzhong said helplessly. Was Huang Lin from the Huang family really killed by Zhuowen? Lin Xuanzhong frowned and asked doubtfully. The 3 girls looked at each other and nodded. Lin Meiyu said, Huang Lin was indeed killed by Zhuowen. Moreover, Huang Lin and Elder He Xian couldn't do anything to him even when they joined forces. That guy is very strong. He has been hiding his strength all this time. Indeed, I didn't expect Zhuowen to have such strength at such a young age. With such talent and strength, he would be a dazzling genius even in the province. I didn't expect to meet such a talented genius in such a small place. Lin Xuanzhong sighed and looked at Zhuowen's back enviously. He knew that Zhuowen had a bright future if he could achieve such strength at such a young age. Lin Xian's praise caused the 3 ladies to involuntarily turn their gazes to a short distance away. There was a tall and straight figure that wasn't considered majestic. Their gazes were filled with a strong sense of complexity. Among them, Lin Xiaoyu was even more ashamed. Her beautiful eyes did not dare to look directly at Zhuowen's back. She recalled all the things she had done to Zhuowen in the past. She even openly mocked him for being weak. Now that she thought about it, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly realized how ridiculous she was. With Zhuowen's strength, why would he need the Lin family's protection? Moreover, it was the exact opposite. The Lin family was saved by the young man in front of her. Looking at Elder He Xian and Huang Zong, who were standing side by side in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He knew that since he had killed Huang Lin, it could be said that he had formed a feud with the Huang family. The 2 people in front of him were of high status in the Huang family. If he let them go, it would be easy for them to find out about his relationship with the Zhuo family. They might even deal with the Zhuo family because of this. Therefore, in order to prevent his identity from being exposed, Zhuowen's only choice was to kill the 2 people in front of him. This was the safest way. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the Huang family. However, Elder He Xian wanted to kill me. Therefore, what I did just now could be said to be self-defense. However, now that I have formed a feud with the Huang family, I can only kill the two of you here to prevent my identity from being exposed." At this point, Zhuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. There was a strong, killing intent in the depths of his eyes. "I am indeed surprised that you could kill Huang Lin. However, if you think that I am the same as Huang Lin, then you are very wrong. However, the fact that you can kill an initial human king proves that you are quite capable. However, this is as far as you can go. You are destined to die after killing the people of the Huang family." Huang Zhong's face finally regained its calmness. He stomped his foot, and a wave of yuan power poured out like a heavy mountain, shrouding the entire open space. "Elder He Xian, let's kill this kid together. The people of the Huang family are not so easy to kill." Huang Zhong turned his head and glanced at old man He Xian. He spoke faintly before he leaped and rushed toward Zhuan. Upon hearing these words, Elder He Xian's spirit was shaken. Now that he had the backing of a half-step to earthly king stage expert like Huang Zhong, Elder He Xian's confidence was greatly boosted. His pale face also regained some color. "Kid, you are dead meat. No one who offends our Huang clan will have a good ending. Just now, you actually put me in such a miserable state. Later, I will pay you back double." Elder He Xian laughed coldly. He also followed behind Huang Zhong and rushed toward Zhuan. "Old Master Lin, the four of you stay back for now. Let me deal with these two." Zhuan was not afraid at all. He waved his hand and instructed Lin Xuanzhong and the other three behind him. Then he released 8 streams of mental energy from his Naiwan palace and surrounded his body. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body was like a spring as he brazenly charged toward Huang Zhong and old man He Xian. Lin Xuanzhong and the other 3 people knew that they could not help at this time. They followed Zhuan's instructions and retreated a few hundred meters. They hid in the bushes and watched the battle in the open space. "Third, uncle, if what you said is true, Huang Zhong is a half-step to earthly king realm expert. Zhuan is probably not his match. Moreover, there's a grade 3 arcana master like Elder He Xian eyeing him covetously. What should we do now?" Lin Meiyu said helplessly. "I'm seriously injured and have less than 10% of my strength left. The 4 of you are too weak. You are no match for Huang Zhong and Elder He Xian. Now, our only hope is Zhuan. Only if Zhuan wins this battle will we have a chance to survive. If he loses, with our current state, we won't be able to escape from Huang Zhong's grasp." Lin Xuanzhong smiled bitterly and helplessly. He knew that the 4 of them could only rely on the young man not far away. "You must win." Lin Meiyu and the other 2 women looked at the back of Huang Zhong and could not help but clench their fists and murmur in their hearts. On the open space, Zhuan, who was surrounded by 8 golden round shields, looked coldly at Huang Zhong and Elder He Xian, who were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his face. "I did not expect that I would have to use this move before entering the ancient cave mansion. However, it is not a loss to deal with the 2 of you." Chapter 203. Shua Lucille Swoosh. The black-colored Nirvana demon flame and the blue-colored heaven terminus cold air immediately emerged from Zhuan's hands, following which Zhuan unceremoniously clasped his hands together. The 2 types of ice and fire energy immediately merged together. Under the cover of countless sparks, they transformed into a colorful energy ball. Bang! The moment the ice fireball was formed, a powerful aura that caused one to feel suffocated immediately covered the entire open space. Even the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. "Let's decide life and death with one move. I still have to rush to the heaven terminus dark eye," Zhuan said in an indifferent tone while holding the ice fireball in his hand. Huang Zhong and Elder He Xian were both stunned as they stared at the ice fireball in Zhuan's palm. They could naturally feel that the ice fireball contained an unusual energy fluctuation. What exactly is the thing in this brat's hand? Why does it possess such a powerful aura? Huang Zhong's gaze hardened slightly. He stared at the ice fireball in Zhuan's palm and asked fearfully, "Huang Zhong, you should be careful. Huang Lin was killed by this move of this brat. That strange five-colored ball is not ordinary. Elder Haitian also saw the ice fireball in Zhuan's palm. His expression changed slightly as he spoke. He still clearly remembered how miserable Huang Lin had ended up under this kind of explosion. Moreover, he faintly felt that the ice fireball that Zhuan had used now was much stronger than before. Elder Haitian's feeling was not wrong. When Zhuan killed Huang Lin, he had used the ice fireball that was a combination of ordinary grade ice and fire energy. Now, he was using the man-grade ice and fire energy to create a truly powerful ice fireball. Its power was dozens of times stronger than before. Although this brat's body is a little strange, his cultivation level is merely at corporeal yang stage 8. Even with the support of 8 perfect tier 2 mental energy, he is at most comparable to an advanced human king stage expert. Moreover, I've already reached the half step to earthly king stage. It is not difficult to capture this brat. Huang Zhong's endless yuan power immediately burst forth as he spoke. Both of his hands suddenly stretched out, and a huge machete appeared in his hands. Clang! Suddenly pulling out the machete, Huang Zhong took a step in the air, and his speed increased. In an instant, he was above Zhuan's head. Holding the machete in his hand, he slashed downwards. Mountain-splitting saber dipper. With a low roar, the machete in Huang Zhong's hand began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a huge blade that was dozens of feet long in the air. Moreover, the blade was wrapped in countless astral winds and blade chi that crisscrossed, as if even the air was about to be torn apart. Not far away, Lin Xian looked at the huge blade that extended from the void. His wrinkled face immediately changed, and his expression became extremely ugly. It's actually the mountain-splitting blade. That's a high earth-tier armor technique. Even in the Huang family, it's a rare armor technique. I never expected that Huang Zhong would still have such a technique. Looks like he did not use his full strength when he fought with me. Lin Xuanzhong said with an ugly expression. Third uncle, can Zhuan take this technique? Lin Chaiyu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked with a cold expression on her face. However, while she was asking, Lin Chaiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she looked at the youth who was standing upright not far away. Her pair of delicate fists were tightly clenched. Lin Xuanzhong looked strangely at Lin Chaiyu, who had suddenly opened her mouth to ask a question. In his impression, Lin Chaiyu had a cold personality. She was neither friendly nor friendly to anyone. Moreover, she was not good with words. It was the first time Lin Xuanzhong had seen her ask an outsider about something. Even Lin Meiyu and Lin Xiaoyu, who were standing beside him, looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a strange expression. Obviously, the two of them were surprised by Lin Xiaoyu's current behavior. Feeling the gazes of the three people, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes flashed slightly. Her crystal-clear cheeks revealed a trace of crimson, but this trace of crimson was quickly replaced by a cold expression. Actually, I don't know either. After all, Huang Zhong is a half-step to earthly king stage expert. Now that he has used a high earth-tier armor technique, its power is self-evident. The power of Zhuan's multicolored sphere cannot be underestimated either. Even I am not sure who is stronger between the two of them. Lin Xuanzhong's mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He knew that since Huang Zhong had used a high earth-tier armor technique, the former believed that Zhuan was indeed very difficult to deal with. After all, Huang Zhong had not used such an armor technique when they fought. Boom! While Lin Xuanzhong and the other three watched from afar with fear and trepidation, Zhuan, who was on the open ground, gently tossed his right hand. The ice fireball was like a meteor as it streaked across the void and violently collided with the huge blade in the void. Immediately, a monstrous explosion resounded, destructive energy spread out from the void, and ripples appeared in the void. Under these ripples, endless air waves accompanied by strong winds swept across the entire open ground. Countless trees within 100 miles of the open ground were uprooted and turned into fine powder under the powerful energy. Under the powerful energy aftermath, Lin Xuanzhong and the other three, who were 100 miles away, staggered, and almost lost their balance. So powerful. Looking at the destructive energy fluctuation in the void, Lin Xuanzhong and the other three could not help but exclaim. Even they had never seen a collision of this level. Elder He Xian had already retreated 100 miles away when he saw that the timing was not right. His eyes were immediately filled with shock as he looked at the ruins within 100 miles of the empty ground. He had never imagined that the fight between the two of them would actually create such a huge commotion. I did not expect Zhuowen to be able to fight with Huang Zhong, who is a half-step to earthly king. This is beyond my expectations. Elder He Xian's eyes flickered, and there was no longer a trace of pride on his face. He realized that he had once again underestimated Zhuowen's strength. Bang! 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 A series of explosions suddenly burst forth in the sky. Immediately, the void exploded with colorful lights. Huang Zhong's pupils shrank when he saw that the huge blade in the void had actually started to sway under the explosion. Crack! A crisp sound resounded through the void. Huang Zhong's narrowed pupils shrank again until they were as small as needles. In the reflection of his eyes, he could see that the surface of the huge blade in the void had actually started to crack. The crack spread out like a spider web, and finally, it broke apart. Poochie! A strong recoil force was like a whip kick that violently hit Huang Zhong's chest. Under the strong force, Huang Zhong was like a falling meteor. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. Boom! A huge pit suddenly appeared on the hard, open ground, and dust filled the air. 100 miles away, Elder He Xian's eyes suddenly widened, and his face became extremely pale. He looked at the broken blade in the void in disbelief, and the dispirited figure in the huge pit below in the open space. Advanced earthly armor skill. Mountain-splitting blade, aura. It was actually broken. Huang Zhong is actually not a match for this kid. Elder He Xian's lips trembled slightly as he exclaimed. On the other side, Lin Xuanzhong and the other three suddenly became quiet. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard among the four of them. Huang Zhong lost? In the end, Lin Xuanzhong spoke out everyone's thoughts. He stared blankly at the huge pit in the open ground and the young man who was still standing on the ground and said in disbelief, "This guy is actually so strong that even Huang Zhong is not a match for him? Looks like our crisis this time is over. This time, Zhuowen has saved us. Looks like we have to thank him properly." Lin Meiyu's originally tense face also relaxed as she said with a smile, "Meiyu is right. The reason we were saved this time is all because of little brother Zhuowen. It would not be right if we did not show our gratitude." Lin Xuanzhong also recovered from his shock and said with a joyful expression, "Dang, dang, dang." The clear sound of footsteps slowly sounded from the empty ground. Zhuowen slowly walked towards the huge pit in the middle. His expression was indifferent as he looked at the dispirited and listless Huang Zhong in the pit and said in an indifferent voice, "Do you have any last words?" At this moment, Huang Zhong's clothes were torn and countless wounds were densely packed on his body. Blood spurted out like a fountain and actually accumulated in the pit. Slowly turning his head, Huang Zhong's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness as he said, "Zhuowen, I have said before that those who kill my Huang family members will not have a good ending. Even if I die, I will not let you off." When these words were spoken, a trace of an ominous feeling flashed across Zhuowen's heart. His feet lightly stepped, and he wanted to quickly retreat. However, Huang Zhong suddenly had the strength from somewhere. His right hand clenched and pinched Zhuowen's ankle. At the same time, Huang Zhong's left hand drew a strange blood-colored symbol on Zhuowen's forehead. Once the blood-colored symbol was formed, it turned into a bloody glow. With a swoosh, it actually entered Zhuowen's forehead and turned into a blood-colored symbol on his forehead. "Damn it!" Zhuowen shouted angrily. His right palm suddenly slammed on Huang Zhong's forehead and completely killed him. His right leg swung, and Huang Zhong's right hand was flung away. Blood seal? Huang Zhong actually risked his life to use such a sinister secret technique. Lin Xuanzhong also saw the scene on the empty ground. Looking at the blood-colored symbol on Zhuowen's forehead, he turned pale with fright. On the empty ground, Zhuowen held his forehead as beads of cold sweat involuntarily appeared. His expression was extremely gloomy. What exactly is this thing? It's actually stuck to my forehead and even affected my spiritual power? When the blood seal was formed on Zhuowen's forehead, Zhuowen could feel that the mental energy in his Naiwen palace seemed to be blocked. It was somewhat difficult for him to activate it. Kid, this thing is very troublesome. If this Dragon Lord's guess is correct, this should be a secret technique that seals your mental energy. It seems like that guy was actually hiding something before he died. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Chapter 204. Leave. Even I have never heard of such a secret technique. However, Lin Xuanzhong, whom you saved, might have a way. After all, that fellow is also one of the 5 great clans in the prefecture. He should have some understanding of the Huang clan, which is also one of the 5 great clans. At this point, Xiao Hei changed the topic and said, "But you should deal with the fish that escaped the net first." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen tilted his head and looked at Elder He Xian, who was hiding in the distance. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "I have the same intention." As he spoke, he stomped on the ground and shot toward Elder He Xian like an arrow that was shot from a bow. Elder He Xian had long been scared out of his wits by Zhuowen's powerful aura. Moreover, due to the huge impact of the ice fire just now, he was also affected and suffered quite a few internal injuries. Therefore, Zhuowen killed Elder He Xian, who was at his wits' end, in a few moves. Moreover, he took the opportunity to take the Qinquan bag from the latter's waist. After dealing with Elder He Xian, Zhuowen came to the side of Huang Zhong's corpse and unceremoniously took his Qinquan bag. Holding the 2 Qinquan bags in his hands, Zhuowen quickly scanned through the contents of the Qinquan bags. To his surprise, he found the secret spirit skill Golden Light Sword in Elder He Xian's Qinquan bag. This made Zhuowen quite excited. Zhuowen naturally knew the power of the Golden Light Sword. It was a powerful secret skill that could almost penetrate a middle-grade soul treasure. Back in the cave, Zhuowen had used 8 strands of mental strength to condense a golden shield to completely block it. However, 7 of the shields had been destroyed in the process, leaving only the innermost one undamaged. From this point alone, one could see how powerful the secret technique was. Moreover, Zhuowen possessed the heaven-defying 10,000 amplification scripture. With the 10,000 amplification scripture's limitless differentiation effect and his other secret spirit skills, he was able to display an extremely frightening might. Take Zhuowen as an example. At this moment, Zhuowen had 8 strands of mental energy in his body. Therefore, after Zhuowen cultivated the Golden Light Sword, he could release 8 powerful Golden Light Swords. Apart from this set of secret spirit skill, which was relatively precious, the rest of the items in Elder He Xian's Qinquan bag were relatively ordinary. However, the items in Huang Zhong's Qinquan bag disappointed Zhuowen. There were not many items in Huang Zhong's Qinquan bag, and to Zhuowen, they were basically useless items. However, after searching, Zhuowen still found a defensive soul treasure. This defensive numinous treasure was a piece of inner armor. Its surface was made of interwoven snow-white silk. It was quite comfortable and smooth to the touch. Judging from the aura of this numinous treasure should be a middle-level numinous treasure. No wonder he's the leader of the 5 great families in the prefecture. The person he casually sent out has a middle-grade numinous treasure. It seems like our Rot-Tan Armor City cannot be compared to the prefecture. Smacking his lips, Zhuowen did not stop dripping his blood on the inner armor. During the process, Zhuowen also found out that this inner armor was called the Ice Silk Armor. The ancient cave mansion was an extremely dangerous place for Zhuowen. If he wanted to obtain benefits from it, he had to become stronger. Now that Zhuowen had obtained the Ice Silk Armor and the Golden Light Sword secret technique, Zhuowen's life was undoubtedly another layer of protection. After Zhuowen finished checking the Qinquan bag, Lin Xuanzhong had already led the 3 Lin sisters to Zhuowen's side. Looking at Huang Zhong's glaring eyes in the deep pit, the four of them could not help but tremble violently. Therefore, they had seen from afar that Huang Zhong was indeed killed by Zhuowen. However, when they came closer and saw Huang Zhong's corpse, the four of them were still shocked. After all, a half-step earthly king stage practitioner had fallen in front of them. This in itself was enough to make one tremble. At the same time, Lin Xuanzhong and the other three looked at Zhuowen with reverence. After all, to be able to kill a half-step earthly king stage practitioner by himself, one could see how powerful Zhuowen was. Thank you, little brother Zhuowen, for your help this time. If it weren't for you, the few of us would really have been annihilated by the Huang family. Lin Xuanzhong walked to Zhuowen's side and thanked him in an extremely courteous manner. Lin Xuanzhong was so polite because of the powerful strength Zhuowen had displayed. Furthermore, Zhuowen was still so young. Lin Xuanzhong knew that Zhuowen's potential was not inferior to their Lin family's strongest genius. Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a smile, "I didn't mean to. There's no need to thank me. Zhuowen, you don't have to be humble. You saved the four of us this time, so we will naturally remember this kindness," Lin Xuanzhong said solemnly. After he finished speaking, Lin Xuanzhong took out a golden token from his Chinquan bag and handed it to Zhuowen with a solemn expression. He said, "My life was saved by you, so you are my benefactor." This token is called the teleportation token. Although it is only a middle-rank spiritual treasure, its effect is very special. It allows you to teleport to any place within 1,000 miles. However, this teleportation can only be used once a day. When Lin Xuanzhong took out the token, the three sisters of the Lin family were shocked. Among them, Lin Shi frowned and said, "Third uncle, this token is your..." However, before Lin Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Xuanzhong. He said indifferently, "My life was saved by little brother Zhuowen. Is this thing not enough to repay my life?" Since Lin Xuanzhong had said so, the three sisters of the Lin family did not say anything. They only looked at Zhuowen enviously as he took the teleportation token. Clearly, this token was not ordinary. Zhuowen naturally saw their expressions. Moreover, from the solemn expression on Lin Xuanzhong's face, he knew that this token was definitely something very important to Lin Xuanzhong. Zhuowen also had a good impression of Lin Xuanzhong's dedication and loyalty. Although he wanted to refuse, Lin Xuanzhong was very stubborn and insisted that Zhuowen accept the teleportation token. Zhuowen naturally did not dare to refuse. Moreover, Zhuowen also coveted the teleportation effect of the teleportation token. After all, if he was in a life or death situation, using this thing to teleport away would be very effective. After accepting the teleportation token, Zhuowen was in a good mood. He said to Lin Xuanzhong, "Since things have come to this point, I will not hide it anymore. Actually, I am Zhuowen from the Zhuo family in Rot-Tan Armor City. I am here for the ancient cave mansion. You are indeed the genius from the Zhuo family in Rot-Tan Armor City. When we first met you, we saw that you were only at the Yin Void Realm and thought that you were just someone with the same name. I did not expect you to really be the Zhuowen who has been the talk of Rot-Tan Armor City recently," Lin Meiyu suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded slightly and admitted his identity. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xuanzhong and asked seriously, "Senior, do you recognize the blood seal on my forehead?" Lin Xuanzhong looked at Zhuowen's forehead and sighed. "You have indeed been hit by Huang Zhong's blood seal." "Blood seal? What exactly is this thing?" Zhuowen asked in confusion. The blood constriction seal is actually a rather insidious secret technique. This secret technique requires the caster to use his life's essence blood and cultivation to congeal this blood constriction seal, and then use it on the enemy as a desperate measure. In other words, once the caster uses this secret skill, he will definitely die, Lin Xuanzhong said seriously. Furthermore, the blood choke seal will stick to the forehead of the victim. This kind of seal is quite strange. It will continuously absorb the blood essence energy of the victim's body. After 49 days, the victim's blood essence will be sucked dry and they will die. When Zhuowen heard this, his face suddenly became very ugly. He frowned slightly and said, Since Senior knows about the blood seal, does Senior know how to remove it? The blood seal is a secret skill of the Huang family. It is very insidious, and the only way to remove this blood seal is to consume the blood chi nethergrass, which can completely erase the blood seal. Moreover, the blood chi nethergrass can also help you transform the essence of the blood seal into your body, which can help you break through your cultivation. When Lin Xuanzhong said this, he smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, the blood chi nethergrass is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient among the 5th grade elixirs. Therefore, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to find this elixir. However, according to this old man's guess, the elixir garden in the ancient cave is still intact. I think that there should be this blood chi nethergrass in the ancient cave." When he heard this, Zhuan's gaze turned cold. He finally knew how difficult it was to deal with the blood seal. If he did not remove it, Zhuan would die in 49 days. It seems that we must go to the ancient cave. Senior, your goal this time is also the ancient cave. Why don't we go to the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye together? Since there was a solution in the ancient cave, Zhuan did not have much worry in his heart. Instead, he cupped his hands and invited Lin Xuanzhong and the other 3. However, what made Zhuan surprised was that Lin Xuanzhong waved his hand and said, "We will not go. This time, I am seriously injured and my strength is less than 10%. If I enter the ancient cave now, I am afraid that I will die. Moreover, my duty this time is to protect Miyu and the other 2 sisters. Since I have not recovered from my injuries, I will not be able to protect the 3 of them. Since that is the case, we will part ways here. Then the 4 of you take care." Zhuan did not hesitate. He cupped his hands and headed towards the depths of the forest. "Little brother, take care too. The ancient cave is filled with danger. Be careful. Also, if you come to the province capital one day, you must come to our Lin family as a guest. This old man will definitely treat you well." Looking at Zhuan's departing figure, Lin Xuanzhong shouted loudly. The young man in the distance waved his hand and agreed. Chapter 205. 3 Marquises. Ever since he had parted ways with Lin Xuanzhong and the other 3, Zhuan had been rushing towards the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. With his familiarity with the Annihilation Forest, Zhuan finally arrived at the open space where the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye was located after a day. But when Zhuan reached the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye, he was awed by the fiery atmosphere here. The open space in front of Tian Shaming was thousands of miles wide. It could be said to be extremely spacious. However, such a spacious open space was filled with tents. Around the tents were endless figures. It looked like countless locusts had passed through. As he gazed at the densely packed crowd, Zhuan involuntarily smacked his lips. Looks like the attraction of the ancient cave dwelling was truly great. It had actually attracted so many factions. Zhuan saw many local factions within Vine Armor City, but he also saw many factions that he did not recognize. Evidently, these factions had hurried over from the province capital. Zhuan's arrival didn't attract too much attention. After all, a lone ranger like Zhuan naturally wouldn't receive the attention of the other factions. In their opinion, lone rangers wouldn't amount to much. However, in a tent not far away from Zhuan, a dark and cold gaze stared straight at Zhuan, who had appeared on the empty ground. Deep within that gaze, there was a deep killing intent. The owner of this cold gaze was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. If Zhuan saw this person, he would probably recognize him as the sect master of the Yin-sifting sect, Ying Shu, whom he had met in the last slot battle. Ying Shuilua's tent was quite remote. At this time, dozens of people had already gathered there. A white-haired old man in his 70s came to Ying Shuilua's side. Following the latter's line of sight, he also saw Zhuan, who had just arrived. The old man said in a low voice, "Sect Master, is this kid the Zhuan who helped the city lord mansion win the quota?" "Yes. I did not expect that this brat would be so bold as to barge into the ancient cave mansion alone. However, this is also good. This brat has destroyed my children. I will make him pay the price." Ying Shuilua's face darkened as he said coldly, "Sect Master, why don't we get rid of this brat now?" The white-haired old man asked in a low voice. The coldness in his eyes intensified. There are too many people here. It's not easy to deal with him. Moreover, this brat can fight with a human king realm warrior with the art of the world realm. He must have many secrets. Once we enter the ancient cave mansion, we'll have plenty of chances. At that time, I'll take away this brat's life and all his secrets, Ing Shiwa said with a cold snort. At the same time, he began to look. He Shuelua, while Shuelua Shue was Shue Shuel was the sect master. Is Luin? Is his world studio? From these conversations, Zhuan learned a lot about the ancient cave mansion. It turned out that the ancient cave mansion was hidden in the deepest part of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. In the depths of the endless cold air, there was a layer of restriction set up by an ancient expert. Even though this layer of restriction was much weaker than before due to the passage of time, it still wasn't something that an ordinary cultivator could break through. Only an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator possessed the strength to break through such a restriction by themselves. However, Muchi Marquis had made it clear that warriors of the Ultimate King Realm were not allowed to intervene. Therefore, several forces in the prefecture sent warriors at the peak of the Heavenly King Realm to join forces to break the restriction of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Lingju, who came with the 9th Commandery Princess last time, was the main force in breaking the restriction. The only forces in the prefecture that could send warriors at the peak of the Heavenly King Realm were the 3 marquises of the prefecture, the Imperial Sword Sect, and the Jade Lady Star Court. As Zhuowen listened to the discussions of the surrounding warriors, time gradually flowed by. As Zhuowen listened to the discussions, he pondered on how he should search for the blood-chi nether grass after entering the ancient cave. After all, the blood seal on his forehead was the most important problem for Zhuowen to solve. When the scorching sun in the sky rose to its highest point, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. The moment the sound of breaking air rang out, the yuan power of the world suddenly surged and showed signs of boiling. Zhuowen looked up at the sky. In the horizon, a huge ship with a dragon's head was like a mountain. It was like a meteor breaking through the sky. Wherever it passed, there was a deafening sound of explosion. Is that the Chunglong? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the dragon's head ship that was speeding towards him from the horizon. He knew that Lu Yuanhua and the other members of the House of Marquis Qin were all on this high-grade spiritual treasure ship. Zhuowen naturally would not forget the humiliation that Lu Yuanhua had brought to the Zhuo family in Rot-Tan Armor City. When the Chunglong vehicle cut through the void and appeared in the sky, everyone on the empty ground sensed its presence. Immediately, numerous astonished gazes were cast over. Whoosh! Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the Chunglong broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. When the Chunglong's huge body finally appeared in the sky above everyone, everyone was shocked by the size of the ship. In front of the huge Chunglong, all of the practitioners on the open ground were as tiny as ants. When the Chunglong came to a complete stop in the air above the open ground, everyone's eyes gathered on the dragon's head. There, a young man in purple robes stood firmly with his hands behind his back. A cool breeze blew over, causing his long hair to flutter. He appeared free and easy without losing any of his luxurious aura. Many people were impressed by his aura. On the dragon's head, the purple-robed man slightly lowered his head. His calm eyes looked down at the various factions on the open ground, after which he withdrew his gaze. There was nothing worth lingering over there. The members of the House of Marquis Qin have arrived. That is the leader of the House of Marquis Qin this time, Muchi Marquis' third son, Lu Yuanhua. I heard that he has reached the perfect earthly king stage at such a young age. As they looked at the purple-robed man on the dragon's head, everyone on the open ground burst into an uproar. Many people's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Yuanhua. Zhuowen stared straight at the purple-robed man on the dragon's head. He could see the indifference in Lu Yuanhua's eyes towards everyone below. Or rather, it was a kind of disregard. Of course, with Lu Yuanhua's strength, he indeed had the qualifications to do so. A practitioner who could reach the perfect earthly king stage at such a young age was one of the few existences in the entire Muqin County. Even though Zhuowen was rather unhappy with Lu Yuanhua, he still acknowledged the latter's strength in his heart. After all, Zhuowen had exchanged blows with the former back in Rattan Armor City. The result naturally made Zhuowen feel somewhat dejected. Even though Zhuowen had created a true ice fire, it was only able to injure Lu Yuanhua's palm. Moreover, that was already Zhuowen's strongest move. Brat, looks like you are unwilling to accept this. However, you are still young. Moreover, the strength of your ice fire can at the very most cause great harm to a human king stage practitioner. It is likely that it will be a little beyond your ability to deal with an earthly king stage practitioner. In that case, there's no need to even mention the even more powerful heavenly king stage practitioner. Xiaohei seemed to have sensed the dejection in Zhuowen's heart as she suddenly opened her mouth to speak. I know that I will one day defeat Lu Yuanhua and snatch the gravity tower that our clan has lost from his hands. Moreover, the strength of the ice flame holy symbol also needs to be raised. Looks like I need to go and find an even higher grade ice and fire energy. Currently, the Nirvana demon flame and the heaven terminus cold chi are unable to provide much help. Zhuowen inhaled a deep breath of air and said softly, Actually, at the end of the day, it is still because your ice-fire holy symbol is incomplete. If it was a complete ice-fire holy symbol, the ice-fire energy within it could continuously evolve into a higher grade energy by swallowing other energy. It would not be like now, where you still need to go and find ice-fire energy. Xiaohei's voice was a little helpless as she spoke. Lu Yuanhua, you have come so early. A thunder-like loud laughter suddenly rumbled across the sky, just as everyone was shocked by the Changlong. After which, everyone saw a golden light break through the sky and arrive. A powerful aura also spread across the sky. The golden light broke through the sky, and the natural Yuan power shook. Finally, the golden light was suspended in the sky and transformed into an enormous golden lawn bird. A group of human figures stood on the lawn bird. At the leader of this group of human figures was a young man with a strong body. Both of his arms were bare, and he was carrying an enormous long blade on his back. His body was straight, appearing just like a long spear that was standing in the sky. Sumu of the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion. Zhuowen muttered as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the arrogant young man on the lawn bird. Zhuowen was also familiar with Sumu. Back in Rattan Armor City, Sumu was on Lu Yuanhua's Changlong. Zhuowen did not expect Sumu to have a mount after not seeing him for a few days. Looking at the lawn bird under Sumu's feet, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This was because he realized that the lawn bird was actually a level 3 Yuan beast. In other words, this Yuan beast alone was not weaker than an ordinary human king realm warrior. Sumu, aren't you also quite early? I just arrived, and you follow behind, Lu Yuanhua said as he calmly glanced at Sumu with his hands behind his back. Oh, the house of Marquis Qin and the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion have both arrived. Sai, why are you all so early? A somewhat mocking voice suddenly came from afar. Then, a black figure suddenly flew over from afar and arrived at the open space in an instant. The people below also looked over and saw a giant python with a pair of wings on its back that was dozens of feet long. It was flapping its wings as it slowly stopped in the air. An extremely powerful aura swept out from the giant python's body. There was also a group of people on the giant python. On the head of the giant python, a blue-robed man stood with a smile. The man's face was devilishly handsome. In terms of appearance, he was much prettier than some young girls. He was waving a feather fan in his hand slowly, exuding a noble elegance. That is the crown prince of the Marquis of Yongxing's mansion, Qin Hui. He is also a first-class genius. Chapter 206. Break the seal. The gathering of the three most powerful factions in the province immediately caused an uproar on the empty ground. Everyone's eyes were fiery as they stared at the three great factions in the sky. Being able to see powerful factions like the three marquises of the province in Rattan Armor City was already an eye-opener for some of the factions. Whoosh! Not long after the three Marquis's forces had gathered, two resplendent beams of light streaked across the sky, shooting straight towards the heaven fiend dark eye like meteors. Looks like the Imperial Sword faction and Jade Lady Starcourt are also here. On the dragon's head, Lu Yuanhua clasped his hands behind his back as a light flashed across his eyes. Just as LV Yuanhua's voice faded, two streaks of light instantly appeared in the sky. Two more groups appeared on the empty ground. One of the groups was filled with people wearing long black robes. Moreover, each of them carried a long sword on their back. What was even more bizarre was that each person in this group was standing on a long sword and flying through the air. The Imperial Sword faction. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he stared at the group in the sky and spoke with envy. The Imperial Sword sect, as its name implied, was famous for its Imperial Sword technique. It was said that the experts of the Imperial Sword sect could single-handedly control a long sword to take the head of a general in an army of 10,000. The other team was quite pleasing to the eye. Because the disciples of the Jade Lady Astral Court were all female, the team they sent this time was made up of young and beautiful girls. The leader of the Jade Lady Astral Court this time was a woman with a veil covering her face. She wore a light blue dress and had a graceful figure. The leader of the ruling sword school was a young man in his 20s. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was handsome. His tall and straight body stepped on the sword like a peerless sword. Brother Lu, Brother Su, Brother Qin, long time no see. The three of you have come quite early. The man with the sword cupped his hands and said with a smile, I didn't expect that the one who came this time would be Brother Guang Mo. I thought that your Imperial Sword Gate would send Brother Zhu Qi. Lu Yuanhua rubbed his palms together as he spoke with a faint smile. Eldest senior brother is at a critical juncture of his seclusion, so he naturally can't make it. Although my strength is slightly inferior, with this sword, it should be more than enough to explore the ancient cave. The man with the sword was called Guang Mo, and he was the second disciple of the Imperial Sword School. His strength was second only to the Imperial Sword School's eldest disciple, Zhu Qi, and he was already at the mastery of the Earth King realm. Guang Mo faintly smiled as he retrieved a green longsword from his Chinquan bag. The moment the sword appeared, an extremely powerful aura instantly spread out, enveloping the entire space within it, following which a clear and melodious sword cry instantly spread out. Oh, the shadow of a giant dragon that was hundreds of feet long condensed in the void behind Guang Mo with a sword cry. Green separation sword? I did not expect that Brother Zhu Qi would even hand over this sword to you. Looks like your Imperial Sword Gate is also unwilling to be outdone in the fight for the ancient cave mansion this time around. When Lu Yuanhua saw the green longsword in Guang Mo's hand, his expression changed slightly as he said, However, what really surprised me is that the Jade Lady Starcourt actually sent Miss Qing Lian over. With Miss Qing Lian's strength, this ancient cave mansion is bound to be won. Lu Yuanhua smiled as he looked at the Jade Lady Starcourt's side. His gaze was filled with dread as he spoke. Young Master Lu, you think too highly of Qing Lian. You are all the top young warriors in Muqing County. Even Qing Lian would find it difficult to gain anything this time around. A light voice slowly resounded from the Jade Lady Starcourt's team. This voice was extremely beautiful, as if it had a special magical power, causing many people on the empty space to reveal a dazed and intoxicated look. What a powerful woman! Zhuo Wen's mind had similarly sunk into a momentary daze because of this voice. However, he quickly regained his senses. Immediately, a shocked expression surged into his eyes. His gaze hardened as he stared at the graceful lady in the sky. His expression was filled with intense fear. Boy, this woman is very strong, much stronger than Lu Yuanhua. It seems that the ancient cave mansion this time is really a gathering of experts. Xiao Hei's voice rang out at this time. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen gazed at the graceful figure in the sky. He knew that this woman's strength had most likely reached the Heavenly King realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this casual voice to cause Zhuowen to fall into a momentary daze. Miss Qing Lian is too modest. If we're talking about the real top person, I'm afraid only Miss Qing Lian is the one. The graceful Qin Hui waved his feather fan and spoke rather elegantly. However, his gaze was filled with passion as he looked at Qing Lian. After all, as long as one was a man, they would be tempted by such a beautiful woman. Qing Lian smiled sweetly. Her eyes, which were as bright as stars, turned towards LV Yuanhua. She softly said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin to break the seal." "All right." Lu Yuanhua's originally cold face softened as he nodded his head. His gaze towards Qing Lian was also filled with passion. After all, regardless of whether it was her graceful temperament or her graceful figure, they could be said to be perfect. Even Lu Yuanhua was tempted by such a perfect woman. Hearing Lu Yuanhua's words, the other three nodded their heads. "Since we have started, let's start quickly." Su Mu was the fastest to act. He suddenly pulled out the large blade on his back and pushed his right hand forward. The large blade trembled violently as a bright golden light condensed on the blade. Finally, it transformed into a huge golden blade shadow and violently shot out. Boom! Boom! As the blade shadow shot out, it brought about a series of explosions along the way. Its aura was astonishing. Whoosh! The instant Su Mu made his move, Qin Hui, who was standing on top of the giant python, gently waved the feather fan in his hand with a smile. It directly formed a wave in the air. Within the wave, surging yuan power filled the air. "Go!" Qin Hui waved the feather fan in his right hand. The monstrous wave was like a giant wave that crossed the sky. Buzz! Guang Mo stomped his foot, and the giant sword under his feet rapidly rotated. Finally, it transformed into a sword light that pierced through the air and directly shot out. Buzz! Lu Yuanhua slightly raised his head. His right hand gently pinched the air as a huge yuan power vortex appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, the yuan power vortex transformed into a giant dragon that pierced through the sky and whizzed out. Compared to Lu Yuanhua and the other three's attack, Qing Lian's attack was rather calm. She waved her hand, and the endless starlight under her feet split into specks of starlight that silently shot towards the heaven fiend dark eye. When the five of them made their move, the yuan power in the area began to violently boil. Many people on the open ground were amazed. To be able to use yuan power to such an extent, it was likely that only those who had stepped into the Earth King stage and above could do so. An Earth King stage warrior is indeed incomparable to a human King stage warrior. They are actually able to use yuan power to such an extent. Zhuan took a deep breath. He knew that an Earth King stage warrior was able to use the yuan power of heaven and earth. Every move of theirs contained great power. It was no wonder that when Zhuan used the ice flame, it only caused some superficial wounds on Lu Yuanhua. Zhuan knew that if Lu Yuanhua had used his full strength, Zhuan would have died. Or perhaps he would have asked Xiao He for help and exposed Xiao He's existence. While Zhuan's eyes flickered, the mighty attack in the sky had already heavily bombarded the heaven fiend dark eye under the numerous gazes of the crowd. As the attack neared, a trace of distortion appeared in the sky. It was as if the space itself could not withstand the pressure of the attack. Bang, 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 bang. A destructive explosion immediately appeared in the sky above the heaven fiend dark eye. Soon after, a dazzling brilliance, like the scorching sun, instantly enveloped the entire area. Soon after, everyone was shocked to find that the huge eyeball above the heaven fiend dark eye, which was formed by the heaven fiend cold chi, had begun to tremble violently. As time passed, the frequency of the trembling became faster and faster, and finally reached a peak. Boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out in an instant, following which the huge eyeball directly collapsed. The endless cold chi contained within the eyeball poured out in torrents, gushing towards the sky like a volcanic eruption. As the cold chi continued to flow out of the heaven fiend dark eye, the temperature of the empty ground rapidly fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. A thick layer of ice actually formed on the soft ground in the blink of an eye. Some of the weaker warriors even started to shiver under the invasion of this sinister cold. Chi. As the cold chi continued to flow out, a black whirlpool-like hole slowly appeared at the gap of the Heaven Fiend dark eye. The hole was pitch black as far as the eye could see. Is this the entrance to the ancient cave? Qing Lian's pretty eyes flickered as she asked in a strange manner. Father has already guessed that this Heaven Fiend dark eye is the restrictive strength of the ancient cave. As long as the Heaven Fiend dark eye is broken, the entrance to the ancient cave will appear. It is likely that this should be the entrance to the ancient cave. Lu Yuanhua's eyes contained a trace of anticipation as he looked at the black whirlpool in front of him and said. The 5 people in the sky nodded slightly. They led the groups behind them and transformed into 5 rays of light that rushed into the black whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The Heaven Fiend dark eye has been broken. The entrance to the ancient cave has also appeared. Quickly charge. Everyone on the empty ground rejoiced when they saw the 5 groups in the sky disappear into the black whirlpool. Immediately, Yuan power whizzed out. Numerous figures gathered their strength and swiftly rushed towards the black whirlpool. For a time, the sky was filled with rushing sounds. The crowd was like a swarm of locusts as they rushed towards the entrance. Has the seal finally been broken? Looks like we should also set off. Looking at the black whirlpool in the sky, Zhuan's eyes were filled with rich anticipation. He wanted to see just what kind of treasure was in the ancient cave that could actually attract so many factions from the province. When he thought of this, Zhuan's feet suddenly stomped. His entire body transformed into a ray of light and entered the black whirlpool in the blink of an eye. Chapter 207. Stone Gate. This was an empty space that stretched as far as the eye could see. The surroundings were dusky and gloomy, as if it was a gloomy day. In front of this dusky space, a stone gate that was several hundred meters tall stood between the heavens and the earth. The weathered surface of the stone was slightly yellowed, revealing the passage of time and the vicissitudes of ancient times. In front of this grand stone gate, everyone was as small and insignificant as ants. The stone gate that had stood for 10,000 years was like a giant in its twilight years, silently overlooking the countless figures below. On the other side of the stone gate, there was a palace that looked like an endless mountain range. Quietly standing in the distance at this moment, countless figures had already gathered in front of the stone gate. However, the strange thing was that these figures all stopped in front of the stone gate, and not a single one of them took a step forward. Zhuowen even saw Lu Yuanhua, Qing Lian, and the other 4 young experts at the front of the crowd. After Lu Yuanhua said a few words to the group behind him, he took a step forward and shot towards the stone gate like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Clang! The moment Lu Yuanhua entered the stone gate, a golden light suddenly exploded in front of the stone gate. Then, a golden barrier actually blocked in front of Lu Yuanhua. Lu Yuanhua coldly snorted. He gently clenched his fist, and a huge golden palm suddenly pressed down, instantly shattering the golden barrier. His figure had already entered the stone gate in an instant. Looking at Lu Yuanhua's departing figure, Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered in a low voice. There's something strange about this stone gate. Heh. This stone gate should be a protective array set up by the experts of this cave mansion. It was a kind of array to protect the cave mansion. Once an outsider intruded, it would probably trigger the array inside the stone gate, which would then create a barrier to stop the intruder. In ancient times, this kind of great defensive array was extremely powerful. Even an ultimate Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to break it so easily. Xiaohei suddenly appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. She rubbed her chin with her paws and chuckled. Even an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator can't break through it. Just now, Lu Yuanhua easily broke through the golden barrier. Zhuowen was startled and asked in astonishment. This cave dwelling has existed for at least 10,000 years. Even the Great Protective Formation could not withstand the erosion of time. Therefore, its power has greatly weakened compared to before. According to my estimation, Anyone who is at the human king stage or above should be able to easily enter this great protective formation. Xiaohei rolled her eyes at Zhuowen and said indifferently. On the other side of the stone door, after Lu Yuanhua successfully entered, Su Mu, Qin Hui, Clear Lotus, and Guang Yinmo, these 4 young masters, also easily entered the stone door. As the 5 of them easily entered, some warriors who were at the human king stage or above followed. They directly broke through with their tyrannical strength. Among them, the 9th Commandery Princess, Lingju, and Su Chong, whom Zhuowen knew, were also among them. As for the warriors who were below the human king stage, they stayed where they were and waited for orders. They had no intention of entering the stone door. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the experts of the 5 forces entered, the other forces that had already gathered outside the stone door began to stir. Then, countless figures rushed into the stone door like locusts. Bang, bang. However, among so many people, there were only a few who had reached the human king realm. Therefore, only a few of these people who had rushed through the stone door relied on their own strength to forcefully resist the obstruction of the stone door and break through. Most of the people were like withered leaves as they suddenly shot backwards. Of course, most of the warriors who flew back were below the human king stage. Damn it! I didn't expect the ancient cavern mansion to have such a stone door. Damn it! Damn it! With this stone door, we who are not strong enough have no chance at all. What bad luck! It seems that this trip was in vain. As more and more warriors flew out, the outside of the stone door was filled with curses. Countless warriors began to curse. They knew that if they could not enter the stone door, it meant that they were not fated to obtain the treasures in the ancient cave mansion. I didn't expect to encounter such a difficulty as soon as I entered the ancient cavern mansion. However, I can give it a try. If I don't rely on the power of the holy symbol of ice and fire, can I directly break through the obstruction of this stone door with just my martial strength? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Then, he turned into a flowing light and rushed toward the stone door. After the failure just now, the outside of the stone door was basically filled with warriors with low strength. When a figure suddenly tried to break through the stone door, it immediately attracted the attention of these warriors. However, when these cultivators saw Zhuowen's handsome face and the corporeal yang aura he was emitting, they immediately revealed gloating smiles. Is this guy an idiot? He only has the strength of the corporeal yang stage 8 and dares to break through the stone door? One overconfident kid. I am already at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, but even I can't break through. How can this kid with such a weak cultivation enter? Hee hee. When this kid is repelled by the power of the stone door later, let's see how he will embarrass himself. Seeing Zhuowen fly toward the stone door like a moth to a flame, the warriors outside the stone door suddenly laughed mockingly. Everyone looked at Zhuowen's back with ridicule. They were looking forward to seeing the expression of this young man when he was knocked back by the power of the stone door. Violent blood beast body. Second sky of rampage. A low roar suddenly came from Zhuowen's throat. Then all the muscles in his body suddenly swelled. Countless bloodlines spread across his body, making him look exceptionally ferocious. The moment Zhuowen approached the stone door, he twisted his waist, and endless yuan power suddenly burst out from his body. Then his 5 fingers clenched into fists. His fists drew a strange trajectory in the air and then fiercely slammed into the stone door. Primeval Chaos Dragon Roar Fist. 10 dragons soaring to the sky. The moment Zhuowen's fist landed on the stone door, a resonant dragon's roar immediately erupted from Zhuowen's body. Afterwards, 10 huge dragon phantoms condensed behind Zhuowen's frail body. Boom! Following the momentum of Zhuowen's fist, the 10 phantoms of giant dragons fiercely poured into the golden barrier of the stone door. Immediately after, a violent tremor was immediately transmitted from the stone door. The numerous cultivators who were still wantonly laughing outside the stone door suddenly staggered under this tremor, unable to stand steadily. It can't be. Can this kid really break the barrier of the stone door? The crowd immediately quieted down when they sensed the vibration that was transmitted over. The smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze. Instead, they were startled as they stared at the enormous stone door that was trembling repeatedly under Zhuo Wen's fist. Bang! On the stone door, Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. His pupils couldn't help but constrict because he felt an extremely strong resistance coming from the stone door, constantly preventing him from entering. When this resistance reached its peak, Zhuo Wen let out a muffled groan and couldn't help but retreat over a dozen meters. Staring at the figure of the youth who retreated, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. When the stone door trembled just now, they almost thought that this youth whose strength was only at the corporeal yang stage could really enter the stone door. Deliberately mystifying kid. If you don't have the ability, don't show off. Don't embarrass yourself. As expected of a brat who stinks of milk. So many warriors have already tried. Warriors below the human king realm can't pass through the stone door. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. After a brief moment of silence, disdainful mocking laughter sounded from outside the stone door again. Letting out a sigh, Zhuo Wen ignored the mocking laughter behind him. Instead, he stared at the stone door with narrowed eyes and said slowly, "Looks like this move is useless. Then let's try this move." As he spoke, Zhuo Wen stomped his foot on the ground again. His body rushed towards the stone door again. At this moment, his hands were glowing with a blazing golden light. Then, an even louder dragon's roar suddenly rose. It was as if countless giant dragons had awoken from their slumber. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? As they watched Zhuo Wen once again charge towards the stone door, the laughter of the crowd became even louder. Their words also became even more unrestrained. From their point of view, the current Zhuo Wen was just like a monkey performing a circus act. Primeval chaos dragon roar fist. 100 dragons fighting the heavens. A roar came from Zhuo Wen's throat. His fist glowed with a blazing golden light. He rushed towards the stone door with an indomitable will. Countless giant dragon phantoms in the depths of the void suddenly gathered in Zhuo Wen's fist at this moment. The fist radiance became even more blazing. In the end, Zhuo Wen's entire body turned into a giant dragon and slammed into the stone door. Boom! An even more violent tremor suddenly occurred within 100 miles of the stone door. Following that, ferocious cracks appeared on the hard ground, and endless astral winds swept out between the fist and the stone door. Crack! A crisp sound slowly rang out. In the open space that was full of laughter, it seemed insignificant. However, it was this insignificant crisp sound that caused some of the noisy laughter in the open space to come to an abrupt end. Then, everyone's gazes looked at the stone door in front of them in disbelief. On the surface of the golden barrier on the stone door, traces of cracks began to appear. These cracks were like a spider web that spread in all directions. Finally, under everyone's shocked gazes, it completely collapsed. Swoosh! Once the barrier of the stone door was broken, Zhuo Wen turned into a shadow and rushed into the stone door. With a few leaps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The moment Zhuo Wen entered the stone door, a layer of golden barrier condensed once again. Chapter 208. Emperor Yuan, the gloomy grayness shrouded the entire space, causing the aura of the ancient cave to appear rather strange. Swoosh! A figure cut through the void and arrived at a square in an instant. The square was made of snow-white marble, and each piece was dozens of feet in size. The entire square was tens of thousands of feet wide, and the figures on the square were as small as ants. In front of the square was a huge, majestic palace. Rays of dazzling brilliance spread out from the front. It was a luxurious scene filled with jewels and treasures. The palace in front should be the palace of the owner of the cave. The treasures should be hidden in the palace. A Xiaohei dog leisurely sat on Zhuo Wen's shoulder and said with a mischievous smile, "It's really impressive. Just the palace alone has such a huge building. The owner of this ancient cave really knows how to enjoy himself." Zhuo Wen smacked his lips and said enviously, "Compared to the outside world, the number of people here was much less." Zhuowen occasionally raised his head and could only see a few sparse black figures. Obviously, the number of warriors who could break through the stone door was still very small. Of course, this small number was relative. According to Zhuowen's estimation, even if it was just the human King Realm warriors, the number could reach hundreds. However, compared to the tens of thousands of warriors gathered outside the stone door, this number was indeed very small. After passing through the square, there was a rather spacious corridor. At the end of the corridor, there were dozens of passages, and the other end of these passages was the palace in the distance, which was filled with treasures. Currently, many people had scattered and entered the passages in a hurry. Zhuowen, take the leftmost passage. If this Dragon Lord's senses are not wrong, there should be some good stuff in this passage. Just as Zhuowen was hesitating about which passage to take, Xiaohei on his shoulder suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen was slightly startled. However, he did not ask too much. Instead, he took a light step and rushed towards the leftmost passage. Zhuowen also knew that Xiaohei's senses were very strong. Therefore, when he heard Xiaohei's words, he did not hold back. The passage was quite spacious, and both sides were filled with stone rooms. However, most of the doors of the stone rooms were broken, and some warriors with greedy faces were searching in the stone rooms. Hey, these stone rooms are basically empty. If there is really something, it will not be placed in such a conspicuous place. Kid, there's no need to pay attention to these fellows. Let's continue forward. Xiaohei sneered and gloated. Nodding his head slightly, Zhuowen used his full speed and quickly moved forward in the passage. Along the way, he met many warriors searching in the stone rooms on both sides of the passage. As he went deeper into the passage, Zhuowen saw fewer and fewer warriors. Evidently, most of the warriors had yet to reach this place. This kind of running lasted for 15 minutes before Zhuowen's eyes flashed and he stopped. His gaze was fixed on a seemingly ordinary stone room in front of him. He could feel a strange fluctuation from within. There must be something good inside. This kind of fluctuation was not present in the stone rooms in front of him. Immediately, Zhuowen's heart jumped and he quickly rushed forward. However, just as his hand touched the stone door, he was bounced back by a strong energy fluctuation. The energy protection of this stone door is quite strange. There's actually a mechanism lock behind the door. Kid, you can use your mental energy to invade it. If you want to forcefully destroy it, I'm afraid that it will take too much time. Zhuowen nodded his head. With a flick of his mind, the mental energy in his Naiwen palace gushed out. Strands of mental energy wrapped around the stone door and quickly fused into it. A moment later, the stone door suddenly trembled. Then, under Zhuowen's surprised gaze, it slowly opened with a rumble. After the stone door opened, Zhuowen took a step forward. Then, an intense light shot into his eyes, causing him to squint his eyes. At this moment, he discovered that the interior of the stone room was actually filled with a type of cold jade. A faint cold aura lingered within. The decoration of the stone room was rather simple, but it was clean and tidy. After sweeping a glance at the stone room, Zhuowen's gaze was immediately attracted by the many round pills on the ground in the middle of the room. These pills were the size of a baby's fist and were as smooth as jade. Evidently, they were of excellent quality. Moreover, waves of astonishing yuan power undulations were being emitted from these pills. This is the Emperor Pill. The Emperor Pill was a type of pill that could only be refined by an ultimate Emperor stage practitioner by extracting the yuan power of heaven and earth. It contained extremely pure and surging yuan power. Practitioners who used this pill to cultivate would at least be able to achieve half the results with twice the effort. According to Zhuowen's estimation, a single Emperor Pill was worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. Moreover, it was the type that had a price but no supply. The Zhuo family's annual profit was also around this amount. In other words, even if the Zhuo family went bankrupt, they would only be able to purchase a single Emperor Pill. However, these pills that were refined at such a price were currently casually piled up on the ground of the stone room. The number of pills had already reached tens of thousands. If they were converted into yuan coins, it would probably reach several billion yuan coins. This kind of wealth could be said to be comparable to the wealth of a city. It was likely that the combined value of all the factions in Rot-Tan Armor City could not compare to the total value of these emperor pills in this stone room. In the face of such an enormous wealth, even Zhuowen could not help but be stunned for a long time. This lasted for a few seconds before Zhuowen regained his senses. Without saying anything else, he opened his Chinquan bag. Mental energy spread out, and the emperor pills that filled the stone room flew up. Under Zhuowen's fiery gaze, they continuously flew into his Chinquan bag. Fortunately, the Chinquan bag that Zhuowen used was a high-grade Chinquan bag from Ba Shui. The space inside was extremely large. Therefore, Zhuowen was not worried that he would not be able to stuff so many emperor pills into his bag. The value of such a large number of emperor pills was comparable to a high-grade soul treasure. Zhuowen did not expect to obtain such a bountiful harvest after just entering the ancient cave. Zhuowen's eyes were fiery red. He was extremely focused as he rapidly collected the emperor pills that filled the ground. Xiaohei, who was on his shoulder, also waved her right hand, and another large pile of pills entered Zhuowen's Chinquan bag. Thud thud. There were simply too many emperor pills in the stone room. Even though Zhuowen used both his hands and feet, he was only able to collect half of them in a few minutes. At this moment, his ears twitched as he heard the faint sound of footsteps. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Zhuowen's expression darkened. He abruptly turned around, only to see 4 figures standing outside the stone door. However, the 4 of them were currently dumbfounded as they stared at the Emperor Yuan pills that were scattered all over the stone room. After a few breaths, their eyes turned scarlet red as greed gushed out from them. Then, their gazes paused on Zhuowen, who was still collecting the pills. A corporeal Yang stage warrior? Good boy. With such strength, you were actually able to break through the stone door and enter this place. It's a little strange. Boy, if you know what's good for you, put down the Chinquan bag in your hand and get out of here. The 4 of them were obviously a group. They walked into the stone room and blocked all the entrances. Then, they looked at Zhuowen with a hideous smile. Under the temptation of so many emperor pills, even if the person standing in front of them was an Earth King realm warrior, the 4 of them would not easily give up, let alone a young man who was only at the corporeal Yang stage. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. The 4 of them were obviously filled with greed. Zhuowen's expression did not change. The moment he heard the footsteps, he sensed that the 4 of them were all at the initial human king realm. With such strength, Zhuowen did not take them seriously. After all, he had even killed a perfect human king realm warrior. How could he be afraid of a mere initial human king realm warrior? Zhuowen calmly glanced at the 4 of them. His hands did not stop as he continued to collect the emperor pills on the ground. He completely ignored the 4 of them at the door. Boy, are you deaf? Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn your lesson. The middle-aged man, standing at the front, snorted coldly. He took a step forward and directly flew towards Zhuowen. Courting death? I'm afraid you're talking to the wrong person. Zhuowen calmly stared at the middle-aged man who was rushing towards him. With a thought, the mental energy in his Naiwan palace suddenly burst out. It turned into a sharp needle and instantly shot into the middle of the man's eyebrows. The middle-aged man was caught off guard. The mental energy needle instantly entered the middle of his eyebrows. Then his body stopped in midair. At this moment, a black figure flashed out. It was Zhuowen. Zhuowen coldly glanced at the somewhat sluggish man in front of him. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. His right hand grabbed the latter's neck and exerted a little force. With a cracking sound, the man's neck twisted in a strange manner. Bang! With a light flick of his right hand, the middle-aged man's corpse was gently thrown to the ground by Zhuowen like a piece of trash. Looking at the distorted body of the man who had already lost his breath, the other 3 ancient martial art practitioners who were blocking the door immediately fell into silence. Their mouths were slightly agape as they stared blankly at the corpse on the ground and the calm young man in front of them. Mental energy? You're actually an Arcana Master? Finally, one of them opened his mouth and looked at Zhuowen in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock. You have good eyesight. However, Since you've already barged into this place, there's no need for you to leave. Accompany your companions together. Zhuowen clapped his hands. His eyes immediately turned cold as he coldly said, "Let's attack together. I don't believe that this boy can withstand the combined forces of the three of us." The man who spoke earlier narrowed his eyes and shouted loudly. As the shout rang out, the three of them knew that there was no way out. Moreover, there were so many Emperor Yuan pills in the stone room. No matter what, they did not want to give up. After all, wealth came from danger. Zhuowen smiled coldly. 8 streams of mental energy poured out from his Niwen palace and turned into 8 thin mental energy needles. He unceremoniously shot them toward the three of them. With the support of 8 streams of vigorous mental energy, the initial human king realm warriors were no match for Zhuowen. Therefore, Zhuowen did not spend much time to finish off the remaining 3 warriors. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.